I'm Scott L. Miller. It is Thursday night. That means it is time for the Thursday Night Live from Barrio Sutiaba Leon, Nicaragua. It is an AMA, an FAQ, and a chance to hang out. I got a little bit of drips on me and just got out of the shower. It's been a busy day, busy day, but we are getting everyone up and running and enjoying life here in Leon. How is everyone? How are things going? What's everybody got going on this week? We've got like nobody on yet, of course. Just waiting for people to pop on, and then we will be up and running. I've had such a busy day, but we're getting started at a decent time. I'm not unhappy about this time, so that is good. That is good. See if I can find my mouse, get my monitor running while you guys are hopping on. Luke is here. Hey, Luke. Happy Thursday. I'm exhausted today. I'm not like tired, but I'm exhausted. It's been a long day. All right, I can see the chats. Video's looking good. I assume the sound is good. It's amazing how much bluer the image is up on the actual monitor coming from YouTube, because on here it's very warm. It's very cool up there. So that's I don't know if YouTube modifies it, if OBS modifies it, if I just get a different image. I don't know. I did have dinner, had a hamburger, so I'm good to go. I have a thermos this week. My kids have these. My wife has one, and my kids are like, we want you to have a matching one. So we were at Super Porta and saw these, so I got one. I like it. And I like that I can easily set it on the floor next to me and not take up space on my desk. That's handy. So, been enjoying that. Boy, there's nobody hopping on. Seems like a pretty slow start, but yeah. I have been programming like crazy all week. Oh, this is... I'm prepared. Half of a 10-inch Chicago deep dish awaits. Mushroom and black olive. Ooh, very nice. That sounds good. Winkler Michelle is here. Hey, Scott. Hey, Winkler. How's it going? Whoa. We've got... my wife has been in Managua all day, picking people up from the airport. And my desk is a mess. I need to order things. I've been in this chair all day. Normally on Thursdays I go out and I record 1 or 2 videos outdoors and get things. Not today. I have not left this desk. I'm so tired. Whole day I just started with first thing this morning, just walk into the office. It was actually before I was even in the office. Our CEO was like, I need you on a call right now. And I was like, oh, this early in the morning? No, I want coffee. I want to oh. So it's been a day. How many people do we have on? Like 3? 6. All right. So what's everybody got going on? Plans for the weekend? Anything going on tomorrow? Do anything later tonight? Who's on? Hop on and say hello. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, I've got 3 computers going on here. I've just been working so much that I got to keep working while we do the show. But that's cool. I'm used to it, so not a big deal. La Marcelita está aquí. Tony's here. Football's going on. Remember to give a thumbs up, everyone. Helps out. Boy, I don't even know what I'm doing this weekend. I am not going to Belize, for those who are wondering. I had a schedule to go to Belize, but the people I was supposed to go with took too long to schedule it, so I think I'm going in like 2 weeks. Right, 2 weeks from today is the video. Oh, it's a Thursday video game festival here in Leon. Is that right? Is that really a Thursday? Do I have the date wrong? That's a bit surprising if it's really a Thursday. Or really the 16th, whatever. AMA like doctors? I don't know. AMA is an industry standard thing for Ask Me Anything. Not like American Medical Association. No. I'm like, what is it? Oh, in the US, yes. I'm like, doctors with YouTube channels, I suppose. Alcatrol Gamer, hello. Welcome to the party. Need to let more people know that we're on. Luke's going to be back in Florida in less than 2 weeks. My title, Live AMA, yeah. I noticed that it should be in things, because that's really what this is. Like, that's what the live stream is. It's kind of an AMA. And never think about it that way. And it's not searchable, so add that in. So, Luke, you're going to be back in Florida for 1 week. Not too bad. We were just discussing all the places that were cheaper to go and how cheap some really far places are. And I mean, the U.S. remains really cheap, but Canada's so hard still. April just flew in from Canada. Right now, we're getting her from the airport. And it's such a pain. She has to fly through so many places. Learned my lesson with the Festival of Corn, record on the first day of events. Ooh, what happened the other days? Or were you just exhausted? You guys are very quiet this week. This is... It's tough when nobody's talking and I have no guest here. Marcela is back in Managua for yet another round of testing, so that's why. But she didn't. Her appointment today was like canceled, so she went. She had to go from Leon to Managua, had to wait, and then they didn't do anything. So she has to go back Monday, that's a huge pain. The canceled things. I mean, sometimes your doctor just can't make it. So like I understand, but that is tough, especially when you're coming from a different city. Sunday was half the size and not in Parque de Rio, only in Morazan. Oh. Jan says, I was in a class and I told my student about you and the stream. Oh, awesome. Hopefully they're hopping on here. We'll see some more people on in a minute. Oh, I've got my blown out ear going on. Some of you know I damaged my ear on a flight maybe 20 years ago. And sometimes it's fine. I can go months and nothing. And then other times it'll start buzzing, and as I talk, it buzzes. It's not actually pain, but it's akin to pain. It's like weird. So it really bothers me, and it doesn't do anything during the day, but when I'm talking, it's so loud that it causes it to buzz. And really bothers me from time to time. Oh, no, I can't remember what I was working on. Seriously, you guys are quiet. Oh, I wish I was drinking alcohol. I have not been in the mood for alcohol recently. It's really weird. And adios, hasta mañana. I'm on too early. You guys are sleepy. I didn't know that the Corn Festival got so much smaller on the second day. I've only done the Corn Festival once, but I feel like I was there both days, but I didn't notice it getting smaller. But I guess I was only at Morazan? Speak only English. No, hablo español, pero la gente en mi canal solo hablan inglés, entonces para el canal es solo inglés. Es difícil para cambiar en la mitad del LiveStream porque hay solo un poquita gente que hable español aquí. Si voy a tener un canal de español, primero necesito hablo mejor, pero pienso que es mejor para tener dos canales, un para inglés y un para español, porque es difícil para suscriptores para ver un video y no sabe si es inglés o español. My dad is here. Howdy from Western New York. Hola del oeste de Nueva York. Dia, what's the best beer in Nicaragua? No question, that would be Moro Potente. It is made by Tonya, but many times the price, much more expensive. It's craft beer distributed by the big company, but absolutely excellent, like world-class beer. Tonya, good. Victoria, good. Right, they're good national beers, but like most national beers, they're what's cheap, not what's amazing. Tonya and I prefer Victoria are really good when you're just going out for a beer, but when you want a beer, like you're really taking it seriously, Moro Potente is the way to go. There are some could be tinnitus. I don't think it's tinnitus. Tinnitus is a ringing. This is a buzzing. It's like if something's loose. Maybe that's tinnitus and I didn't realize it. That would make sense. But I don't believe that's what it is. At least not as I've had it described. Because tinnitus is like a sound either when things are silent or other people are making noise. This only happens when I'm making noise. I suppose if things were loud enough, maybe it would make it externally, but it's like the pressure from my voice causes it, which is why I do this, right? I'm trying to move the pressure around in my ear, and sometimes that makes it better. It doesn't fix it, but it makes it better. So yeah, that's worth looking into to see if it really is tinnitus. That's possible. Tinnitus is the perception of sound that does not have an external source, so other people cannot hear it. Tinnitus is commonly described as a ringing sound, but some people hear other types of sounds such as roaring or buzzing. I guess maybe, but like obviously it doesn't have an external source, but I know where it's coming from, and if I do things, I can hear it moving. Like it's, oh no, this is, I mean, I am 100% confident that this is a real sound, right? Like, it's, I mean, that's what crazy people say, but it's only when there's very specific pressure in my ear and it's responding to my voice. It's not an independent sound. It's like, well, Luke will appreciate this. If I turn the gain up on my mic too much, and so if you turn the gain really, really far down and you talk like this, you don't get any peaking. But if I talk louder, then the gain will cause it to peak. That's what's going on, is that only when I speak loudly does it cause the pressure to create this painful feeling in my ear. And the rest of the time, it doesn't do that. So it's from my perspective, incredibly clear that it is something wrong with my ear, and it's the ear canal pressure is doing it. Because I can make it stop anytime I want. But as soon as I start talking, it does have an external source, or an external to my ear source, that's causing the problem. So that's what makes me think it's not tinnitus. I hear voices that have no external source. That's real, but I don't think that's tinnitus. I think that's like schizophrenia. So I'm going to move this laptop out of the way, move the mic closer so I can speak more quietly and not have this bother me so much. What is... Because I'm partially speaking loudly because the mic is far away. I don't need to do that. Good one, Scott, about voices. I do hear voices. Like, that's a real thing. Always have, and it's really a problem at times, because I will be actually confused and I'll be like, luckily, a lot of times I hear voices over here, and you guys can't see it, but there's a quilt on the wall. Like, I know there's no voice coming from the quilt. So when I hear things coming from there, I'm good. But when I'm like out in an open room and you hear voices, it's like, right, maybe there's something that I didn't realize, and then it's confusing. At times it's not a big deal locked in my... It's one of the reasons I like to be locked in an office, is because then I know people aren't calling me, because often what I hear is my name being called, and it's like, it's really annoying, because it's like, it's one of the reasons I often don't answer people who are far away, because people who are calling me from far away, like across the house, it just sounds like any random voice in my head. And it's very hard to differentiate, because people will often just go, my name loudly from far away. And so it's so quiet that my brain doesn't really have time to focus on it and pick up what's going on. And so, yeah, it's like a ghost message in my head. I think it's because my eardrum was punctured slightly with an ear infection when I was much younger than now. Oh, well, that's what I suspect happened to mine. But maybe not. Dio Geo, I have tinnitus, but it's due to having amplifiers playing loud when I used to be in a rock band. Luke's like, what? Oh. Hate to tell you, Luke, but you may have early onset tinnitus coming yourself. Rock band guy. Do the good humor guys in Nika wear Eskimo uniforms for pickup of the crazies? They do not. That would be funny. Patricia's here. Hello. It's hard to believe it's already pumpkin spice season. Everybody have your pumpkin spice already today? My microphone is pumpkin spice. Do you like it? I've had tinnitus since birth. Nothing new here. Oh, geez. This one I got on a flight to Florida long ago. Alcatrol Gamer. What do you think about the new hospital there in Leon? I haven't had a chance to be treated there. We're pretty excited to have it. The old one was pretty terrible. So going from the worst to the best is a pretty nice leap, from tiny to huge and horrible and falling down to pristine and new and awesome with all the specialty care centers and everything here. It's a really big deal. It's very exciting that we have it and that it's open. I don't know if anyone has actually used it yet, so we'll be waiting to see how people report the overall experiences. But it's pretty cool. And of course, they got it out in time for us to get ranked #1 healthcare in Central America, outranking Panama and Costa Rica, beating the northern countries. Not as big a challenge, but Panama gets a good reputation from the United States as an offshore place for Americans to get better care from the same facilities than they can in the U.S. It's like American facilities not constrained by the U.S., so they get a slight upgrade by going there. But it's still American hospitals, so the upgrade is pretty minor. So Panama gets a lot of pressure, or organizations ranking places get a lot of pressure from the U.S. for Panama to look better than it really probably is. And still, Panama lost to Costa Rica, and Costa Rica lost to us. So, really big deal. And that is before our new nuclear medicine facility is opening in January. I don't know where that's going to be, Managua, I think. And our cancer vaccine is arriving, hopefully before the end of the year. So we've got a lot of really major things going on that propel us pretty high up in healthcare, and even without those things, we're still ranking and doing incredibly well. So that's really encouraging, that we have all of that going on. Brent says, hola chicos. Luke says, Panama healthcare, just don't use the VA hospital there. Even if you're not going to the VA, you're still left with like Johns Hopkins and some stuff like that. Like, I would not want to go to Johns Hopkins if I had the choice. But it says I got tinnitus by not wearing protection. I don't know, you could catch it that way. Maybe he means ear protection. But we'll imagine it. He doesn't. He caught tinnitus. Kind of like how Al Capone caught insanity. Patricia says, I'm going to Western North Carolina tomorrow. That's a lot of directions. West, North Carolina. I haven't been there since before Hurricane Helena hit the area. I'm not mentally prepared to see how different things are. How long has it been since? When was that? It's so nice to live in a place that isn't hurricane ravaged on a regular basis. What's your opinion on how Nicaraguans are towards foreigners? Well, as a foreigner here, I mean, in general, Nicaraguans are super friendly. It's a region known for being super friendly to foreigners, so that kind of comes with the territory. Nicaragua's always been really good at separating foreigners from their countries and understanding people as people. And so it's been... people are treated individually, so that automatically makes for a much better experience as a foreigner living in a country, because people are much more likely to accept you into a community, much more likely to engage with you, less likely to just group you with a group of people, which loses a lot of humanity right? It's one of the things that's tough in North America. We have a tendency to see people by their groups. We're very grouping oriented. Oh, these people are this, these people are that. This is a neighborhood for these, right? And, even grouping people by rich and poor is something that we don't do in Nicaragua the same. Like in the United States, you may have a white neighborhood and a black neighborhood. Of course, not officially, but we all know it exists. They also unofficially have poor neighborhoods and rich neighborhoods. Those are a little bit more publicized, but not only a little bit more. And so if you're rich and living in a poor neighborhood, that's considered weird. If you're poor in a rich neighborhood, it's like you're not really welcome there. Same thing with, if you're in the wrong racial neighborhood, it's a little bit like, are you supposed to be here? Now, I'm white, so we're pretty much able to go anywhere in the U.S. Everyone feels that they can't really push us out, but the other way around is definitely not true. I lived in Little Salvador in Dallas for a long time, which is good practice for moving here, of course. I lived in a community where, other than being an American suburb, felt an awful lot like here. And so it's interesting that you have these neighborhoods, and then you come to Nicaragua, and even rich and poor do not have neighborhoods. There are better and worse neighborhoods, but not in any way segregated the way that they are in the States. And so you can be going through really rough areas, right? No paved roads, whatever, and then stumble on a quite nice house. Now, the mansions are going to be in the rich neighborhoods. Like there is some amount of it not everything's going to go everywhere, but you can be in some pretty rough neighborhoods and then stumble on quite a nice house and be like, wow, someone just built this here. And sometimes it's in the funniest places. Near the airport, there's a little community, Arroz, and that's Arroz with a U-double-R, not arroz like the rice, arroz. And like none of the roads are paved. This is an abandoned area. Like this is time forgot, right? It's mostly like really, really cheap houses and shanties. But then randomly you go around a corner and there'll be 2 or 3 pretty decent houses. And you can tell it's somebody's kids went and became doctors or opened a store and did well or whatever. But didn't want to move away, didn't want to be away from their parents or their siblings. And so when they had more money, they just put in a better house next door or across the street from family and so live there. And so you'll be like, oh, this is a rough neighborhood. And then, oh, nice house. Like really, like these people obviously know what they're doing. And so it's a very funny thing in some ways. To an American perspective, it's very strange that it could be that way. But from a living perspective, it's really cool that people come back and improve their neighborhoods. It's cool that people don't see being poor and rich as things to separate based on. It's a very different feel. But so all of that in general, I think that Nicaraguans are very, very friendly towards foreigners in general. Plus, there's so few foreigners here that we're always a rarity. We're always a special case. It's not like Costa Rica where there's huge groups of foreigners. You can be like, well, there's 100 foreigners over there. They're going to do their thing. They're going to go to some fancy restaurants and sit on the beach, and that's all they're going to do. And the rest of us have to go about our lives. It's much more everyone's part of the same community, and you're not grouping people together rather than actually getting to know each of them as people. Capone, losing your mind with every trip to the restroom. Poor Al. The OGO, I live in Central Florida, so I know all about hurricanes. In digital format, do you see more U.S. folks escaping? We do. Not nearly as many as you'd think. I know most of the people, so the reason that people don't come here is because if you were doing your research and really aware of different options and everything, you would have come to Nicaragua a long time ago in most cases, or been in the process. But if you are waiting until now and being like, it's gotten so bad I gotta go, or I'm so scared I gotta go, then you're in a group of people who broadly have not done research. There's a few stragglers, of course, and there's some people who are just getting old enough to be able to leave, and we do see some of them on the channel, right? Like really young, looking to get out for the first time, Oh, someone pulled in our driveway, so my dog is restless. Are you restless? It's just your mommy. It's just your mommy home. Yes, everything's okay. Everything's okay. So the people who are escaping now are very broadly the people who are willing to put up with it for a while, and the people who weren't already thinking, the people who are like on the tipping point. Boy, I could move if things don't go well. Oh, things aren't going well for me? Poof, I'm out, right? I'm all like, I've had some ideas like Uruguay long ago, right? Like, oh, that looks cool. I want to check that place out. Not necessarily to relocate permanently to, but it was a place that I really wanted to start with, right? And so what we have now is this group of people who aren't ready, needed a lot of pressure, whatever. And so I think that they're much more headed to, and this is why you're seeing pushback, Mexico, Spain, Panama, Costa Rica, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, for sure, Argentina. They're getting, I think, much bigger numbers. We get more. It's increased, but it's relatively minor compared to the you don't need to do much research countries. Nicaragua's you got to research. There's just people just don't know. And so if you're already on the radar, then people at this point, I think, are much more likely to go there. So we're seeing the long tail increase for sure, but we are not seeing the core increases that some places are. And Mexico is definitely not happy about the number of people that they're getting, which I'm now heading there in February for a few days, so I'll get to bear some of the brunt of it. Larry from the channel, or who was one of you guys who talks on the channel on Thursday nights, is actually at the new hospital right now, but he's got to come back because it's so busy. Everybody's new, no one knows what to do, so they're really slow about things, but it's open and he is there as we speak. DOGO lost 3 houses in 40 years in Punta Gorda. No. Luke said this to DOGO. He lost 3 houses in 40 years in Punta Gorda. DOGO said, you must have been there for Charlie. Yep. Brent says, just saw a video clip of a Cuban in Nicaragua who opened a small business selling lechon con pan sandwiches. Didn't mention where he was. I'm hoping maybe in Leon for my return, which hopefully will be soon. Awesome. You got to get back, Brent. It's time to be here. And Digital said, I did my getting out. I did my first time. We got trumped. I don't think that's how you spell that, but I know what you mean. Alcatrol Gamer says, what do you think are the cultural shocks that a tourist who decides to live in Nicaragua might experience, such as in customs, religion? Oh, customs, like the customs of the people, not aduana. Religion, healthcare, education, and gastronomy. Gastronomy is tough because they don't have any. Coming from North America, especially, Europe especially, actually. We are used to food variety being a very important part of life. We talked about this last week as well. And Nicaraguans see food stability as a very important part of life. So most Nicaraguans, I'm going to get caffeine here in a minute because I forgot it all day. Really, honestly, sorry, people are messaging me. And Nicaraguans really want an incredibly low variety in food. They really want the same I'll explain this in a second. They really want to see the same handful of things, the same repeating the band that's playing tomorrow night just sent me a note. Are we gonna see it tomorrow at the bar? They want the same things, right? Gallo pinto, they actually want that every day. Chicken, they actually want that every day. That reaction that Americans have of, oh, we did this yesterday, or I did this a couple days ago. I just had spaghetti. I don't want it again. Not a thing. I actually think maybe Americans are the worst at this, because like Italians can do pasta 6-7 days a week. It may not be their main course, but they'll have it. Much like Nicaraguans have rice. Gotta have gallo pinto in the morning, rice at night. Maybe something else during the day, but maybe rice. Like, that's okay. And Americans would be like, what? I had rice 3 days ago. I can't have it again. It's only been 3 days. It's only been 9 meals. What are you talking about? I can't have it 10% of the time. That's so different. So completely opposite as an experience compared to Nicaragua. And so that's a huge cultural shift. So that's both a custom and gastronomy. I don't think that the actual food items here will completely shock most people. It's the lack of variety, right? How do they do eggs here? Now, Americans will be like, basically an American egg. Okay. How do they do rice here? Basically American rice. Gallo pinto, a little bit unique. Shocking? No, but nice. Just, oh, we don't have that back home. This is nice. Okay. Maduro, that's different, right? Ripe plantains that are pan fried. Cool. Not super exotic, but different. The cheese here. The cheese is definitely a shock. Very different. Squeaky cheese, as we call it. Or some people call it stinky cheese, but the squeaky is the like it squeaks against your teeth. Is the real thing. There's so much like barbecue chicken, barbecue beef. Is it exotic? No. Slightly different flavors, maybe. Cooked slightly differently, maybe. But it's not like I went from hamburgers to tacos. It's much more like I went from a longer, slower cooker to more of a charcoal taste or whatever. It's like this little tweaks on a theme versus a significantly different experience. And so variety and price obviously are the big surprises. But in other things, customs, you definitely get a bit. I think the main one there is really that people live outside. They're public. They're out hanging out with each other. Houses are open. People talk. It's so social, so external. It's so loud and busy all the time. In North America and Northern Europe are so reserved. So I'm home, close all the doors, close all the windows, hide away. What are you doing tonight? I'm ordering in a pizza and I'm sitting in front of the TV. What? It's like, but you're free tonight. So why are you not out? Like, because I want to relax. And they're like, no, we want to go out. That's how you relax. So they're out all the time. Like, so many nights of the week, people, even with very little disposable income, are happy to go out and spend their time and energy doing things, just being with people places. Marcela is a perfect example, right? She likes a variety of food. So she'll be like, ooh, sushi? Yes. Ooh, Chinese food? Yes. Ooh, whatever, like experiment at a new restaurant? Yes. She's always happy to do that stuff. But what's for breakfast? Eggs, gallo pinto, Maduro, squeaky cheese. Right? She doesn't like cheese. But the other three, how many days of the week? 7. Right? What's for dinner? Chicken, soup, rice. Like, there's just a very few things. And so, but if you said, okay, you have a night completely off and no real budgetary concerns. I mean, you're not going to spend millions of dollars, so not shopping, but staying in, going out, what's a great night when you have some time. And obviously everyone has like a different idea of, well, I want to do multiple things. I don't just want one thing that I would do. But for me, when I have like, what's my ideal night like, it's often like, well, I'd really like an amazing pizza to be delivered, cheese sticks. I want to get out of work early. Like, that's an assumption, right? You're out of work early. Nothing to do, stress is gone, nothing to do in the morning, don't have to wake up early. I want my kids to be available and some awesome new video game, and we're going to sit down and get stuck into a great video game together and order in a pizza, and I don't have to cook, I don't have to clean, I don't have to deal with anything. I just want to be home and chill. I want to put my feet up and relax. and have nothing that I have to answer for. And a Nicaraguan would be like, why would you torture yourself on a night off? I want to go to 3 different bars. I want to see as many bands as I can. I want to dance all night. I want to, never be home. I don't even want to go home at the end of the night. I want to stumble home wasted in the morning. And that's just, it's 2 very different views as to what a great night is. Now, someone from North America will hear that and be like, that sounds like fun. But I do it a couple times a year. And a Nicaraguan, when you talk about like video game or a movie and staying home and ordering a pizza, they're not like, that sounds awful. They'll be like, that sounds like fun once a quarter, right? But an American will be like, that's what I want to do at least once a week, if not 6 days a week. And a Nicaraguan will flip that and be like, oh, most I could do that one night a week. Otherwise, I'm just bored. So many days, Marcela will come here and stay because she has cancer. And so being home, it's just handy. She can eat here and stuff, so it's easier to take care of some of that stuff here. She lives just, I don't know, 2 miles, maybe away. And if she's here and she's got, we've got like unlimited movies, we have thousands of video games, we have Steam and GOG and Epic and multiple game machines and just so many things. Like you could spend a lifetime exploring our game and movie libraries here in the house, and we've got air conditioning and dogs, so she's got a couch. Like if I'm in here working, there's a whole game room over there that has a couch, and 1 or 2 dogs will always come in and hang out with her. She's got a decent sized TV. She's got a video game system hooked to it, so any movie she could want, any game she could want is just there. And it sounds like heaven to a North American, and to her, she's just like, I just want to go out. I'm so bored. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like my dream to not be pressured and be able to just do that. So it's a very different, that's one person from each side, but it's a thing we see a lot of, that Nicaraguans just, they love to go out. That's how they relax. So that's a big cultural shock. Religion, you don't really see much difference. It's basically a mirror of the U.S. or vice versa. You do see a bit more pomp and circumstance here, partially because of the old architecture, and Catholicism was very big here for a very long time, and so it's got a lot of iconography and architecture and momentum from a cultural perspective. So you'll see a lot of parades, a lot of effigies, a lot of things like that, but they're lightly religious and mostly cultural, and so it's a shock, but it's not like a kind of shock. It's more of a, oh, interesting, they really like parades. Yes, they really like parades, and they march in parades, right? If there's a parade, you walk along with them. It's very casual. In America, if there's a parade, you sit on the side of the road and you watch it, and that's it. So that stuff is pretty different. Healthcare is a huge shock. Our healthcare is amazing. Americans really struggle with understanding how healthcare can be so good. Education, most foreigners don't interact with education, so I think that any shock there is a lot less. There's a lot of challenges with education here, but they would point out there's a lot of challenges with education in the U.S. too. So I don't know how shocking that one is. Maybe that people actually go to schoolrooms at 95 degrees without air conditioning, but that's what I had to do. So that's not that shocking to me. The schools here are much more like what I grew up with than most kids get today. Indigital says, I love Nicaragua. Luke says, recently asked by a local I know if I could assist in buying or repairing musical musical instruments for underprivileged kids, marching band not school affiliated, taking baby steps financially, repair first. Awesome. That's a good project to get involved in. Squeaky cheese, it's string cheese. Kind of. It's not mozzarella and it's not stringy that we have, but it is squeaky. But it says most ingredients can be easily sourced for just about any cuisine. If you can cook, variety is not an issue. Correct. If you can cook, you'll be fine, which is why we have a cook. That's who popped in and said good night to me. She was heading home, but we have a cook, and tonight I'm not eating because I already ate and I'm doing the live stream, but it's as we often do on Thursdays because I need to order quickly. It's pasta alla vodka, which I've been told I have to stop and say pasta alla vodka, because if you don't say vodka, then they hear pasta albahaca, because B's and V's are the same letter here. The albahaca, vodka are very close in how they sound. An albahaca would be a basil pasta, which could just be a pesto and is not at all exotic or weird. So they would just make that. And then we'd be like, oh, I wanted a la vodka, not albahaca. Kang unit. I ended up going to Managua. I love it. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's been a rough day. You have to excuse me. I've been working hard. 7 nights in Nicaragua. You've been here 7 nights, or you're here on the process of 7 nights. Either way, welcome. And Managua is a great city. It's just, you got to set your expectations and be ready for a weird experience as a city goes, but it is a nice city with nice stuff. And, you know, if I had to live there, I'd be happy enough. It's perfectly okay as a place to live. I really like the food scene and the nightlife scene in Managua, and I'm a big city guy, so hopefully in 2 weeks, if all goes well, I will be in anything but a big city, but I'll be in Belize and do some filming for you guys up there, and it's funny how many episodes I have from Belize, considering how little I'm there, but it's like, I mean, I try to do an episode every day I'm there. I'm hoping to get to go to San Pedro, because I've never been. I've been on Key Calker, as those who watch my show know, but not to San Pedro, which is La Isla Bonita, and like the Madonna song, and I want to check it out. Lots of Sargasso right now, so nobody's there, which makes it cheap and easy. Not that we kind of get to go for free. I work for the Port Authority, so it's really nice. Like, what are we doing? I just hop in the boat, heading out there. I love working in Belize because we pull up to the port, and everyone else is like fighting for parking, and it's like it's okay, it's a tiny place, but it's like dealing with this. And then for us, security guards come out and are like, follow us, and you just follow them, and they open the Port Authority parking, and we pull over. We're the only car, and we have private gates, private security and everything. It's like, this is so nice. Like, plenty of parking, do whatever we want. So it's kind of fun. It's such a tiny place, it's hilarious. Like, until you've spent time in Belize, you cannot understand what a small place it is. To have an entire country with a population only barely larger than this city that I live in, which is a really tiny city, it's like a giant village, like, and that population is spread out over 2 main islands and the entire mainland, you know, with multiples, and the capital and the main city aren't even the same place. So, like, you know, we couldn't do that here. It would be like if the capital was Nagarote and Orange Walk was La Paz Centro and Belize City was Leon. You'd be like, this is ridiculous. Why is everything all split up? There's not enough people to do that. But it's very funny. But hopefully going to be there. Hopefully Bolivia sometime, but I don't have any trip planned. But I've got some stuff that could move us in the right direction. And looks like Mexico in February is the current plan, just for a few days. In Digital says Granada has great food. It does. I do like the food in Granada. It's expensive, not crazy, but a bit more expensive than we're used to other places. I don't think it's Managua food though. Never had Granada really rival Managua. Managua is the food place, and Hinotepe, but Granada does do a pretty good job, but there's a ton of variety still lacking there. And honestly, the quality is just, it's pretty good, but Managua really does have it. San Juan del Sur, Western dining, to some degree. A lot of times to get anything in San Juan del Sur, you really got to leave downtown and explore a bit more broadly. Like, it seems like most of the Western dining is more outside of town. When you're right in town, it's an awful lot of Nicaraguan food, or at least it has been. And the places that are more Western have been doing poorly, though. Those are the places we keep seeing fail or go up for sale. Basically the same thing. So it's... Western dining doesn't earn you a lot of income down here. Everybody thinks it's something that's missing, and they think no one else has done it, so they go out and do it. And then after they've done it and lost all their money, They're like, why doesn't anybody come? And people are like, well, since you made the same restaurant that's failed 20 other times, it probably failed for the same reason the other 20 did, and that's that there aren't enough people who actually want this. And they'll be like, other people have done this? I thought of Western dining in Nicaragua. And people will be like, you what? No, a lot of people have tried this. Everybody thought it was a thing that was missing, and they were all wrong. All right, there's no pending questions. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab some caffeine because I am dragon. And ask questions and stuff. Don't go away. I'm going to write this in the chat so that people see it. Oh, we got a good number of people on. Very nice. Oh, you guys are quiet, but lots of people. Oh my gosh. I've got my camera, or no, my studio lights kind of in the... Oh, the dog did not help. Was there a storm? Is there thunder and you're nervous? Poor little baby. Let's go get a vaccine. We're back, people. We're back. Ooh, according to the stats, I can see we lost one and one joined, so we're even state. Good job. Finally, people listening to me when I say don't leave. Oh, I had to say hi to April, who has arrived, but decided she didn't want to pay for a hotel during her layover in Houston, and so sorry for the ASMR soda. We will just little refreshing sounds. Okay. So she decided she wanted to pay for a hotel in Houston. So slept in the hotel, or didn't sleep, just stayed up in the airport all night. So she's now been up for 36 hours and finally got to Leon because she had to fly from Edmonton to Denver to Houston to Managua and then drive to Leon. So it's been a long time. So she's outside, crashed on the couch. New York, U.S. here. Wait. What are you asking in digital? But it says dining in Chinandega is up and coming. It's been up and coming for quite some time. Dragonfly and Entree and several hotels. I don't know what other restaurants, but it's got a scene. Oh, and what's its name? Narda or something. Really, really good steakhouse. Chinandega being a rich town, it's a nice place to go for food. Kevin says, "Hi, Scott. Question in regards to the new law 1240. My lawyer is saying I do not need to register my property even though it is held in a corporation, and I am not Nicaraguan." Let me double check. Everyone always has law numbers and is like, I have this law to look up, and I'm like, what? Okay, so this is from February. It's a new judicial mark for promoting, facilitating, regulating, and to give security of the investment. Can't remember my English. Of foreign capital in Nicaragua. Where's your lawyer from? I believe you do need to register. Certainly I am not the official expert or anything on this. But that, I mean, it's just registering, right? But it's held by a corporation, definitely. No, you easily don't have to. Is the company registered? That's the real thing. If it's a Nicaraguan company, then you're not making an investment. The company's making an investment, and the company is not foreign. So it's all in the wording, right? Of which exact thing are you asking about? Does it have to be disclosed and stuff? Yes, of course it does. Is it something that you have to do separately when the company does it? No, you have to register when you invest in the according to see how fast I can read the law. This is why I should be a lawyer, because I can read these things really fast. For the definition of the law, the definitions are established. Foreign investment made through the transfer of foreign capital to Nicaragua, regardless of the investor's nationality or place of residence. Okay, so this is important, right? So when, Kevin, you're discussing this, okay, first, never research with ChatGPT. I work with OpenAI all day long. There's nothing wrong with them, but you need to be aware GPT has no ability, no possibility of giving you insight. It cannot do the research necessary. It doesn't have access to anything to do research. I'm getting a lot of this these days. Anyone who's lost comes back with, I looked at GPT, Grok, one of these tools. Don't do them. They will say whatever you want to hear. And they will give you answers that they can't have. And the companies are open that this is what they're doing. They're giving fake answers because people like fake answers more than they like correct answers. And so if you want to know something, don't use ChatGPT, because it'll only at best lead you astray, right? It's random advice. That's not helpful, right? I can at least say, here's my opinion. It's not worth very much, but at least I'm reading the law and giving you something. ChatGPT can't do that. And so it's just going, what words seem like they would be good here for a customer to hear. So don't do that type of research with that. And I mean, I've done videos on this. Why, like, research here is hard enough. because you can't do web research on most things. You can't look it up. There's no summaries of things. The National Assembly doesn't give their opinions on laws publicly or anything like that. So regular searches are all but impossible. But something like ChatGPT will take that gap of knowledge, and instead of responding with "there's a gap of knowledge, here's what you need to do," it'll fill in the gap with what it thinks sounds good, right? So that's a really critical bit of information. So it says investment made through the transfer of foreign capital. So when you say your property, you don't register a property. It's the investment you register, not the purchase. You said even though it's held in a corporation, doesn't matter. Corporation's not part of this law. And you said, and I'm not Nicaraguan. Again, doesn't matter. That's not part of the law. So that is important. You're mentioning a bunch of factors that have nothing to do with the law. That doesn't make them wrong to mention. They're not incorrect. They are red herrings. But to get a clearer answer, don't bring those into the equation, because those will be very confusing, right? It's just meaningless information that sounds like it could be related. This is the same thing that catches all the time when I hear people struggling with a lot of these laws, and they're like, "This feels like it's really bad. I don't understand why it's not bad." And it's like, because you're taking the law and then taking some aspect that is not mentioned in the law and glomming onto it and being like, "This is the thing I'm concerned about." And it's like, well, but it's not part of the law, and it's not like the people writing these laws, the National Assembly, aren't aware of things like foreigners or companies, right? They're 100% aware. They're writing the law in a specific way for that purpose. So it is the act of investing with money from abroad. That is it. So where the money is sourced for your property is the single activity that matters. B, a foreign investor is a natural or legal person who establishes foreign investments in the country, right? Doesn't matter. If they are foreign, they're a foreign investor, right? You could be born and raised in Nicaragua, never seen another country, but somehow you got access to a bank account or investor in Canada, and they give you money. You are a foreign investor for the purpose of the law. Strategic investment, foreign investment aligned with the national development objectives and government plans with a positive impact through job creation, increased production, export capacity, transfer, blah, 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 blah. That's not a thing that they're... capital, any type of rights, goods, and assets with economic value under the following modalities: convertible foreign currency, tangible assets, form applicable to imports, intangible, including intellectual property, technology in its various forms, provided that it can be classified as capital, taking into account its real price in international markets, foreign investment contracts. The National Commission of Foreign Investment, hereby created as the competent authority for the application of this law. Don't really care about that part. General provisions. Foreign investments in the country must be registered with the Ministry of Development hereafter. And that's as far as I have translated. But, I mean, without going very far, a foreign investment must be registered. So the question is, none of the things you mentioned, the question is your house a foreign investment? Yes, register. No, don't register. But it says, I was born in Manhattan. Does that count? Kevin says, when I searched ChatGPT, it says all for investments must be registered. Wonder if you have any insights. GPT is correct there, but only because the law is really old and it's not actually a new thing. It's a rewording of an old law. So GPT potentially is grabbing old information from somewhere that has not changed. But if it did change, it wouldn't know. That's the danger, right? Is that it's going to work from, like in many cases, it'll work from 20, 30-year-old things because that's just what's out there. But it'll be like, well, this is what I found, so it's authoritative. Luke says, I lived in Florida long enough that when someone says they are from New York, I ask city or state. Never assume you are bound to insult. Seth Hayes says, greeting from Grenada. Patinka says, squeaky cheese is what's great in classic Quebecois poutine. That's true. But it says, Luke, you got that right. In digital, and as a New Yorker, right, we're very proud of being from New York, not the city. And digital says, could they provide power bandwidth there? Could they provide power bandwidth there? Is that a question for me? D. Gilbert, how we doing this week? It's been a rough morning. I had a really, really tough day at work today. Not like tragedy tough, like stressful, lots of work, way too much to do tough. but getting on top of it all. But definitely a rough week. Our day, really a rough day. The week has not been so bad. How about you guys? D. Gilbert, how's your process of moving coming? You getting any traction? I have so much email to go through. Is it super difficult to find work as an American living abroad if you don't already have a degree or background in fully remote work? I don't know. I think in general the answer's these days it's difficult for an American to find work, period. I think if you're abroad, you have a different set of things, and if you have the right mindset, I don't think it's too bad. The biggest things are that, so first of all, there's no such thing as a background in fully remote work. There's already having a fully remote job. That makes life easy. But if it's like, well, I've worked fully remote before, I don't think that affects people more than 0.1%, right? It's some tiny, like somebody somewhere got a job because they had showed that they could work productively that way for a long period of time and someone else didn't, maybe. Never heard of that. These days, what we hear from people abroad is that it's very hard to find work. But then when you talk to people in the US, they're like, I can't find work either. So then you have to say, wait a minute, it has nothing to do with being remote. It's that everybody's struggling. The advantage to being remote is that you don't need as much, right? The United States is the highest cost of living large market in the world. So if you want to live there, you have to earn a lot more while being willing and capable of living well when earning a lot less gives you a different pool of potential places to work. So it comes down to what you're willing to do, what you're capable of doing, what skill set you have, how flexible you are, and so forth. So a lot of the people who move abroad, I think having always, right, math shows having a degree is bad for your career. Degrees do not make life better. That is one of those myths that they prey on high school students who don't do the research. The Department of Labor produces the numbers to make sure that anyone who's doing their research has the info that degrees don't help at all. They're not even close. They're incredibly damaging for the average person from a career perspective, right? They cost a lot of money that you'll never make up on average. So I think moving abroad, they even help less, right? Because companies that want to hire in person, if you're hiring someone to sit in a seat and you got to justify why they're sitting in a seat when you aren't using their work as the guide, they need something to kind of pass and make an excuse to managers. So degrees are that excuse. Well, why is this guy any good? Well, he's got a degree, so his butt's in a seat, so that's working, and he has a degree, so we know he's valuable, right? And so if that's the kind of job you're looking for, where you're just headcount and don't actually have value, then degrees are perfect for that, and being in person is perfect for that. If you are talking to companies who are like, we just need someone to get the job done, and they're real businesses and they're worried about their bottom line, and the purpose of hiring an employee is to get work done, well, then one, they don't care where you sit. And the nature of wanting to get work done means they don't care if you have a degree. They care if you can do the job, right? It's technically illegal to hire someone because they have a degree, because there's nothing in a degree that reflects even the hint that you might be able to do a job better than someone without it. In fact, there's strong indications that it implies the opposite. But no one's ever getting prosecuted for that. If my employees did that, I would pull fiduciary law on them, because I think it's a horrible form of discrimination, and I think it's a crime. It's a form of theft from the business. But in general, companies are very political, and they don't want to do that, right? Because they know their boss got their job because of a degree, and they don't want to rock that boat and expose other people. They're really DEI hires, in a different sense, but very much so. And so when you're looking at companies that are looking for real workers, when they're looking for results, two things are universal. When you're looking for results, you can't care about a degree because it doesn't indicate that, and you can't care if they sit in your office because it can't matter, right? There are rare exceptions, like it's a job that requires a license that requires a degree. Okay, that's the problem with the jurisdiction you're in. Or if it is a job where you just have to do something, well, we have to sit with these other members of the team and they have to pass things physically. Okay, there are times where there's exceptions, but beyond that, right, those things, just naturally sitting in an office makes people less efficient. Spending time on a degree has made them less efficient on a grander scale. And so those are things to overcome, not things to hire because of. So I think you'll find for people who are already in an alternative space, they're already trying to find their value, they're already trying to compete for value-based jobs, that being remote and not having a degree, just go complementary. If you're going to be if someone doesn't care that you're sitting in a seat, then they're not going to care. If they care that you're in a seat, they will care if you have a degree. If they just care about getting the work done, they will consistently just care about getting the work done. So I really don't feel like people who are remote actually have that much harder of a time when approaching things in a logical way. What happens to a lot of people is that they spent their whole lives not doing that. They spent their whole lives approaching things from well, I got a degree, I'm a butt in a seat, this is how I work, this is what I do. And when moving abroad for the first time in their lives, they have to start thinking like the other group of people, right? How do I get a job where I'm showing value without physically spending time there? And they have to rethink what a job is. They have to rethink what going to work is, the purpose, how they're going to produce value for their employer. It's not that they can't, it's just that they've never had to do it before. They've always been able to justify through their existence, right? I've had tons of jobs where, like, what was my value? Well, I had some qualification that they needed and they claimed that they needed. They certainly didn't. And then I sat there, right? I've worked at jobs where 90% of the office could not be there, and we would only get more efficient as they left. The fewer that were there, the more we got done, because every person who showed up to work was in the way, right? Do those people matter? No, none of it matters. Does the employer care? No. The only thing they cared about is that they're there, because by sitting there, by physically being there, it makes their boss think that they're, justifying their paycheck. So it's politics. It's what we say, profits versus politics. So once you're in that mindset, I think that you're able to get jobs more or less as easily either way. Because if you got to be in person, right? If you're in New York City, yeah, you probably have an advantage. If you're in, really good giant markets that hire in big numbers, but most of us are not, right? I mean, a lot of people are from New York City, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, but tons of people are from farmland or suburbia or villages where there aren't very many jobs, and your locality actually works against you. I grew up in Western New York in the middle of nowhere. The fact that I was local never helped me, because there's always people more local than me by a lot. There was tons of people working any given job who were minutes away, who could walk or bicycle to the job. I always had to drive forever, right? And so that was a huge disadvantage at any job. Any employer knew that I was less likely to make it in during a snowstorm. They all knew that, if they're paying someone for an 8-hour day, the person who only had to work 8 hours was going to be better than the person who had to work for 10 hours for the same pay. Plus, I had to pay for commuting, right? So whatever, no matter how you looked at it, I was at a disadvantage, real disadvantage, not a perceived like they're discriminating against me. I actually was less suited on that one basis for those jobs than the people who were closer, because they needed less stress, less hand-holding, less cost, whatever, to show up and do the job. And so that locality, that being local thing, rarely actually helps you. That's the layers of myth with that is so extreme. So the things that you tend to really need to do is think outside the box in terms of, what I did. Now, I did this 26 years ago, but start your own company and then have a company that's local in the U.S. or wherever you're from, right? And then have that company be local, right? Well, we only want to work with local companies. Well, great, we are, right? The fact that your company then outsources your position to Nicaragua is none of their business, right? Because that's internal to your company. Now, as far as the IRS is concerned, that's the interest of the government, but it's not the interest of your customers. And so a lot of people who work abroad do that because it provides, and many people who work domestically do that as well. There's a lot of reasons to do that. You get a lot more control over a lot more aspects of your life if you do that. And so it's a popular approach, but with people who are abroad, it can be a very powerful tool to make it that a lot of the concerns that people have end up going away, right? Because and this is weird, right? But when you hire a person, most employers completely forget, and I mean this, they actually forget that the purpose of having an employee is to get work done. And they think that the purpose of having an employee is to have someone sitting around the office. That sounds absurd, but that is legit what happens. But when you hire a consulting firm or an outsourcing firm, outsourcing does not mean offshore. Like you're offshore in Nicaragua, but you're outsourced to just around the corner, or just another company. When they outsource, they think of the suppliers as being value. Well, they have to produce value, and we pay them to get some job done, right? We need, I don't know, 100 Excel files modified every week in some weird way. Okay, so we give them 100 Excel files, and we expect to get them back. How they do it in between, not our business, right? We have a job to do. We just want it to get done. That's how you should be treating employees, because then they can do better and show more value, or do worse, and you can say you're not living up to expectation. That's what you would do with an outside supplier. Why don't you do that with employees? You only don't do it with employees when you don't think of them as being a contributor to the business, and then why did you hire them? So by moving yourself into that position, suddenly the average company that hires you is thinking of you in terms of, can you do the job, rather than do you look pretty sitting around the office? And I don't mean that in a pretty way. I mean, they just like the look of an office full of people. It's pretty to have a full office. And tons of companies feel that way, right? Marco is here. Greetings from Ometepe. Cal Hewitt says, hey, Scott, so we finally made our concrete plans to move to Nicaragua in August. Congratulations. That's okay, so a ways out. We plan to be in Granada or Popoyo to start with, two very different places. The goal is to find a short-term rental house looking for a lease of 6 to 9 months, because we're still at working age and need to be between Nicaragua and Canada still. Oh, I'm sorry. How realistic is it to find a rental house on those terms? 6+ months is okay. That's the minimum that you will get for real rentals. 12 months, obviously better, but 6 is doable. Am I mainly going to be renting from gringos with that lease duration? No, you definitely can get Nicaraguans, or there'll be locals that, yeah, for sure, locals will do it. And that's your big thing. Almost all your renters are Nicaraguans as it is, just across the board. So it's their rules about the 6-month thing. Most of them will say 12, and if you're like, I'll pay a little bit extra and do 6, they're like, okay, a little bit of extra goes a long way, and 6 is still a long time. And if you come in with 9, then you're generally in really good shape. Look, I'm not here for a year, but I'm here for most of a year. Do you want all this money, or do you not want all this money? Right? That starts to be like, it starts to be big dollar signs, big Cordoba signs in their eyes. Is InDrive a great way to save on transportation costs in Nicaragua compared to taxis? It's not going to save you much versus taxis. That's not really the point. It'll save you a little bit. Plus, we have to mention that a lot of people are switching to Ray rather than InDrive. I've been promoting InDrive, not like commercially, just it's what I use. But I'm hearing that Ray is better. I've not needed to use it since I got that information, but I've got it on my phone, and I will check it out and report to you guys when I can. But that's kind of where we are at the moment. The real reason you use InDrive or Ray is safety and predictability. Anything else is taxis are just dangerous, right? A taxi without an app is a dangerous thing. You don't know, they might overcharge you when you get there at the end. You may, like, there's all kinds of things that you just eliminate. When you have InDrive, you can show the thing. When you have Ray, you pay with the credit card on the app, which is even better. Haggling and dealing with taxis, in theory, you can maybe get a little bit cheaper, but most of the time you'll overpay, and there's just so much to go wrong that you'll probably on average pay less, not because the individual price is less, but because you won't be getting ripped off or whatever. Marco says, in my opinion, getting a motorcycle is the cheapest way to get around. A moto will be around $1,000. Now, when it comes to buying one in your name, I'm not sure what the law permits. You can do it, even as a tourist. You can buy a motorcycle. It can be a pain, like it's weird, but get a lawyer, they can do it for you. Marco says, I bought a new Chinese 150cc Serpento and put it in my partner's name for about $1,000. Does what it's supposed to. We've saved a ton of money by not using taxis, which tend to charge you more as a foreigner. Indigenous says, well done, haggle. Gotta grab information for somebody. Do. Oh, dun 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 dun. My office wants to do a conference call. Like, I can put you on my show. Where's the share link? So Ray is a new and cheaper version of InDrive. I don't know if it's cheaper, but it uses credit cards, which is a really big deal. It's much more like Uber, and it's local. Whereas InDrive, I don't know where they come from, but not here. And Ray is Nicaraguan, so we like to support the Nica businesses when we can. Also check always between InDrive and Ray app to find the cheapest taxi. Sometimes one is cheaper than the other, at least based on my Managua experience. Good to know. D. Gilbert, as long as my phone SIM is unblocked. So SIMs are not blocked or unblocked. Phones can be locked. SIMs are not the thing. Just that terminology is what makes people confused, right? So I want to be clear. It is whether your phone can accept other SIMs. Can't lock a SIM. Unlocked from getting an eSIM from Tigo or Claro. It's just as easy as walking into the store, physically buying one, and I should be good to go from there. So an eSIM, you don't really physically buy, right? I mean, you give them money. I guess that's physical, but it's a digital thing. Osvaldo's here. Hey, Ozzy. So if you're getting a SIM from Tigo or Claro, it's a physical purchase. If it's an eSIM, then there's a purchase, but it's a digital purchase. But they will physically set it up for you if you want. Cal Hewitt says, I know that your business has some Nicaraguan employees. They're mainly doing development IT support, right? Mainly. No, I don't think mainly is correct. Some, yes. We do a lot of things. No, that can't be the main. But a little bit. Here, we do tons of that other places. My business is providing outsourced back office support to tradespeople like plumbers. Very cool. We do things like answering calls, coordinating service calls. These typically go to the Philippines BPO companies, but I'd like some LATAM people too because of the time zone Spanish language. Yes, we're full BPO in addition to other things. And definitely way better here. We're also a telephone company, so if you're doing that stuff, we don't just provide the people. We're the technology behind the scenes of doing that stuff. So other BPO companies come to us for some of that stuff, sometimes both for the infrastructure or people. Would you recommend Nika is a good place for that talent, or should I be looking at Mexico? You absolutely should not be looking at Nicaragua. I mean, for sure, bring jobs to Nicaragua, but you need to bring jobs to Nicaragua that Nicaragua can do. So if you're looking for Spanish speakers, Nicaragua will be great. If you're looking for bilingual speakers, they're all employed already. So your only way to get them is to poach them from other call centers. It's an absolutely saturated market. Maybe if you went to Bluefields or something and set up some little place in some really far off place. Oh, my dad's leaving already. Night, Dad. Love you. If you're going to some really remote place where no one's going to move to one of the big cities for it, or if you want to pay way above market, but Nicaragua's already much higher market, right? So I would say that the average call center person here must be 50 to 70% higher than Mexico. And Mexico is obviously an expensive market for the region, but Mexico has, for all intents and purposes, an unlimited number of extremely good English speakers, and Nicaragua has an extremely tiny pool of mostly struggling English speakers. So Nicaragua is popular because of the working laws and the structures and the business friendliness. So it's very, very good from a business perspective, but it doesn't have the talent pool necessary for that type of job anymore because it's specifically saturated in that. And the big call centers in Managua draw from the entire country. So everyone with that skill set from all over the country has moved to Managua for the most part, and has people there. So it's a really tough place to be competing in that. You don't want to set up a call center with 3 people, whatever. It's going to be you in an office. You got 3 people. They're all like, you get to know them. It's a very personal thing. It's very different. But are you creating a big business opportunity? Not really. Again, if you're in like Bluefields or something completely weird, there'll be exceptions. But even like there's a reason why we're not struggling or fighting to put in a big call center here in Leon, for example, right? If we did that, where would we get the English speakers, right? It would only be people who could already work at the other call centers. Same thing with IT and development. There are extremely few training programs for those things in the country. So getting people who have experience and interest, exposure, training can happen, right? But mostly you're going to find people like Diego, who's often on the show at night, who's clearly self-driven and teaching himself a lot of things. Maybe he went to school, maybe he learned some things and gave him a start, maybe not, right? He could have picked up books or gone on YouTube when he was younger, learned all those things on his own. So you always find these, it's like I used to live in a village in Romania where not a single person spoke English, but one 13-year-old girl had flawless English. How did... just found out we have a We have a financial crisis at work because we accidentally sent ourselves the money. Could be worse. At least it didn't go to someone else. But wrong bank accounts, so the money's all in the wrong place. So hiring IT, hiring engineers, developers here can be done, but you're fighting an uphill battle. People don't want to specifically work for an American employer. That's not a premium. They'll do it, but it's not like, oh, finally an American employer. It's not like that. It's, okay, I guess I need a job, so an American employer, they'll put up with it being an American employer. American employers don't play nice here on average, right? They have a terrible reputation. They're much harder to prosecute in case of illegality. So that's not going to be, it's not going to be a big problem, but it's not going to be a selling point to employees. Those are just specifically English, IT, and development are skills that are lean in this market. I have one developer here in country, lives around the corner. He wants to live in a barrio next to me. It worked out, right? We got lucky that we found a guy to do that, and he just happens to be here. He works for, his manager is on the call, on the live stream, right? And he's an outlier that there's this one guy in Nicaragua working for a Bolivian team. So like that's the kind of stuff that ends up happening for the most part. We don't have like central resources for those things. Now, other skills, right? You want veterinarians, doctors, accountants, pretty much any skill set except the ones I mentioned. You're probably in really good shape in Nicaragua because no one's gobbling those up. They're all fighting for jobs like everyone else. But the ones we mentioned are already saturated. So it's not that the job market is saturated, it's that those specific skills. And the problem is that you could be like, oh, well, that works out. I want an English-speaking accountant, so I don't mind paying a premium. Well, sure, but you could get an English-speaking accountant in Mexico for just a tiny bit above the normal, for basically the cost of an accountant. But here, an accountant makes a fraction of what an English speaker does. So no matter what skill set you're looking for, if they speak English, you're stuck paying the English premium. And so you'll be like, oh, an accountant should be X, but an English speaker is 20% more than that. And so you'll just be like, oh, I have to pay for this one skill because I want these others. And it ends up being not sensible in a lot of cases. Once they get more English speakers on the market, which I don't know what their plan is to do that, but once they do that, that'll shift quickly. But that's the bottleneck. As long as you need that English skill or those tech skills, the demand is just there. Would you recommend? Okay. So yeah, Mexico's really good. They have a huge pool. Colombia is really good. They have a huge pool. Those are the places that people typically go in this region. We work throughout the region. We've been in Mexico for forever, Panama for forever, Nicaragua 10 years, Guatemala 5 years, Belize 4 years. We have contacts in Honduras and Salvador a little bit, but we don't use either of them. We don't use Costa Rica. They make no sense. They have a lot of skilled people, but the costs are just nonsensical. We work in Bolivia. We have worked in Peru, and we work in Argentina currently. And then we're also in Europe. We're in Portugal, which was not strategic. It just kind of happened. But those are the places that we have. Currently that we work, and it's all a balance. Like, which people do you get in which places? Where do people want to live? Where do the move people for sure? If you flexibility. How do you combat the mosquitoes? I really don't have that many. It's weird. Everyone has been mentioning them to me recently. Like suddenly there's mosquitoes, because normally we really don't have many mosquitoes. We've had some this week for some reason, or the last couple weeks. My kids have mentioned it. They're really bothering them. Even so, they're not bothering me at all. Like, I don't know. I literally do nothing. for mosquitoes. Marco says, you have these spirals of light and they slowly burn. The scented candles works well. Also, the locals usually just blast a fan towards the bed, keep them away while sleeping. Yeah. My one daughter does nothing. She just doesn't care. The other one has a net, but she doesn't, like a mosquito net. Lots of people sleep in those. She has it in a room. It's not hung by anything. It's just, it's like spring loaded. Sits on top of the bed. She lines the outside of it with stuffed animals. She's old. Like, she just likes that. Sometimes a cat or a dog gets in there with her. She has all of her blankets inside of it. And she's quite small. And so it's like sleeping in a tent. It's like this camping thing. But if you turn the lights on, like, it's a mosquito net. But it's kind of funny. So that's what she does, but most of us do nothing. Like, you can be outside all day. I'm not worried about the mosquitoes at all. Not right. This isn't the United States, right? There isn't this mosquito pandemic everywhere you go. When I lived in New York, mosquitoes everywhere. Texas, mosquitoes everywhere. I am used to so many mosquitoes. So glad to be here where it's not a thing. So for many of us, to just move to Nicaragua, that's how you combat them. The mosquitoes. Marcus Cal says, oh, okay, got it. I don't want to be trying to poach people from call centers. Seems like a seller's market. It is in that really limited space, yeah. Yeah, when we were there in Leon, I thought to myself it might be a good place for a call center because of all the university students and graduates. That would be true if they were speaking English. They don't have programs to really teach English. You just don't have that many, right? And people aren't generally looking to live in Leon. So everyone's moving to Managua for work, pretty much. Like, so as soon as they're out of school, they're generally heading away. So once in a while, you could get someone from there, but on average, it doesn't do what you think it's going to do. And if you are learning English at university, it's probably too late for you to be fluent, right? Like, there's a reason I'm not fluent in Spanish. I learned it too late, right? If I had learned when I was 10, I'd probably be pretty good. Right, but I didn't, and even though I work on it every day and live, and like, I did multiple calls today in Spanish, and yeah, I'm finally at a point where I'm doing technical calls in Spanish, and people don't need to translate to English for me, but it's still a struggle. Now, partially that's a struggle because a lot of it's from Argentina, and if you've never spoken to an Argentinian, good luck. Yeah, if the universities were turning out English, like, quality English speakers, if a university could do that, I'm not blaming the universities. How it's too late in the lives. Yeah, we'd be in great shape. But they could change that now, right? You could say, okay, all the universities are going to teach English, and in 4 years we're going to have this huge crop of English speakers, and we're just going to dominate the outsourcing world. We're such a small country, we could do that, and it would completely change the economy, just like that. I can't snap, but you can imagine the sound. And that I actually can't snap. And but they don't do that because you can't, right? You have to start with 3-year-olds and train them in English from the time that they're very, very young, and you have to have English speakers to do that training. Both things are missing broadly. Joe Hudson's here. Hey Scott, it's Joe again. My son just got for a church mission. Does that mean just got back for 2 years? And he can't stop talking about his experiences. Can't wait to come down and get a glimpse. That's awesome. Where do you know where he? You must know he's here for 2 years. Where was he doing his mission? Luke says we have a Nica local from Jinotega up in the mountains, working in Matagalpa, which is not very far away, with English skills. Has worked in the call centers. Who is looking for a virtual assistant opportunity. Larry says, could anyone be watching Cubs advance and Yankees Boston game? I can't choose them or NFL over Scott's blog. Well, thank you. I'm glad I get chosen over a plethora of games. Larry, you need to put like multiple TVs and have them on silent so you can have mine with sound and then have the others going on. They'll be like a Nika bar. You can turn the sound on all of them and just have mayhem. Vince says, hi, Scott. Hey, Vince, how's it going? But it says, burn coffee grounds keeps them away and smells good. Oh, interesting. I've never burned coffee grounds. You just put it on. What do you do? Buddhist Argentina. What do you mean, Che? Janet says, I can half snap. It sounds like something at least. Well, there's a sound, right? Like, but you see how close I am to the mic. Like, and as it is, my fingers now hurt. Like, it hurts my fingers to do that. Time to do more chores. Keep it up, Scott. Thanks for all the amazing advice. Well, thanks, Marco. Enjoy your evening. He was in Leon, Matagalpa, Esteli, Puerto Cabezas, Managua, El Viejo, his favorite city. He lived in his Leon. Of course, obviously Leon's the best. Jan says, maybe snapping your fingers is like learning a language. I did start young. This is not like as an adult someone taught me about it. Hey, you know, Scott, if you do this, it'll like, no. Either you started when you were young, practiced until you got really good or kept at it, or you didn't, and I didn't. I definitely did not. Oh, someone just sent me a note about English. Where did it go? Oh. Someone mentioned that they had offered, because there's lots of us native English speakers in town, right? There's a lot of us. Not so many that you'd be like, ooh, if we wanted to open up like a huge center for English, we could do it. No, but, you know, there's these gaps, right? Everybody knows people who wish they had someone to teach them English, and there's a lot of available resources, right? And there's a lot of places where, in theory, we'd be happy to step in and help. And someone just posted that 3 different times he offered to help teach English at the university, and the university stuck to, as they do, using locals who don't really speak English to teach the classes. And that's one of the problems we have. Even in the high school level, right? Or I guess middle school is more where it was. You know, one of my really good friends, she was an English teacher, and she speaks pretty good English. And she's married to an Australian. She's living in Australia. And but when she lived here, she was an English teacher. And so she had pretty strong English. Not native English by any stretch, but her English is quite good to a point where you'd be happy using her at a call center, for example. She'd be good for that. And 2, she has access to English speakers. So she would be, but she was young, so she would be at school and teaching, and then other people who don't speak English would tell her what she had to teach. And she'd say, well, that's wrong, that's not English. And they'd be like, it's right, I'm telling you it's right. I have seniority, I'm telling you what the language is. And she would call me and put me on speakerphone and be like, they're trying to say this. And I'm like, yeah, that's not English. They don't know how to speak English. And they're like, we don't care. Seniority above capability. And so and the same thing happens in the US, of course. It's not unique to here. But because English is an unverifiable thing, and I mean, the Spanish I was taught in high school was completely wrong too. Same thing. The teacher had loads of seniority and is like, I speak fluent Spanish. I was in Nicaragua for, a month before I'm like, oh my gosh, my high school Spanish teacher, like, I can remember how much she doesn't speak Spanish, right? She was a very nice lady, but, she lived in a world where she had no access to Spain, Mexico, Spanish, anything, right? You couldn't hear it, couldn't practice it. And she was basically learning from books, and probably did an amazing job of learning it from books. And she was multilingual, and spoke a lot of languages fluently, just not Spanish. And had convinced herself, I think, that she was an excellent Spanish speaker, when in reality, I in no way am fluent or possible to not in your wildest dreams could someone mistake me for a native speaker. But I'm worlds ahead of where she was, and she claimed to be fluent and actually would get mistaken as a native speaker. No. She wasn't even aware of the language markers that she was repeating that were clearly incorrect, like basic conversational Spanish she had wrong. So the same thing happens here, is that it's all politics. So the schools are not turning out English speakers. Anyone who wants to learn English is doing so on their own, or private schools or whatever. So it's very difficult. A lot of people don't have the time or the access to get to those teachers. And so, and the one teacher I knew who was trying to teach real English, one, they beat her down and just made it that she basically couldn't do a good job teaching. She wasn't allowed to. And 2, she didn't just keep doing a half-assed job. She just gave up and stopped teaching. she found it frustrating and is like, I can go actually use my English somewhere and make more money. So that's what she does, right? So like, they lost even the resources that they have. So even maintaining Nicaraguan English-speaking resources to teach English is not being prioritized. Now, if someone high up understood what was going on, came down and spent time and looked at these things and said, oh my gosh, think of the economic opportunities being lost on the country because of this, I bet they would do something. But there's a million things to do, and this is such an isolated thing that, and resources do exist. People can go take private classes. They can go watch YouTube. They can watch Netflix and practice, and get past it. So there are resources. It's just, are people bothering to use them? Plus, does the country really want everybody learning English and having that as an alternative language to speak? Well, not really. They do economically want people to have more jobs, but they also don't want to erode the culture by making Spanish perceived as a secondary language. They do have to balance that. I don't want the country to have English as the primary language either, but I do wish people had more jobs. So I totally get the dichotomy of the decision. Chan says, I tried a couple times when I was young and never did it again. Leo is here. Sorry I came in late. Hey, Leo, how's it going? Cal says, in a previous life, I taught English in South Korea. I saw pros and cons. Pro, English for proficient kids, intelligent and productive. Cons, kid had no life, studying 14 hours a day. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. And Korea, like, everyone reports the quality of life is just terrible, especially for kids. Cal says, and then I saw kids just playing outside and just being kids in Nicaragua. Yep. In Mexico, they don't make them go to school that much, but they do half the day in English. So every Mexican that I work with speaks English as well as any American, right? We're regularly hired by American firms with all American staff in Middle America to have Mexicans do recordings and stuff for them because they can't reasonably find Americans with clear accents, and they can easily find Mexicans and Venezuelans with clear accents. So that's what they do. And so we've, for a decade, had Mexican and Venezuelan resources doing audio recordings for American firms because they just speak better English. Brian says, greetings from the North Pole. Well, not quite, but half an hour north of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Wow, in Kanakistan. Cal says, not sure what's best, but there's definitely pros and cons. Honestly, I don't know if there's any pros to the South Korean method. Korea is a sad place, is how it's presented. I've not spent time there, so, but, like, people are reporting mass depression, and its productivity has fallen off the map. So things that we've learned from Korea, whatever they're doing, whatever it is, we don't know, but they've created a depressed society that is not having kids and is not productive, right? Spain, the country of siestas and taking it easy, has outperformed South Korea on a per capita basis, working half as many hours. They don't do those school things, right? Their kids are kids, right? I lived in Spain. My kids went out and just played in the streets with Spanish kids in the middle of the afternoon. Life is great as a kid in much of Southern Europe. And same thing in Romania. They don't even send kids to school till they're 7 because they want them to have time at home running around and just playing, and it's not productive learning in school settings until you're older, they found. Finland does the same thing with the world's top education system. They want people to be generally productive, not busy productive, right? Not wasting time, not spinning wheels. Productive. And so South Korea is an economy that is not shining, with a culture that's not shining, but not in a treating outsiders badly, just in a not making their own people happy and wanting to have children enjoy the life that they had. Whereas Spain, Nicaragua, these are places where, sure, people complain like anywhere, but the adults are like, life is good. We have hope. We have a future. It's worth being alive. It's a wonderful experience. Even if it's sometimes a struggle, it's a struggle worth doing. I should have kids so they can enjoy this life and carry on. And I want to propagate that. And Spain does the same thing. And Brazil does the same thing. And Colombia does the same thing. And Mexico does the same thing, right? These are good signs that society is generally happy and has hope in places like much of Europe and Korea and Japan and the United States are not doing those things. They're not providing that hope for the future, that happy, that everything's working out and doing well perspective. And so you see those shrinking populations. It's not the only reason you have a shrinking population, but it is a key indicator. So those are big things to look at. Brian MP is here. We've been watching you for months but haven't chimed in. Well, I'm glad that you are here. We actually had my new roommate. She's staying here indefinitely. Just flew in from Edmonton a couple hours ago. She's outside napping on the couch. Cal says, if Nicaragua started teaching English or Chinese when the kids are young, then they may have some positive impact long term. That's the thing they need to do, right? You can't realistically be successful in English or anything unless you start teaching it young, and you have to want it to happen. So there has to be this change where there's a priority to actually do it. First step. Second step is you have to have the resources to do it. Partially, I think that the reason that they've given up to the degree that they have is because they don't have the resources. So until they can produce English teachers, they can't put in a big effort of trying to do something else. Where are they going to get the English teachers? They're not magic, right? So right now they're depending on kids to teach themselves, just like they do with IT, just like they do with development. They're depending on people to be self-drivers, which on an individual level works perfectly, right? You're going to get your best English speakers, your best programmers, your best IT pros, because they taught themselves. But if you want to move a society, you want to move an economy, the number of people who are going to be motivated and do that isn't as many by far as the number that you need. That's why universities are popular, right? Because they're not useful for training the motivated, but they are very useful for training the easily cajoled, right? And so that's this big category of society where they need to get those skills out there through those mechanisms. Leo says, enjoy your Monday offering, disabused of marketplace or realtors. What then? Walk down the street, knock on doors. Is this for rent? Doesn't seem like a viable or wise course. What tools are left? That is absolutely the wise course. Yeah, I know that it doesn't feel like. Please elucidate. So you have to understand that there are a few tools, right? Facebook Marketplace or whatever, but there are the tools that there are. And I think a mistake that North Americans or anyone moving to another country have is, but we especially see this here, is this feeling that I'm going to move to this new place and I expect all the things that I want to do to be easy. And there's no promise of that being easy, right? Like that's not really a thing. Now, I realize you're just talking about renting and not buying, so it's a little bit like it needs to be kind of easy. Well, the problem is that so one, there are a few things out there, but it's not a lot. The market is incredibly tight, and so there aren't very many people actually looking to rent. They're actually few and far between in most of the markets, and so there's no financial incentive to come up with another system. If you've got a place to rent, it's going to rent out eventually. But you can't like advertise and do much better, right? Because it's a tiny market. And so the only way that Nicaraguans do it is by knowing the neighborhood, walking down the street, seeing what's available, word of mouth. That's how Nicaraguans do it 95% of the time. That's what they do. Once in a while, you have people who are a little bit more higher income, and they're looking for something outside of their current market. But mostly, it's still word of mouth. They just have more access to resources to get more word of mouth. But we just did this for Norman this past week, and it's a bit of you still have to use Facebook Market. I think Facebook Marketplace is how we found all the places that we ended up going to see. Combined with some word of mouth and knowing some people. And there is often, and Janet was with us, but it's the first one we went to look at, completely word of mouth, just we knew the guy. Second one we looked at, Facebook Marketplace. Third one, knew a guy. Fourth one, Facebook Marketplace, but it turned out to be from some guy we knew, who then led us to a couple other places. Right. But if you're new to town, right? That's where you fall into there's only a handful of you, and the people, like, if you're there's just no market for some business to solve this problem. There's no money in solving this problem. And so you will get your best results, absolutely, by accepting that this is the Nicaragua way. You're an outlier. It's going to be harder for you, but it's doable. We all do it, right? Talk to people we know, walk around, look at places. You don't really knock. If it's for rent, they'll have a sign out, right? But even Nicaraguans, when they want to rent a place, they send me messages. Hey, do you know of any place for rent? People who live in places I would never be looking at, right? People who are just renting a room. They'll be like, well, you know where things are, you know. I'm like, I only know so many rentals. But in a city of this size, locals come to me as much as anyone else. And I certainly don't know, right? So everyone has this challenge. It's a hard thing for everybody. And it just is. Brian says, however, we're coming to Nicaragua for 2 weeks in November. Awesome. Have questions about travel in the country, especially car rentals and alternatives. My wife has been to Mexico many times and Guatemala. I've driven to Mexico from Canada many times, including once from Vancouver to Cabo via Cape Breton. Via Cape Breton Island, Cape Cod, and Key West. Did you do a lot of cocaine, Brian, and just end up in those places? Were you lost completely? Like, what? Oh my gosh. I have driven Cape Breton Island. I have not driven Cape Cod, but I've driven past Cape Cod, and I've definitely driven Key West. Not in a single trip. I honeymooned on Cape Breton. So my wife and I drove it in a collectible convertible, the 35th anniversary 6-speed Camaro convertible with only 900 miles on the odometer when we took it out, and drove all over Cape Breton Island. It was fantastic. MLW disclosure, Brian, don't rent at the airport, don't drive at night, my 2 cents. Generally, you're here for 2 weeks, why drive? That's my first thing. Nicaragua's a pain in the butt for a lot of things. Everything, like, rentals are expensive. Driving is a little bit frustrating at times. If you're here for a long time, it's all fine. But if you're here for a short time, hire a driver. Like, once you're paying for rentals, the driver is almost free. There's times that rentals work out better, but it really comes down to what you want to do. I'm going to jump around a little bit to try to do this. My wife has a foot injury, and we'd like to travel down to San Juan del Sur for 2 nights max, but mostly head inland from Managua and Leon to see the cooler places like Jinotega. Is there an issue with car rentals, or is it just the crazy Latin drivers? I've also lived in Mexico City for a while and driven to Monterey twice from Canada. The biggest thing, really, is that rentals here in general are the ratios are all off, right? Cars compared to the cost of everything else are very expensive. So your rentals are much more than you would imagine. They're basically US prices, sometimes more. And your chances of being in an accident are extremely high, which is not pleasant. Not a bad accident, not like you're going to die, that's incredibly rare, but that you're going to be an offender bender, get scratched up, or something very high. Those aren't things you want to deal with on a 2-week vacation, right? There's just a lot. Like, parking is hard. Honestly, traffic isn't bad at all, right? It's an easy country to drive in from a driver perspective. You'll be used to this in Mexico, but we've got oxen, cows, horses, dogs, cats, drunks, children, women who think having their toddlers run over is funny, all jumping in front of your car. Right, you'll be going down the highway in the middle of the night, and people will be sleeping with their head in the lane. Right, most of the vehicles don't have lights. That's probably not true. Most have lights, but there are plenty without lights, even on the highway. Horse-drawn carts in the middle of the night, no reflectors. Nothing has a reflector. Very few streetlights. It is hectic, but not from a driver perspective. The driving is actually quite tame and very slow. So it's, can you do it? Absolutely. Can you rent a car? Absolutely. Is it worth it for a 2-week vacation? I would think no. If it was me, in most cases, I'd be like, it's just not worth it. When, for example, you want to go down to San Juan del Sur. Do you want to drive around San Juan del Sur when you're there, or do you want to see San Juan del Sur? Just either take a shuttle or have a driver take you down, and then have a driver come get you when you're done, or take the shuttle when you're done. I actually like taking the shuttles. I think it's a little bit better of an experience, but there's advantages to having a driver. Hey, that cafe looks nice. Pull over. I want to go there. You can't do that on a shuttle, obviously. So there's a lot of things that Um, there's reasons to have a car, but I think overall, you'd be like, oh, nah, it's definitely not going to be worth it as much as you think. It may be worth it for you, but I think you'll be surprised by at least how close it is to not being worth it. But yeah, definitely don't rent at the airport. Most of the hotels you can rent, Intercontinental, Hilton. There's a lot of different places you can do. I drive here. It's no big deal, right? But I also have Nicaraguan insurance. I have a Nicaraguan lawyer. I have a Nicaraguan cedula. It makes life really easy. You know, I'm in fender benders all the time and have to deal with insurance, right? It's a huge pain in the butt. Foot injury. Vince says, people from Bluefield speak Caribbean English and work on a lot of cruise ships. Not good for call centers in most cases. Same reason we don't use people from Belize in call centers. Just not not as useful as you'd think. MLW says, airport fees and poor lighting on the well-paved roads. Google Maps is no bueno for the most part. If you've never been to Nicaragua, driving at night is very tricky. D. Gilbert says, what kind of volunteer opportunities are there in Nicaragua? I'm planning to move there when I retire, but I'm only 25, and I feel like I would lose purpose if I'm not doing something productive. I wouldn't volunteer, right? I mean, that sounds great. It always sounds good to volunteer, right? But and if you can volunteer and teach English somewhere, start an English school, teach English. That would be amazing. But in general, I think volunteering is just mostly a poor way to go for expats. Maybe this is just my gut feeling, but it is. Everyone thinks that volunteering is going to be this great thing, and the reality is mostly you're either slave labor for a business. You know, not for long, probably. You do it for a week and go, why am I working for free for you? This is dumb. And if it's something that needs to be done, someone will pay a Nicaraguan, very little, but will pay a Nicaraguan to do it. So there's a job to be had. It's just really rare that being a volunteer is a good thing to do. Helping out, you can it's like self-volunteering, right? Just go help places, right? You got a neighbor and she can't go out to the grocery store anymore. Take her to the grocery store. Get involved in your community. Go do things to help out. Loads of things you can do to keep yourself busy. No one should ever feel like they're idle. There's always a community to be involved in, right? And you can consider those things volunteer, but generally when people say, you know, where can I volunteer, they're looking for like a nonprofit where they can officially, like, it's kind of like a job, but they don't need to pay you, which is fantastic in theory. But I've yet to encounter one where I would say that's a good thing to go do, short of maybe around here helping with the turtle eggs. But definitely lots of things. If you can like hold a little workshop and teach English and give people a place to take one-on-one lessons, that'd be fantastic. Or just find a hobby, right? And be involved in your community or whatever. You know, you could easily just, and this is Nicaragua. Life is simple, right? You want to go to the local park and put in flowers? Go for it, right? You don't need a volunteer or nonprofit mechanism or even the government approval or knowledge, right? Show up and plant some flowers, put in some bushes, trim some grass. People will be like, huh, well, that looks nice. Thanks. Right? Like, it's not like the U.S. where you're like, oh, no, we have a union that does that. You're not allowed to touch that. Like, this is all planned out, and there would be something. But Nicaragua, they'll just be like, oh, no one was going to do that. I'm glad you did. You know, go paint something, go whatever. It's a very different place. I'm just reading notes from another channel. Even many expat families tend not to push their kids to learn Spanish. Many homeschool and live isolated from Nicaraguan culture and language. That is definitely true. As a family that is expats that homeschool their kids, it's a real danger that stuff will happen. And it's difficult for kids being from another culture to be like, well, but my life is different than theirs. Even as an expat, we work abroad, we invest rather than look for a job. Like, our needs are different, our schooling is different, like things have to be different. But we do have our kids learning Spanish, and they, speak Spanish every day. And we try to get them as exposed as possible, but it is a challenge. That was in reference to the English school stuff, teaching English stuff. Janet says there are signs on houses that are for rent around Leon and also asking people you know. We have 2 recommendations from a friend down the street for ourselves if we decide to move. We found the place we rent now by a tiny sign that was up above the garage. MLW says agree, hire a driver. Leo says forgot to ask, how do I contact your lawyer? Just send me an email and send me a WhatsApp, which you may have to send me an email to get my WhatsApp, but just send me a WhatsApp and I'll send you her contact. Brian says road trip was after finishing engineering at UBC and we camped in a 1973 Datsun 610 that was purchased with an automatic transmission. Oh, that's pretty awesome. I did my trip in 2005? Must have been 2005. But it says when my car was running, I still used the driver most of the time. Oh yeah, like I have a driver with my own car. So most of the time I'm not driving myself. I will drive myself. I'll drive wherever. Like I've driven Europe. I've never been anywhere in Latin America that came close to how crazy it was driving in like Greece and Spain and Italy. So this is easy. Brian says, I swapped the ST, the Jatco copy of Chevy's Turbo 350 with a 5-speed from a 280ZX, very nice, and got it on the road the night before leaving. 16,500 miles. Installed a new KYB shocks in the back in Houston. That's a fun trip. How do we locate a driver? I had one in Mexico City part of the time and also in South Delhi. So here, mostly if you find a place you're going to stay, they can hook you up with one. So it'll be dependent on where you want to be. If you're going to base out of Managua, you get one out of Managua. If you're going to base out of Leon, get one out of Leon, whatever. And so wherever you're staying generally has a set of drivers that they work with all the time. I've got plenty. And pretty much anyone who's a professional taxi driver will either happily be a private driver or has someone lined up for when they're doing that. That like they've got someone who does the private driving and they do the taxi or whatever. They don't want to give up their badge for the day. So you'll find normally they'll orchestrate things for you, or have someone that they give their badge to and then they drive you. Cal says, thank you for the live stream, Scott. I'm off to bed now. Sorry, it's a little bit on. We didn't start late, but people need to sleep. My dad already left. Wow, I just realized how early. I'm reading the expat groups. I think maybe I'm hangry, but is it normal in Latin America to avoid discussing price? This must be a cultural thing, but I swear whenever I call to ask someone the price about something, I never get a direct answer. It always seems to be like something along the lines of come by and take a look at the place, thing, whatever. But it's because it's haggle culture, right? How do you haggle if you give a set price? You can't. So they kind of have to do that. People are talking about how dangerous Costa Rica is. Mostly sensationalism, but you guys are all quiet now. I realize I'm trying to read from another stream, but they're so someone's like, I felt safe when I was there. This is Costa Rica, but in weeks I'm moving with my entire family, and just hearing such stories make me reconsider. I know the U.S. is the same or worse, but it's scary the expats are being targeted. Someone's worried about moving to Nicaragua because Costa Rica is so dangerous. I'm very confused. He's like, no, I'm moving to Nicaragua. I'm worried about the crime in Costa Rica. And I'm like, but that's why you pick Nicaragua rather than Costa Rica. Come to where it's safe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jerry's lurking somewhere, Janet. He's in here in secret. How many people do we have on? I haven't looked in a while. 29. Okay, we're down just like one or two. He just put, I can't type. My keyboard is so messed up. I think Jerry just left. He said it was his first time on the live stream and he didn't know how to participate, so he was posting in WhatsApp instead of in the chat here, which is a little bit hard for me to follow and know and to keep you guys up to pace with. There we go. We're getting them on the live stream, I think. I've got to find my link. There it is. There it is. We should have Mark here in a minute. Bum bum ba da bum bum bum. Here's Mark. All right, cool. So I'm just going to recap real quick. But we were discussing it. So Mark was looking at an article or group or whatever, and was just talking about the dangers in Costa Rica. And I do agree with someone's assessment that it's sensationalism, and they're trying to make it sound a lot worse than it is. But Costa Rica is much more dangerous than Nicaragua, and specifically they target foreigners. Costa Rica is unique across most of Latin America that it is a place where uniquely they target foreigners in crime, and they have a high crime rate. So the combination is rough. And Mark was sharing some concerns about moving to safe Nicaragua because Costa Rica is nearby or culturally similar. So that's worth talking about. So in a similar vein, the United States and Canada are right next door to each other. One is incredibly safe, or has been, and one generally is not. Not that the U.S. is that bad, but it's nothing compared to Canada historically. So does the culture of one influence the other? Maybe or maybe not. They're sovereign nations, and they really do operate independently. So if you're looking at Nicaragua, you could ask the question in reverse. Well, I'm really not concerned about Costa Rica because it's so close to one of the safest countries in the region. It must be influenced by the culture from there. Well, to some degree, that's potentially true, right? They share a language, they share some history. They're both used to be Mexico long ago, right? So there is shared culture that's real, but that implies that the existence of violence is likely to be, or the concern is that it is created by the culture, and neither are violent cultures. So that's not a good reason to think that it's going to cross over. If you were to look at it that way, you'd say, well, by that logic, we must have some similarity to Honduras. Well, Honduras has a really high crime rate, but it generally doesn't target tourists, right? Guatemala has an extremely high, not quite as high as Honduras. I said that a little bit in the wrong way. They have a very high crime rate that really doesn't affect tourists. Are you safer as a tourist in Guatemala than in Costa Rica? Yes. Which has a higher crime rate? Oh, Guatemala, by far. Which one are you safer in? Guatemala, right? So there's a disconnect in where that comes from. So you have to look at what are the underlying factors causing these things to happen. Well, cultural isn't one of them, right? Why is Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala so dangerous? Well, those and Costa Rica, and Panama. Panama's not very dangerous, but they're more dangerous than here. What do they all have in common? They all were run by the United States and have heavy, heavy, heavy influence from the U.S. and all had, Panama less, the other four all had the import of narco control. They're all, to some degree, narco states powered by the U.S.-backed cartels, right? And so the U.S. installed the cartels, then lost control of them, but they all were in a position where they kind of gave in to the U.S. and allowed the U.S. to install the cartels, and those are now running amok. Nicaragua, well, so El Salvador is a momentary blip of safety. Is it safe? That depends, right? In Nicaragua, the question is, are you safe? The answer is yes. It is a simple one, right? Much like if you're in Canada. Like, I understand. All the Canadians like to jump in and be like, Canada's not safe anymore. Yes, but it's not like the U.S. dangerous. It's somewhere in between what it used to be and the U.S. It's still pretty safe. If you're in Canada, are you safe? The answer is yes, right? Are you safe from arbitrary detainment? For the most part, yes. No English-speaking country is actually great about the arbitrary detainment thing. They're actually all quite bad at that, but Canada's not bad. Violent crime, quite safe. Targeted crime. This is where you're in a group that is targeted. If you're a First Nationer, you are targeted, right? I would totally expect to get my throat slit in the streets of Canada. It's a horrible place. Unbelievable violence if you're in that racial group. If you're not, then you're almost completely safe from violent crime. There's no target towards you. So as a tourist, as an expat, as a citizen who's not a First Nationer, is that the correct plural? I don't know. You are safe. When you're in Nicaragua, it's very similar. There's no targeted crime. There's no general crime. No high rate, right? There's always general crime. We're not implying something silly. And there's no arbitrary, no heightened level of arbitrary detainment. There's always some, right? Every country has some, but this is a relatively reasonable place. And in the case of Canada or Nicaragua, these have been their stable state for a long time. This is what the country produces, right? They are places where you can go throughout time and feel really, really comfortable being there regardless of your walk of life, right? You may be like, this isn't the tuning of life that I want, but at no point, unless you're really pushing a point, should you ever feel unsafe. If you're a criminal, that's always different, assuming you're not a criminal. Now, if you go to a place like Guatemala, do they have arbitrary detainment problems? No. Do they have targeted crime? Yes, they do. Is it targeted towards a group you could be a part of? I don't think you're a cartel member, so no. You're not in the targeted group. Do they have generally high crime? They do, but the amount that affects you is incredibly low because they have an incredible amount of targeted crime which comes out of that general pool. So for a person who is visiting Guatemala or is just not involved in crime, walk around Guatemala City sometime and you'll stop and you'll go, okay, what was I thinking? Clearly not a dangerous place, right? Now, if you're in a bad neighborhood, it can be. But with any little effort, like I've talked to people who've lived there for a long time, expats who've lived there for decades, and they're like, you got to be pretty stupid to run into real problems. You could be an outlier, but to be in a dangerous situation in Guatemala City, like you got to be asking for it. You got to like obviously step into the hood and be like, I'm just going to hang out and be in the hood, right? For no good reason. So your role in those countries is quite safe. Now, El Salvador is flipped, right? It's violent crime is extremely low. Their targeted crime also extremely low. Both of those things are super low. Arbitrary detainment, super high, right? You don't have freedoms to do a lot of things, and your risk is that you could be detained. Now, typically, as a tourist, they target away, right? So even within that, is it targeted? Yes. Is it targeted towards expats? No, it is not. But could it be at a moment's notice? It could, but that's always a dangerous thing that's a slippery slope to go down. Once you start saying, well, something that isn't true today could be true tomorrow, oh, you can say that about anything. So we don't want to consider that. But arbitrary detainment is a very real thing there. And do they participate with the United States in international arbitrary detainment? Yes, they do. And so those are things that you do potentially have to watch out for. It is a danger. They also do not have a track record, right? When we're talking about Canada and Nicaragua, we're talking about lifetimes of people who have been safe and things haven't dramatically changed. You know, they have their annual 1% moves here and there. When we're talking about El Salvador, we're talking about a place that if you change your scope of looking at, right, we tend to measure violent crime by the year, but that's not a smart way to measure violent crime, right? It should be, what are the trends over, say, 10 years? And if you did that with Nicaragua, you'd say it's been safe for 10 years, but it's, leaning towards safer over time. Perfect. If we look at the United States, right, we'd say just a little bit more dangerous, but we'd actually still say safer over time. I know that doesn't feel possible. The United States is actually getting safer from that arbitrary detainment. Whoa, completely the opposite. The United States is skyrocketing, like El Salvador, in arbitrary detainment. So in the things that may affect you, right, the United States has become quite dangerous, like actually quite dangerous, not through violent crime. So because of that, you have these two different things to worry about. But when you're talking about over like something like El Salvador and you look at the 10-year, you're like, whoa, most of that 10 years, it was the most dangerous country in the world. And only if we isolate the last 3 do we get a really safe country. So the same thing could be said, like you could go to Haiti, right, in the middle of a war and be like, it's been so dangerous for weeks. And then something happens, and for 3 days, it's completely safe. Well, you could say, for the last 3 days, we've been the safest country in the region. Okay, great, but that's a little bit of a flash in the pan. Like, you need to wait and see what the trends are, what happens as things plays out. So there's a trend towards accepting a 1-year window as meaningful when it comes to things like this. And it is when you're talking trends, for the most part. Are we getting safer year after year? Looking at 1-year increments over 5 to 10 or 20 years period, generally is considered to provide useful statistical information. Maybe not proof, but it's useful. And if we do that with El Salvador, you go, things are looking good at the moment, but we got a lot to worry about. This is not a given. Okay, so that's why El Salvador is doing great, but doesn't have everything figured out. And we're kind of giving them a pass. Like as Luke said, they suspended civil liberties. Yes, they did, but they also solved violent crime. So is that good or bad? Jury is still out. Jury will take several years. So I'm not saying that they're doing the wrong thing. They may be doing the right thing. They certainly had a lot that they had to fix. And how do you fix it quickly? Life isn't magic, right? So the question isn't where are they now? The question is where are they going to go? Right? Would I avoid El Salvador? I would not. But if I'm looking to move somewhere with my family versus take a vacation, it's not a place that, I'm not investing in El Salvador at this time. Might I in the future? Absolutely. Love El Salvador. Hope the best for them. They may be on a perfectly good trajectory, right? I'm not seeing something that gives me a long-term concern, but I'm not seeing anything that gives me long-term guaranteed confidence either. It's hard to foresee the future. Bukele, for the most part, has had a really good track record. The recent track record with the United States is definitely meaning that their desire to look good on the world stage has been thrown to the wind, right? So they were, up until 6 months ago, very much trying to have this incredibly good image to portray to the world. They were really trying to be a shining example. They've given up on that. So they've had some changes. Where are they going with that? What is their game plan? We got to wait and see, right? So I'm hopeful that they get it figured out and they know what they're doing. Like if you're saying still, I think a lot of people have moved to worried a bit more about El Salvador recently rather than it's not that it's suddenly become safe, it's that even more suddenly it's become a bit less. So the jury's definitely still out, but there's lots of hope. But so Costa Rica, what do we have with Costa Rica? Well, there we have we don't really have an arbitrary detainment problem. We never worry about that with Costa Rica. Again, can happen, not a worry. What we do have is a generally high violent crime. Okay, not super high, not Guatemala high, not Honduras high, but it's high, right? So the crypto thing, and with that, right? They do have targeted crime. The difference is in Guatemala, they have all this crime, but almost completely targeted at criminals. So criminals are fighting each other, killing each other. And so it raises the numbers, but it doesn't affect normal people day to day. So I can live in Guatemala. There could be 1,000 people killed in Guatemala on a given day. And I'd be like, wow, those numbers are terrible. But they're all cartel members fighting each other. They don't care what I'm doing, right? They don't care that I'm out riding around on Lake Atitlan. They don't care that I'm going to fancy dinners in Guatemala City. They don't care that I'm out blogging. They don't care if I'm walking through their villages. They don't care. I'm not of any concern to them. They're not out trying to start a war with the government by coming after an expat who's being, just a tourist. That makes no sense. That does not help them, doesn't help the country. Cartels are generally not out to burn down their countries. They want to make money. They want to do their thing. They want to keep themselves safe, but it's still their country. They don't generally want to ruin it either, right? So they're not doing as crazy things as is often portrayed. Because in Costa Rica, because their thing, so in like Guatemala, in Honduras, they're overrun by cartels. And so you have these high crime rates because of this cartel overrun. In Costa Rica, you're overrun by expats, right? So you have a population who specifically is struggling to afford living in the country because of a group of super rich people who are raising the prices and moving in, and many people see it as stealing their country. It's probably not a good way to look at it, but it doesn't change the fact that there's a large group of people who does. Doesn't mean the average person does. Doesn't mean the average person isn't wonderful, but it only takes a certain number of people to have this animosity. Hey, I didn't invite you. Why are you in my country? Why you get to live good in my country and I don't, right? So when you have this large group of expats who represent a target and give an emotional excuse, you expect to have these problems. That's one of the reasons that in Nicaragua we talk about not wanting to go down the path and becoming another Costa Rica, right? We don't want to be overrun by expats. We don't want to be a tourism-based economy where we depend on low income rates coming from the outside. That's a horrible way to have to live. Now, Costa Rica had to do something, right? And they came up with something that gave them an economy. I'm not saying they made a bad decision. I'm not saying they're continuing to make a bad decision. But it comes with a price. And one of those prices, nothing is free, right? Everything's a trade-off. Nicaragua didn't go down that path. Its price to pay is higher unemployment. Costa Rica's price to pay is this animosity, this oil and water problem, and this violence that comes with it, right? So Costa Rica has specifically allowed, created, couldn't prevent this from happening, but Nicaragua doesn't have those factors. So there's no reason. So just like there's no reason that Guatemala's cartel issue is not considered a risk in Nicaragua where we don't have the cartels, neither is Costa Rica's tourism overpopulation problem reflected in Nicaragua because we don't have those things either. So yes, we have cultural affinity with both of those countries. We used to be one country. But we have different factors leading to crime or not crime, or to, in the case of El Salvador, they had really high crime, so high crime, they decided that they couldn't turn the knob to turn down crime, which is very hard to do. So they decided to turn a different knob and adjust where the problems are in the hopes that by solving one problem, then hopefully this is their plan to tackle the other problem later. And they have said, hey, Brian, they have said in El Salvador, right, the president has made statements about we can't solve these things until we solve this one. So that's the right statement to make. He's not been there long enough. They haven't been doing this long enough to really know what they're going to do. So we can be worried, but of course we're worried. We were worried before. We're worried less now. We hope good things for El Salvador. And you know, Nicaragua and El Salvador are still going down the path of trying to reunite. And hopefully that pressure and resources from Nicaragua can help El Salvador get to that point where they're in that position to be able to do those things. That would be fantastic, right? So that's really so. I don't think that the crime in Costa Rica, one, it doesn't spill over the border. It's not like they're exporting hatred of expats over the border. And to be clear, Costa Rica doesn't hate expats. As a country, they're extremely welcoming, and that's how they're balancing their economy. And the average person, I think, understands that. It's just you want to think of it as this is a problem in Costa Rica. That's unique to Costa Rica's situation. Just like if we talk about unemployment issues, that's the number one crisis in Nicaragua. And when we're talking about unemployment issues, those unemployment issues don't spill over the border. Costa Rica doesn't have a cultural problem leading to unemployment because that's not where it comes from. It comes from the relationship with the U.S. primarily. And so it's... in the same way, it doesn't flow the other direction. Tusk is here. Hey, Scott, good to see you. Hey, Tusk. Yeah, Luke mentions the crypto. Brian says, watch out, I'm here. Mark says, are there statistics on crime targeting tourists and expats in Nicaragua? I don't know of any like published stats, but like talk to any expats. There's no target, right? There is the normal, if you go to a spot where all the expats are, San Juan del Sur, Granada, same as anywhere, right? Just like in Spain, if you go to Barcelona, you're going to be targeted. If you go to Naples, you're going to be targeted. There are things that there are activities that make you more exposed anywhere in the world. And those are just basic things to be concerned about. So if you are coming to Nicaragua and want to be as safe as possible, so keep in mind, one, you're talking about the safest country in the region, right? So when we talk about being safer, it's a really minor thing. But
If you want to be safer, you stay away from the tourist zones, right? The tourist center of Granada and San Juan del Sur stand out, as well as the slums of Managua, of course, as places with higher crime rates. And so there's always, no matter where you are in the world, things you can do to stay safer. Even China, right, which has, you know, insanely low violent crime to an absurd degree. If you avoid being in poverty-stricken barrios and instead stick to, you know, popular city areas where all, you know, middle-class and up Chinese citizens enjoy their life, you will be even safer, right? So stick to nice areas of Managua. Stick to Masaya, Leon, Matagalpa, Jinotega, Esteli, Acatal, Rivas, you know, all the places that are not the tourist centers, and you will automatically have this, sure, DRG, the safer thing, right? But you're talking about, right, even the most, maybe not the hardest hit slums, right? I think we all kind of understand there have to be slums that are kind of dangerous. However, I go to some of them. Right, like I've spent time in some of the roughest slums of Managua, and honestly, they're not bad at all. But if you are any reasonable place in Nicaragua, you will be at all times. At all times, you will be safer than you were used to being in the U.S. and easily safer or similar to Canada, depending on where you're coming from. So it's all perspective, right? When you're looking at Costa Rica, you're looking at, we're talking numbers that we expect are 1,000% the dangers that we have here, right? 1,000%. That's not nothing. So when you move to Nicaragua, like that's where the big difference is. That's why we're like, Costa Rica, you need to watch yourself. And even there, you say, well, Scott, do you go to Costa Rica? Yeah, I go to Costa Rica without worrying at all. Like it's only 1,000% more than here. We're really safe, right? Instead of focusing on how dangerous it is there, focus on how safe it must mean we are here, right? Like once you're that much safer, it probably doesn't matter that much what you're doing here. Everything's so safe. If you really, really, really want to push the point and want to be as safe as possible, then you want to be in one of the safer neighborhoods of Leon. We're as safe as it gets, right? We've heard we are the safest city in Latin America, right? Like it's safe. I just had an ad come up for Japan Rail. That is an awesome ad to be on the show. If anyone sees that, I want to know. Luke says, didn't I have a stat about the expat population? Something like 4,000 of the 6.8 million people here. It's a little bit higher. It's about 7,000 is my understanding. It's the U.S. and Canadians are like 4,000 to 5,000, and then the rest are the other. But it's in like the 7,000 to 8,000 number range. Where we're just a tiny number. Right, absolutely tiny. Whereas Costa Rica has a much smaller population, like 5 million, which is, it's not half, but it's a lot less. And they have like 1 to 150,000 expats. Like think about that difference in number. Like not only are they smaller, and they're half. Right, it's almost exactly half the landmass. So it's not just how many there are. Here, it's also how close are they to you, right? So if you're here, you can be wherever. Okay. So and Mike asked the same thing. How many of us are there? So DRG has this question. So I'm going to explain this because it's something that people get backwards and don't understand. Often because you're coming from a different country. Like often when you're looking at a new country and its government, you're thinking of it in a context that you've never had to think about before. I can't answer that. No, DRJ, we can totally answer that. So this is a very free country, right? We can absolutely talk about this stuff. There is a push from the U.S. to try to make it sound scary to be able to talk about the government. What I can't do is try to manipulate the government, right? The laws are very clear. I cannot try to hurt this country by coming in and manipulating the the polity. That would be a crime, same as it should be anywhere, and is required to be a functional democracy, right? So if you feel that anyone from outside could come in and say anything they want about a government, what you have is a dictatorship, right? So that's the fear that people have traditionally in the United States. Why has the U.S. been so open to allowing Russia to come in and manipulate things to, potentially? Because they don't fear. They don't have open elections. There's no democracy in the U.S. There's no semblance of democracy. They don't even pretend. They never have, right? They got the Electoral College. They've got a gerrymandering. They do it by state. They got all these things, right? It's so many arms removed from a democracy. It doesn't matter what people say. It's a completely locked up system, right? We have no reasonable say in the final outcome. So because of that, because there's no democracy, there isn't a big concern historically about people talking about it. It doesn't need to be, right? And this is going back to the foundation, right? The rich people who were in power knew they could stay in power because they had the Electoral College. If their media manipulation didn't win the day, if the only white land owning males didn't all vote in a single block to do the things that were in their own interest, if using enslaved people as additional votes to maintain that power base didn't work, well, one, statistically, that's going to work. But just in case, we have an Electoral College that'll override the vote and say it's crazy and won't work and just takes over, right? So the U.S. never had to worry about outside influence because there's always a way for the government to protect itself. Protect itself. Not protect the people, protect itself, right? So you don't have to worry about it. So that's why historically the U.S. has been that way, because it's mostly been able to maintain this general happiness with the system, even though it was a farce. And people would defend it, right? Like, people were so hoodwinked by the system that you get a lot of defense of it. So his question is the government of Nicaragua still a functional democracy? So that's a good way to phrase that. Like, we know it was a functional democracy and has been for decades. So has it maintained that, or has it been an authoritative dictatorship with no free election? So it's an interesting question, given that we know the last election was free, and even the United States, in unbelievable amounts of attempts to convince people that there aren't free elections here, even they admitted openly that no abnormalities of any significance, right? You can always find one little thing, one vote somewhere, right? I've found votes in the United States. But in general, even in the U.S., we assume the voting machines work pretty well, and they do, right? We have real high faith in that. Same thing here. We have really high faith in the elections. The difference is there's no gerrymandering, there's no electoral college or anything. So here in Nicaragua, we actually have actual, or as close to it as you can really get. Like, everyone kind of understands a true democracy by definition requires that all people in the polity be visible from a single, like, this is a definition that was given at one spot. You can't have a democracy if the person being voted on cannot see all the people voting, because once you get beyond that, it is a statistical thing and not an actual vote. Outside of those kinds of, like, it's only meant for a village thing, this is about as close to a functional democracy, I think, as you can have. It's direct vote. Every vote counts. Everyone gets to vote. No one's forced to vote, which is a statistical trick Australia uses to do the same thing the U.S. does. I think it's better than the way the U.S. does it, but it's still a bad thing. So there's never been, 100 years ago, whatever, in recent history, since the 79 revolution, there's never been a contested election of any, someone's always like, no, I don't think they really have. But from the international observer standpoint, there's never been a contested election. So this is one of the reasons that the U.S. Has so much propaganda about Nicaragua, is that this is such a functional democracy that the United States can't let people learn about it, right? The people are very definitive in who they're voting for. The happiness with the government is quite high. There's always someone who doesn't like it, right? But it's like, I've lived all over the world. I've never witnessed rates of happiness with the government like you experience here. And very visible work being done. So, and when you talk to people on the ground, right? Now, of course, there's confirmation bias, right? So you're going to naturally hang out with people who naturally, so it's easy, unless you talk to thousands of people, to have that happen. So understanding that. My experience here is that when you talk to people A huge percentage is like, I very supportive, I vote for the government that we have, I voted and my vote counted, right? They're here. And when you talk to people who are like, I don't like the government, you're like, okay, and have you gone out and voted and done these things? No, I didn't think it was worth it. The United States actually put out a bunch of things like, don't bother voting, right? Why the US did that, I have no idea. But here on the ground, it ends up with I've never really met more than 2 or 3 people who were like, oh no, I actually did I bothered to cast a vote that was not for the current government. Now, everyone could be lying about who they vote for, right? Who knows, right? It's secret. But when you really talk to people, you're like, oh, I can see why the government would win in a pretty significant landslide, because that's the sentiment mirrored on the ground. So it's not surprising at all. It's not like where you go to some place. Well, it's just like in the US, right? Some people tell me, oh, I can't believe Trump won, right? And I'm like, are you kidding? Like, have you talked to your neighbors? Like, I was expecting Trump to win because I'm not saying he had to win. I'm not saying it was like 8 out of 10 people. But when you went around the United States, you were constantly meeting people who were like, that's how I vote, or that's how I'm going to vote. So he was like, oh, easily half the people I know are going to vote this way. So it could easily go that way, right? You can like or hate him, whatever. Statistically, if you talk to people, it's not surprising that he won. It would also not be surprising if he lost. I think that's the difference. Here, it's not at all surprising that the current government has won. It would be shocking if they lost, considering the level of support that they have from the people on the ground. And they can explain why they like it, right? Well, here's what they've done for us. Here's why, right? And people who don't like them are like, well, I don't like this, I don't like that. And they can enumerate those things, but people who are happy with the results can tell you why, right? So that's a big difference. Just a general problem with anything like elections. So ask the same thing about the United States. Is the United States still a functional democracy? Obviously, it never was, but could it be in the future? And has it become an authoritative dictatorship with no free elections? Well, how do you know? You can't know until the United States has another election, if it's going to have another election, right? We're in between. So at the current moment, they might have another election, it might not. Nicaragua is in between elections. We have no reason to suspect there won't be a normal election. Nothing has happened to make it seem like there's anything different happening. So it's the normal, very functional democracy operating as a very functional democracy. Now, here comes the next question, though. Like, can I question the government like here in the U.S.? Well, that question always depends on who you are, right? So this is what I was saying at the beginning. You have to have this context, right? So if you are a foreigner and you're going to the United States, can you question the government? No, absolutely not. You're not allowed to question the U.S. government as a foreigner. You're not allowed to question even foreign policy, so questioning internal policy would be wrong for a foreigner to do, right? So let's say you're, Nicaraguan, and you're moving to the United States. As an American, I would be offended, and you would be wrong, if you had opinions about, the Electoral College, right? Now, you could have opinions like, it's interesting that you have an Electoral College, or I'm glad I don't have an Electoral College. Those are fair. But if you think it's wrong for me to have an Electoral College, that is none of your business. It is my country. It is for my people to poorly run as we do, right? We, as a people, have not taken democracy seriously. That is our choice. That is not something that you, as an outsider, should be shoving on us, right? That is not your place. Now, personally, I would agree with you. I don't like the Electoral College either. But, very importantly, not up to you as a foreigner. That is not your place. I want you kicked out of the country if you're going to be trying to push your opinion on me in my country, right? I have a right to expect that the other people in my country are not being manipulated by foreigners who are using the chance to come into my country to manipulate us, right? That would be wrong. And our government is supposed to protect us from that. Now, foreign policy should be different. Foreign policies affects other people, right? Now, if you came in as a Nicaraguan and said, I'm really upset about America's foreign policy, however they arrived at it, I don't care if you have electoral college or a king or a dictator or a democracy, but I care that you're invading my country and doing damage. Absolutely, that is your right to have an opinion on that. I agree that, now, you may not be able to influence it, but that's your opinion to have. That affects you, so that's fair. So same thing, right? If you're coming to Nicaragua and you have an opinion about their foreign policy, right? Oh, they've bombed my country, I'm unhappy about that, then by all means have that opinion, right? If Nicaragua's out doing that stuff, good, people should be upset about it. The nice thing about Nicaragua is it's not, right? That's the difference. In the United States, everything that matters, oh, TJ's eating at Hotel Dario, I love that place. It is, I've only been there a little bit, but I really like them. Good service, good food, beautiful setting. That's if you're looking for a date night location in Granada, that is an overlooked gem. Hit them up. I really like the pasta. But if you come to the United States, now the U.S. won't accept that stuff, right? Now the U.S., you can't talk about anything, and even citizens, we're warned constantly, don't have political opinions, be careful crossing the border, you need to really watch yourself. And I have people threaten me, like, I'll tell the government that you don't support things that they do, right? Now, that doesn't mean that that's going to get me in trouble, but the United States has slipped in its perception to a point where people think that that's a reasonable threat. Right, I'm going to whistle blow on you because it's like the McCarthy era. And that we have things like the McCarthy era are great examples of just how little democracy we have. If you live in fear of having any opinion, or just being too much like some group that people associate with, right, like it's crazy. So if you're coming to Nicaragua and you're a Nicaraguan, yeah, of course, this is a Latin country. People have political opinions, and they air them all the time. Politics are a regular point of discussion here. Now, it's not like the U.S. where people are all upset about it, so it's a much more happy thing most of the time. And there's a general cultural thing that's different, right? And that is, and this is true in most places, most countries, when you have differing of opinions, and like, even if you're looking here at the most extremes, of Nicaraguan, like you take the people who are far on the left and the people who are far on the right, most of them still have the same goal, which is doing good things for Nicaragua. Not 100%, right? Anywhere. But mostly when someone is not trying to do that, we then uncover that they were corrupt and taking money from a foreign power to do damage. And it was just personal gain at the expense of the country. And there's always someone willing to do that anywhere. But when we look at Nicaragua or Spain or Bolivia or Colombia, right? And you take a vote that goes really far right or really far left, at the end of the day, you tend to have this, but we're just differing on opinion of how to reach the same goal. We always want good education. We always want safety. We always want healthcare. We always want a good economy. We always want good environment, all these things, right? We all agree on the goals. What we're arguing about is how to get there. But America, the thing that's making America so divided is that they've stopped agreeing on the goals. And so now people will argue on like how to get there and ignore the fact that they're trying to get to different places, right? And you know, gun control is an important one. If it was a conversation in Nicaragua, someone would say, schools are being shot at, we have to solve it. And both sides would be like, how do we solve it? And one side would be like, we solve it by getting rid of guns. The other side would be like, we solve it by not getting rid of guns, but having gun controls or more guns that guard people from other people with guns, right? You'd have two different approaches, but at the end of the day, you would measure success the same. How many people that were innocent were shot, right? If you're in the United States, one side says we can save kids, the other side says I don't care. I have another goal in mind. I don't want to shoot kids. That's not what I'm saying. But my goal isn't to save the kids. My goal is to not lose my guns. Kids are acceptable collateral damage. The other side doesn't want to get rid of guns. They want to save kids, and losing guns is acceptable collateral damage. Goals diverge. And when goals diverge, there's no simple solution. Because what you have, right, in a place like Nicaragua and lots of places, you have a common ethical core, a cultural core that gives common ethics across the board. Obviously, there's always some person who's different, but 99.9% of society can all agree we want to have good jobs, we want to get paid well, we want to be safe, we want good health care, right? How we get all those things, we can argue over. But what we want, we can't, because we all want to have kids and all want them to be raised to be good Nicaraguans in the future, happy Nicaraguans in the future, right? That's our shared goal as a community. And so because of that, the concept of like being concerned about politics and stuff is completely different, right? Because everyone's on the same page. They may be on a different a different paragraph, but we're all on the same page. So as a foreigner coming to Nicaragua, you can't have an opinion about the government, right? You can't have, especially, you can't have an opinion about the workings of government. Oh, I don't like how they take votes. I don't think it's right that they're a democracy. No, as a foreigner, you don't. That's not your place to have that opinion in any country in the world. Nicaragua may or may not enforce that more than some places do, but definitely not as much as the U.S. does, right? But maybe more than, I don't know, Brazil does. I have no idea. But that's something that needs to be enforced. It's a small country that's easily influenced by large outside powers. So in order to maintain a democracy, that's a requirement. It's absolutely necessary. So that as a foreigner, you're not allowed to do those things is a sign, is a hint, is a tell of it being a functional democracy or attempts to being a functional democracy. If it was truly a dictatorship, why would they care what you say? Your opinion doesn't matter because there's no election to influence, right? It's because there's an election to influence that they have to make sure that people aren't being inappropriately influenced by propaganda, by outside pressure, by money, and so forth, right? Outside governments giving money for specific votes or whatever. So it's so in that question, like, can I question the government here like in the U.S.? More so if you're a citizen, and about equally if you are not. But can I? Well, legally, I can question the United States a whole lot more than I can Nicaragua, but that's because I'm an American. If I was a Nicaraguan, then the opposite would be true, right? So that's an important relative piece that you have to have. But also importantly, whether you're here or I'm here, the difference is when I'm in America, I question my government because it's my government, right? It's my place to question it. It's a representation of me, right? In Nicaragua, it is not representing me. It has one job, to represent Nicaraguans, not me, right? Now, I may have aligned goals with Nicaragua. That's why I'm here, because I want good things for Nicaragua, and I want what Nicaragua's getting. And I'm lucky enough that the government is like, okay, you're a nice person, so you get to participate or partake in the nice things that Nicaraguans get too. But it's a gift of the Nicaraguan people, right? The Nicaraguan people are like, that Scott guy, he's okay, we'll let him stay, right? It's always this permission thing. It's always at their discretion because they want to be welcoming. And the same thing in the U.S., right? America lets outsiders in because they're like, we like these people, right? The difference is that Nicaragua likes just about everybody, and the United States likes very few people. But the mechanisms are related. So when you look at it from that perspective, I think you get a really positive picture. Like, oh, right. I can't have opinions for two reasons. One, it's not my polity. None of it affects me, right? There's nothing that impacts you because you're not. If you became a citizen, obviously it would be different because then it is your country in that way. It's not just your home, but it's your polity. But from and I have a couple of videos on this. Like, one of the great things about being an expat, because being an American especially, I find being forced, ethically required to participate in politics really disheartening, because I feel like I have to try, but I also feel like what I do, my beard's driving me crazy, but I also feel like I'm impotent. Oh, I can vote, I can give speeches, but they'll just silence me and my vote may be thrown away. I have no way to check to see what my vote did. And everyone I talk to, like, I know multiple people this is like 2 elections ago, not when Trump won, but other elections that people went to vote and are like, oh yeah, they said that I had already voted, but I hadn't, right? Stolen votes or vote banning is real. Is it statistically significant? Who knows? But But it's significant enough that I knew multiple people who reported firsthand that they showed up to vote and someone else had voted in their name, and someone let it happen. And so, did it change the vote of the state? No, I don't know why anybody would bother. But that there were votes going on like that people didn't always get to voice their own vote is real. And that doesn't take manipulating machines, right? That just is someone looking the other way as someone comes in with a fake ID or whatever. So that stuff does bother me as an American, right? And I'm stressed, like all these things are done in my name in other countries, and I have no say in it. I hope those people in those other countries know that the American people had nothing to do with this, short of picking up weapons and fighting our military. We have nothing. We have no voice, none. We are victims like everyone on the outside is, right? We're prisoners of the system. We don't have a lot of choice. So it's important. One of the freeing things is, as an expat, whether I'm in Mexico or Nicaragua or Argentina or whatever, people can vote, right? And they can come up with whatever they want, as long as the country I'm in isn't like, bombing kids, or overthrowing foreign governments. Then the only things to care about is, does it provide a nice, decently crime-free, pleasant place to live? Then I vote by being there, right? So that's your vote. Other than that, I am freed. I have no responsibility to vote or to think about whether someone would be better or worse. None of that matters. I get to participate in the benefits, and I am free from the responsibilities. Now, I still have some responsibility back in the country that I came from, but less so because I left, right? Look, guys, I'm voting with my presence, and I got out. But following local politics is not my responsibility, nor my right. So it is truly a freeing place to be in, where you can hear about politics, but not my monkeys, not my circus, right? It's funny how much stress reduction you actually get by being in that position. Luke says, U.S. closed primaries, for example. You can have Pepsi or you can have Coke. No 7-Up, Dr. Pepper, A&W as an option. It is true. Right, the primaries, they select who you get to vote for. Who knows who gets, there are so many layers of control. It's unbelievable. TJ says, first time I found lamb chops here. Do you mean lamb chops in Nicaragua or lamb chops at the Ruben Dario? Lamb chops we see around here quite often. Nicaragua's been through a lot. I get it. That really is a significant thing. Which nations in the world today, right this second, still deserve the word democracy without a smirk or a footnote? That's a tough one, right? Because even places that seem really democratic, you don't really know what the underlying mechanisms are. And everyone has kind of a different feel for what a democracy should be, let alone is. And so it becomes like Germany, France. How free are they? Right. Well, and what do you have to do to be free? Right. Germany has a bunch of constraints to stop the far right from coming back into power. But is that a democracy? Because there's a lot of people who would vote for the far right in Germany. But also a lot of people get stuck because when you have the far right in Germany, they also threaten the other people. And so then you don't have a democracy because you're voting under a situation of threat. So that becomes is that a democracy? Do you the concept of democracy isn't a great one, right? So I studied poli-sci to some degree during my master's work, and we actually talked at length about the problems of democracies and why they don't work well, right? Unless every single person in your voting populace has deep knowledge of all the political issues, and has a completely focused interest on the good of their country, and has no power to leave, and is voting every few hours, it's really not a democracy, right? It's a subset of people who have free time, who take an interest, and even if it's people who should, we say have the right. Should people who don't understand politics have a right to vote? Should you if you don't study the issues, should you be allowed to, if you don't care, should your vote be weighted the same as people who research it and stuff? You get into really interesting places, and on any scale, if you allow for democracy, you have basically guaranteed statistical manipulation, and so even places that are trying to have large scale democracies, Germany as an example, can they really? Like, is there anything? And look at we'll just pick on the U.S., but this is true basically everywhere. Unless you have some mechanism that says, well, we voted for these things, you have to do them, right? And you have no choice. Like, how would that work? You simply have someone run on whatever sounds good and then do whatever they want once they're there. And that's it. Just tell people what they want to hear. They don't have choices, right? There's, well, I'm going to lie to you, but so's that person. That's all you only got the two of us. So we're both liars. That's a given. Now you have to vote on us based on what? Track record, I guess. But the entire concept of, like, here's what I'm going to do, here's my plan, that's all fake from everybody. I'm not picking on any one politician. It's all fake. The idea that you have to make promises that you can't keep and people vote based on them, right? It's like the entire concept of having a bunch of people who are easily manipulated trying to decide how to do something based not on the results but on the promises of how those results will be tackled, when they don't even know what results they want, or what, like, they don't even know what anybody's talking about, right? It's kind of like if you have a group of 5 chefs and you ask them, what should we have for dinner? And we're going to take a vote. You have a decent chance that working together, they can come up with a vote for a pretty good dinner. But if you have 100,000 mentally handicapped patients who need assistance doing everything, and you just give them some buttons to mash, and you say, which button represents the food you want, the chances that the group is going to vote for something that the group actually wants is very low. Both because the number makes it impossible. You have 100,000 people, they have to go for who votes the most, not what they agree is best for the group, right? Because they can't have that discussion in the group. And 2, there's almost zero connection between what is desired and what is chosen, right? You may have someone who is in a position where they want pizza, but they can't remember what it's called, or they don't understand that the buttons get them pizza, so they hit the thing for hamburger. And you end up with people who don't want hamburgers getting hamburgers because the button was the wrong color, or in the wrong position, or they weren't looking, or they forgot, or whatever. Right? And England just went through, several years ago, this really interesting problem of, right, in theory, a democracy would be voting for now. Right? Okay. We have a potential trade deal with the Netherlands, and we'd like to decide if the country would like to accept this deal. Okay. And we all say yes or no. Right? That would be an interesting way to do democracy. But if you say, we're going to vote today that I'm going to promise to try to take a deal in 20 years. So here's a question. If I vote for something today, in theory, I'm alive and I get to participate in it. But if I vote for something in 20 years, I'm voting for people who aren't born yet. I'm voting for people who can't vote yet. And a whole bunch of people who are voting won't be alive when it takes place. So this is what happened with the Brexit. Instead of making a rational argument for why they should do the Brexit, they did 2 things in England. One is they did a ratchet vote. A ratchet vote is where they predetermine the outcome and only accept it. No other outcome is possible, right, mathematically. So if you take a ratchet, right, everybody knows what a ratchet is, and you swing it around, it will eventually go around in circles. There's no other possibility. It may go fast or slow, but it will always go in one direction. It is a chosen, predetermined election by the ratchet mechanism. The Brexit was the same. They used to have, they had a vote at one point. Do you want to join the EU or not? They joined the EU, and immediately somebody in power with complete authoritative power over the government said, I don't like this, so we're going to vote again. And they came up with a ratchet vote. They could vote to leave the EU. both EU law doesn't allow them to come back, and whoever's in charge in England decided that they couldn't come back. No vote, no democracy, authoritative, right? So that person, we don't know who it is, I don't know who it is, someone knows, decided the only acceptable outcome, the only mathematically possible outcome, and then forced England over a period of decades to vote over and over again. And every time it was, but we voted to be in the EU. Yes, but we need every generation to choose again, or every couple of years to choose again. So that every couple of generations, or every couple of years, they chose again, and eventually a group voted to leave. Then immediately, new voters were in within a year, and they're like, we want another vote because we don't want to leave. We want to stay in. And then the government said, whoa, whoa, whoa. There's no additional vote. You voted to leave. We have to honor that vote for all time. But they didn't have to honor all the votes to join for all time. Multiple votes over and over and over. So none of those votes were permanent. So they could vote to stay in 100,000 times. But if that last 101,000th time they voted to leave, that's the only one that counts. That's a permanent vote. All others are just delay until we vote again. And so that was a guaranteed vote that no matter what. But even to get that to work, they put out a huge propaganda, a huge misinformation campaign, combined with really a hate campaign, to get the elderly, one, to be tricked. They ran basically like call center scams. They tricked a bunch of people who were too old to understand the vote, that they needed to go out and vote, and that they would get paid if they did so. So this was corruption, right? Straight up, both things. Absolute total corruption. As we use this as the example of how undemocratic a country can be while still having a vote. And so they tricked these people who mostly wouldn't be alive by the time the Brexit actually happened, because it's a long process, that they would get financially compensated by their 2 generations later, by people who couldn't vote yet, in order to do this. And so all these people, being both tricked and just hating children, hating the future of their country, literally hating their country, decided to burn their country for a few dollars. Once the vote went through, immediately it was, haha, nobody cares that you're not going to get the money we promised you because you did it out of hatred, you terrible, terrible people. And so no one had pity on them. They didn't get the money that they were promised. But all these kids who are like 16, 17, they're like, we have to live with this decision for our entire lives. But we didn't get a vote, even though the action was to take place while they were adults. Now, I'm not saying the kids should get to vote, but there's a problem when the people that the decision is for aren't the voters, right? Only non-affected people got to vote. It would be kind of like, what if Nicaraguans got to vote for Nigeria and Nigerians got to vote for Nicaragua? Well, no one would be really thinking about what's good for anybody because, 1, it's just not worth the effort, and 2, we don't care. Not that we want to see people suffer, but we're not going to put in a bunch of effort voting for somebody else, right? But that's what's going on in England, is that their vote was heavily done so that you were voting today for someone else later. And so there's all these people now who are like 25 who are stuck for a lifetime, have been voters for most of a decade, but everything that really affects them was already decided, and they have no say in their government or future, and they don't have the right to call for another vote because somebody in power took that away for all eternity. So that's a great example of how far from a democracy someone can slide in the modern world. I agree voting should be a test, not a birthday gift. If you can't name your senator or explain lobbying, you don't get a say. Exactly. Like you can't possibly know what you're voting for. So it's a serious problem when, why do we allow people to vote when lives are at stake? Many more lives than if we allow people to drive. We make people take tests to drive, right? Everyone should have an equal right to get to take the test, right? It shouldn't be opinion on the test. It should be, if you can pass the driver's test, you should have the right to drive, which is a problem that it's opinion, right? The instructor can fail you without even getting in the car. I don't like the way you look. I'm going to fail you, right? Perhaps the right to vote should only be earned once you've taken the time to understand what you're voting for, not just who, but why the system favors certain interest over others. For sure, maybe civics should be a prerequisite, not a privilege handed over to whoever happens to be 18 and breathing. Absolutely. But also, it begs the question, should there be any vote at all? Right? Because here's what will happen, and here's the risk, right? Is now you're depending on education for the right to vote. Well, now education isn't equal. Right, you come from a poor neighborhood, you come from a dangerous neighborhood, you can't get as good at teachers. You know, how do you make everybody have equal access to education to end up with equal voting and an equal understanding of it? Right, we really need to get people to a point where they aren't easily manipulated. Well, here's an additional problem: humans are easily manipulated. Right, we can get Harvard master degrees, and this is, I did a video talking about this recently, that they took Harvard Business School students, master's students, and because that's the MBA program, it's always a graduate program, and they taught them a psychological trick, and then within an hour used it on them, and almost the entire class fell for it, because just being rich and accepted to Harvard and successful and doing well in the Harvard Business School isn't enough to even suggest that you aren't easily manipulated or poorly educated. And they just fell for a very simple sales trick, right? Even having been warned about it. Anybody could not be aware, but they were warned that day. It should have been, it's like the doctor who learns about tuberculosis and then gets a TB patient that day. Like, they had better notice, right? Imagine not noticing, and that was your day, right? That's kind of what this is like in this situation. But that's how easy that is. So how do you get a voting populace that isn't going to be easily manipulated, either by straight up lies? Hey, I promise we're going to do these things that you want. Well, we don't just need voters who are going to vote for the right things that we want. Oh, we want clean water. That's our priority in this election. So we're going to vote for clean water. But are you voting for clean water? No. You're voting for a person who promises clean water. That's a really big fundamental problem that, well, okay, what are we possibly going to do to make people able to vote not just on what they want, but evaluating the truthfulness or the viability of the person promising it? That's so many layers removed from the possible things to do. Like, it's hard. Okay, hold on. I've got a ticket I've got to look at. Feel free to post. I just got to make sure I get something. I just got to make someone aware of this ticket number. All right. Started talking politics. Everybody disappeared. How many people do we have? Now we got a good number of people. Everybody's just quiet. That's all. Going through checking all my messages in all the different places. How much of a healthy life of Costa Rica do you see in Nicaragua? Fresh fruits, veggies, health culture. I mean, we don't have like the expat culture of it. Like people here eat fresh fruit and veggies all the time because it's what's available in the market. But doing it as a health culture, that's an expat thing, right? And for Costa Ricans, it is too, right? We don't see Costa Ricans going around doing that stuff. Expats have a really high tendency towards American trends, just because they're in groups. What do I do for work? I imagine it must be remote based. I started a IT consulting firm 26 years ago. So I have a firm that does IT outsourcing, like real IT, not what people think of like offshore stuff. Like we're a high end IT specialty firm. Wait. Ken Warner says, Scott, have you ever been to Cristina, Nicaragua? I don't even know where that town is. So no, I don't think I have. I don't know where that is. I'm going to look it up. So I have, I've worked in IT and software engineering for 36 years. So I've been around for a while, and love it. It's a great field to be in, especially software engineering these days. It's IT is depressing, especially in the American climate. It tends to be very. I cannot find that town in Nicaragua on a map. So my firm is in like 8 countries: U.S., Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Panama, Bolivia, Argentina. I think that's right. Portugal. Oh, I forget Portugal. And so we do a lot of things: business process outsourcing, staffing, veterinary systems, dental systems, medical waste systems, arms control, financial control systems, banking systems. My gosh, what all do we do? Entertainment and event tracking systems, RMM systems, CRM systems. We build a lot of stuff, and then we Christina, sorry, north on the lake. I can't find that either. Do you have a map look? Oh, you can't send a map location. Shoot. Yep, still not Still not finding it. So we do a ton of things. Part of our core is we outsource entire IT departments for smaller businesses. Like even if you're 100,000 people, like we can outsource the entire business. But mostly we help smaller companies where we are their IT department. We do everything. We also are a meta MSP. So if you wanted to start an MSP yourself and didn't know how to do anything or didn't have people, you can just call us and be like, I'd like to have an MSP in the United States or anywhere in the world, but I'd like to have an MSP that has, and he just lists the capabilities you want to have. We'll have you up and running 48 hours, right? Everything from, email, website, staff, processes, tooling, you name it, skill set, everything. Right. And whether you need I need some people to work in a call center, or I need CIOs for the Fortune 10. Right. We got you. We also do advisory IT for really large firms all over the world. Right. So we advise multiple in the Fortune 10 and in every possible realm, including governments. So we're like national governments. So we do a ton of stuff. All across the tech and staffing space. Plus, we do a little bit, we have a web hosting company, we have our own telephone company, we have web design, that's some pretty small stuff. Social media marketing stuff. We're all over the map. It drives my team crazy because we cover so many things that every discussion, anything, what do you guys do? You got all day. We do everything. We've been around for so long, and we do everything. Something comes up, we're on it, right? We're building that. Call centers, data centers, you name it. How off-grid are Matagalpa and Esteli? Are they super small, or do they have good-sized city center? So Esteli's a little bit smaller. So Luke mentions the 115,000 in Matagalpa, but that's city center. The metro is 500,000. So they are not off-grid by any stretch. These are major cities here in country. Esteli is the second richest country in the city in the country. It is certainly smaller than Matagalpa, but it feels like a city. Both of them actually feel probably more like a city than I do here in Leon. That must be our 6-hour marker. What is that? Why did it blip? I'm also trying to look at. There's nothing on the lake north of Managua that I can find with a name anything like Christina. The main places on the lake are on the peninsula is Bosque de Xiola. There's La Playa, Puerto Mombotumbo, El Cardón, Venecia, San Francisco Libre, Bocana, Socorro, San Martin, and of course Tipitapa. What's the cost of living difference between Leon and Matagalpa and Esteli? It's not a ton. Between Leon and Matagalpa, it's 5-10%. It's real close. We're the cheapest, but they're not much more. But you don't need air conditioning. Most people don't need air conditioning up there. So if you are like many people who need it down here, move up there. You'll probably, even though things cost more, you'll probably end up spending less. That's pretty standard. And you'll probably walk more. It's just easier to go out and do things. Peninsula de Chilipe. Do you mean Chiltepe? Next to the reserve in Chiltepe. How tiny is this place? I'm going along the lake by Chiltepe. I've never heard of this place. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in the area. What's it directly next to? Like, what town is next to it? And what direction? Sounds like Catarita. Yeah, but Catarita is in a different region altogether. And not by a peninsula, not by Chiltepe, not north of Managua. Like, he's giving a very specific place that I can picture, but I can't come up with anything with a name like that. Brian says, it even blipped here at the North Pole. I heard that happens when the UFO zips between your Starlink and satellites. Ah, that must be what it is. It's the UFOs. It's really, really secret. Oh, yeah, I wanted to see how long we've been on, because that might tell us what was going on. Live streaming. No, we just now hit 3.5 hours. I know at 6 hours it always blips. That's as long as it can go on a single thing. It has to, but it's just a blip. It's real fast. Ooh, I've got a good number of people on. It's we're having a busy night. That's awesome. Well, hello everyone. A lot of people on. You need to get on and comment. And thumbs up. Make sure you give a thumbs up. This is your chance. Ah, there we go. Next to Visas de Mumbo Dumbo. I have not lived in Southeast Asia. Northwest. Even looking right at Visa de Momotumbo, and I know that area, like I just filmed over there. I talk about it all the time because Visas de Momotumbo has the lowest cost houses I've seen in the country, but I can't find this town. Do you hire Americans in any of your businesses? We do not. Hiring Americans is specifically complete. Like there are so many financial and legal problems by hiring Americans. Like it's the one group that, you know, the U.S. actually makes Americans impossible to hire. So it's as an American company doing the type of business we do, there's no way for us to ever justify the overhead of hiring an American. We can hire almost anywhere in the world just for the cost of the overhead before you ever get a salary. So it makes it like impossible. It's weird that the U.S. has done so much to make Americans unemployable, but Americans have so many job opportunities. They don't need to. It's not like they're really putting Americans in a rough spot. But as an employer, like Americans only come with risk. They don't come with benefits to the company. Just like doing business in Canada. Like if you're on the ground in Canada, Canada is so anti-business. They will go to such lengths to make a business sorry that it's in Canada, that like if we can do remote services, yes. But actually being in Canada, there's no country that from a business perspective I want to deal with less. Ken says, I've been in San Juan del Sur for a month, maybe looking to move, and that town was recommended. Can you find it on a map yourself to tell us a little bit like where to... I'm staring at this map going all over, and I can't find... Because even Vistas de Mombotumbo, that's not a village. That's a housing development, a really small housing development in the outskirts of Doral. So I think they're considered Mataare. That's kind of the thing there. But there's got to be like some landmark or something to go on. I mean, there's a little tiny development without a name right next to Vistas de Mombotumbo. But I can't get in close enough to I'm on Google Maps. Can you give me like a distance, like exactly what direction from Vista del Mumbo Tumbo by how far am I looking? 200 meters, a kilometer. Is it on the Carretera Nueva? Because even searching Google, it doesn't have it. Sorry, Brian. American worker. Alex Brown is here. Hey, Scott, have you put together a guide about how to live there long term by doing visa runs? I don't have a... I mean, my videos have kind of guided you through it, but I mean, what would you need to know? Move, live long term, do visa runs. What's your guess on a budget for a solo traveler living a very cheap lifestyle and cooking at home without housing costs? Those are so tough, right? Especially being here. I think if you're in like Europe or something, it's much more standard. Like people have a really clear idea what people mean. I mean, if you're not dealing with housing costs, $150. Most expats are going to want to spend a lot more than that, just naturally. But that's what gets difficult, is that people have these kind of random expectations that are very, very difficult to accommodate. And so, I know people who live here at insanely low prices. And I know other people who have these same kind of questions, and what they're willing to accept as budgets are sometimes off by orders of magnitude. And so one person will be like, how could I possibly live there for under $1,000? And I've had people say they couldn't live here for under $100,000 a month. I've actually had people made that claim, that they couldn't afford, nothing. It's so expensive. And how could anybody live an adequate lifestyle without having just insane levels of income? And then you talk to people who are spending, under 800, sometimes under 500, and that includes their housing, sometimes a car, and they're doing things, and they're like, what? I'm at 550 and I'm comfy, right? And so it's all over the map, and everyone has a different opinion, so it's very difficult to give, like, if it's a very specific thing, how much would it cost to cook rice and beans for a meal? Okay, that we can calculate, but okay, at the northern intersection of highways 28 and 46. Okay, that gives me something. Okay. I mean, the intersection of 28 and 46 is inside the city of Metare. I get that it's a neighborhood, but it's not one on the map. And 28 and so we picked a place that has two intersections. So one of the intersections of 28 and 46 is inside. Links can't post to YouTube if they don't allow them. That's why I need a description of exactly where it is. One of the neighborhoods that intersection is in is inside Ciudad Sandino, and the other is inside Mata'are, and Vistas del Mombotumbo is in the middle. Oh, at the northern intersection of 28 and 26. So that's Mata'are. So that's not a neighborhood of Managua then. That is a neighborhood of Mata'are. That's got to be a barrio of Mata'are. So let's try that. Barrio. Christina Mata. All right. No, I can't find it by that either. If it's along there, I'm there all the time. I've never stayed there. Mata'are is kind of a cutish little town. It's not popular. I know one person who lives there. Mata'are is famous as being like the place you mention when you're coming from Leon to Managua to mean I'm almost there. So, I mean, I like the Mata'are area. It's not bad. I think you'll have no expats It's a Nika village, right? It's not a so that's positive, right? You've got a nice little community. It's along the lake. There's probably some nice stuff actually on the lake. No one ever goes to the lakefront from there, but you certainly can. It's not far from Managua, so that's really cool. It's a little bit far out, right? So the thing that you'll get is, I want to like. There's hardly anything to do in Matare, right? It's not Doral, the new development. It's not Ciudad Sandino, the big suburb of Managua with all the people. It's a remote, large village, tiny city along the lake on the highway. It's a tiny fraction the size of Nagarote or La Paz Centro. So is it big enough that it has a Maxi Pali? Yeah. You've got a grocery store. You've got, I think, just local restaurants. I don't think there's any. Like, there's a pupusa place. I really should go film Meta RA because it's kind of a cute little town, and every little town like this has something to offer, right? Like, okay, I just stumbled on some random restaurant that came up. This place looks super cute, right? It's just some little local place. Oh, these are really current pictures too. I want to go there. That's easy. I'm sure you can find some cute houses. I'm sure you're going to find some serious deals. Not an expensive area. It's not a desirable area. It's not bad. It's just, if you said Mata R8, Nicaraguans would be like, so. But it's, I know it's got a Maxi Pali, so you're able to go grocery shopping without going into Managua. You've got a couple restaurants, so like, as long as you're willing to be, local, hitting up the local bar and getting to know your neighborhood, you're gonna find lots of nice neighbors. You're not gonna be the in some expat community. You'll be able to fit in really easily. It's famous for how tough it is to cross the road. Very little of it really goes out to the water. All right. So according to Google Maps, Christina isn't a village, it's a bar. It's the name of a bar on the edge, but it's the spot is just a bar in some trees. So it's likely like someone selling beer out of the back of their house. Okay. That was a funny typo. Do you recommend any vaccines? Just the normal, rubella, mumps, whatever. So that side of Mata RA, I can't tell you like that. So I don't know Mata RA well enough to be like, okay, the east side is going to be a lot nicer. That's where Mata RA just kind of spills out into the countryside. So I guarantee very cheap. It's an area where likely you'd want to have your own car. I've often gone through Mata RA and said, this is a cute place, right? Never did I say, it's so cute, I'm going to move here. But if you said, in order to stay in Nicaragua, I have to live in Mata RA, I'd be like, that's a weird requirement, but okay, I would not be sad. You're in between Leon and Nicaragua, so you're in between Leon and Managua, so if you wanted to go to Leon, it's super easy. You're right on the border and I've done videos from the Mirador right by there, so that gives you a little bit of a feel of what it kind of looks like in the area. And I just did videos from Ciudad Doral in the last 2 weeks. I did the parade there, so you can see that that's just one city-ish neighborhood southeast on that same road, but on the other side. I've done tons in Ciudad Sandino, so. Hey, Mark. He says, how's it going? Just made it here just to say hello to everyone. Hello. So I think you'll find Meta RA very small and pretty far away from things. But for the right person, it can be a really nice place. And I know we had at least one person in the community last year who was like, I bought a house in Matare. I'm like, what? Okay. But I think they had family there or something. I am really shocked that someone recommended it to you. So one, that they called it Christina makes no sense at all, because that is just a bar. And not like a landmark bar. That is like I don't think this is a real place bar. And Matare, I mean, it's a tiny place, but it's really well known because the highway goes through it. So if someone wanted you to be in Matare, they should have called it that. It's a bizarre place to recommend. But if you're looking for that kind of out-of-the-way small village, but easily accessible to a highway and with a lake nearby, then it easily is a very nice choice. If I was going to be along that route, I would certainly want to be in Nagarote. Of course, that's in Leon, and yeah, Leon. But Jodido. But it's a little bit harder to be along the lake, so I get it. Maybe you want to be right on the water. That's a cool feature that Matare is kind of unique. It's the one village, city-ish thing along that route that's actually on the water. Nicaraguans aren't big on being on the water, so when you look at a close-up map of it, you're like, wait, there's no houses on the water. Nope. People just don't do that. Everyone's clustered up along the road. No major businesses there. But really easy to get places, so it's not a problem. And Managua is awesome, right? So the nice thing is, you're right next to El Doral. Like, I don't know what that is, 5 minutes. So El Doral is a new up and coming city, and that's where I just filmed. And I'm not saying that like, oh, it's the best thing ever, but it's certainly a cute little place. And you're really not far from Ciudad Sandino, which traditionally has not had the best reputation, but recently is a major gentrification area in the capital region, and there really are lots of restaurants, bars, and activities and shopping in Ciudad Sandino. So you could go from Matare and be like, I really feel like Leon culture, and head to Nagarote and be there well under 30 minutes, I think. And be like, cool, Nagarote, cleanest city in the country, awesome food, Leon culture, Casillos, woo. Or you can go the other way and be like, right into Ciudad Sandino. You've got your Pizza Hut, your La Colonia, your big plazas, your fancy stuff. They start to appear in Ciudad Sandino. Not a ton, but a surprising amount. And then if you need to go into Managua, it's easy. If you need hospitals, it's easy. But you don't need to go into Managua for much of anything. So that's a major advantage to being out in that kind of area. If you want that laid back but access to things lifestyle, it could be quite nice. Like, it's just surprising how random it is. Not it's not a bad recommendation. It's just a weird one. Okay, let me make sure I'm not. I am that solo thumb on the board. I've been in San Juan. It's so weird that someone in San Juan del Sur would recommend it. Like, that's just, what a bizarre situation. So Alex, yeah, for doing border runs, I mean, you just do them. Like, that's it. There's so little to know, other than we just did a video that I think comes out tomorrow with Mike, who just posted a few minutes ago, about what the border run is like. But it's, you just go over the border and come back. So Janet pointed out that her husband Ramon is from Matare. It's where his father's family is from. Lived there part of his life as a child. It has a deep indigenous community there. No vaccines. Has some nice trees there. It does have nice trees. That is a plus. It's the lake breezes. They make for nice trees. Ken says, I appreciate the info. Bar lol. We'll have to ask Ramon about the town. He'll have some, like, what the neighborhood is like kind of place. It's certainly a place that, like, if you were there, it doesn't take long to walk across. Right? Like, you can go from one side of Matare to the other in a 15-minute walk, probably. Like, we're talking a really small place. I wonder if Google has any information on it. Like, nope. Oh, estimated population. According to Google, the municipality has 64,000 people. That doesn't seem plausible at all. What does it say about Ciudad Sandino, which is 40 times the size? Yeah, they say 110,000. They also say that that was 10 years ago. Those numbers don't add up. When you're in Mata Are, you're like, I'm zipping through this itty-bitty little place. Like, I hope they have a bathroom, and they don't. And when you're in Ciudad Sandino, you're like, I'm in a major city. This is huge. So it's very different. Definitely, those numbers are not close to each other. Mark says, how's it going there? Oh, he already said that. D. Gilbert, bad idea to take a motorcycle in-drive ride from Managua Airport to Granada. I mean, I didn't even know they offered that. I mean, that's up to you. Do you want to ride through 3 cities on a motorcycle? Ken says, I'm not that impressed with San Juan del Sur, so appreciate your input. Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm not so impressed with it either. There's things about it that I love, but overall, it's one of my last places I would live in the country. The difference, though, San Juan del Sur, you're going to have lots of restaurants, lots of expats. You got that beautiful bay. When you're in Mata Are, you're going to be like, it's going to be a little Nicaragua village, right? Which can be super cool, right? You're living the Nicaraguan lifestyle. Things are super cheap. It's polar opposite. So could be some culture shock there. Luke, have a good night. Jan says, what if the person who recommended that town really meant Katerina, like they mixed up Christina and Katerina? That makes a lot more sense, but not any of the description would make sense. Like, he had enough of the description, which intersections, what it's near, like, other than, if the only thing was they meant to say Mata Are, but they said Christina, 100% of it makes sense. But it's a completely random recommendation. Katerina is completely different in every possible way, but not in Managua. So I don't know. Ken, did the person giving you the recommendation describe where it was? Did they like explain the location? Like, it's in Managua, it's up on the lake, it's near Chiltepe, like all that stuff? Or did you find it based on a name and then use those things to help us find it? That will make a huge difference. Because there's a really good chance that Janet's right. I gave a lot of options. What does the no refer to? Oh my gosh, Ken, they gave you the wrong name. It's that simple. They meant Katerina. Loads of people get Katerina as a recommendation. Katerina is on a different lake. It's in a different part of the country. It's on Laguna de Apoyo. It's very popular with expats. It's the place where all the flowers are made. It's a much larger place, much better known. It is popular with expats. I've done lots of videos there. It's in Messiah, and still has a lot of like this. This is a very interesting place. But if someone said, so we're recommending places to expats, do we pick a well-known tourist place that has not too many expats, but beautiful weather? It's kind of in the heart of things. It's very, very popular with expats. It's one of those places that expats show up and go, whoa, this is so beautiful, I gotta live here. Or is it a wide spot on a highway where no expat has ever gone and has absolutely no resources whatsoever and is just a random place in the middle of nowhere, but a kind of cool little village? Yeah, they make Katerina. So Katerina, on the heights going up the volcanic slopes at Laguna de Apoyo, just south of Messiah, at the intersection of 11B, 18, and 18A. It's in the southeast corner of Departamento Messiah. Absolutely gorgeous area, neat village, very cool weather. Yes, I mean, I've done a ton there. I've got friends who live there for a while, so I used to go stay there. I go there regularly because it's one of those places that every tourist has to go, because the Mirador of Catarina is like the Mirador of the country. It's a fantastic area, rather pricey, in comparison, like Mata'are would be like, this is just crazy cheap because there's no draw other than just being a nice, pleasant Nicaraguan village. Catarina is one of those highly sought after places. So it's like San Juan del Sur, except it's mostly Nicaraguans. So it's definitely not touristy like San Juan del Sur, but when you're talking to foreigners, it's like, oh, everyone is like, oh yeah, I wish I was in Catarina. That's one of those highly desired places. I'd love to have a place there. And like my friend, he had a backstreet place there, and it was all brand new construction, wall to wall glass, you know, modern pool in the middle. Like, it looks like something out of a Costa Rican travel guide, right? It's still not the average house on the street, but he was on some alley and that was there. How much shopping is actually there? Oh, and if you watch my video on the street bull whipping competition, that was filmed in a suburb of Catarina. I was staying in Catarina with friends. That's San Juan del Oriente. Just no, nothing's pricey like San Juan del Sur. Like, that's as high as it gets in the country, outside of the Beverly Hills areas of Managua. But as a location, nothing's expensive like San Juan del Sur. So he was probably paying like $700 a month, but for this huge luxury place with pool and in a tourist area, like, and maybe he wasn't even paying that much. Shopping actually in Catarina, I feel, is pretty tough, but partially that's because it has so many things nearby. So the nice thing is, it's a really pleasant little village. It's got some really cute little things, but it doesn't have a lot big. Exactly. But if you go to the Mirador, which is in the village, and I've got a lot of videos on this. I did one in April where we did the zip lining there. That was right in Catarina. Grocery stores, I think you got to go other places. You've got enough restaurants to keep you okay day to day. If you travel just a little bit, you're in the middle of the witch villages, the Pueblos Blancos, and so there's loads of like cool restaurants and neat things to do around there. So there's stuff, right? But it's a totally different vibe. It's like a weird collection of small villages kind of place rather than a city. Mostly from Catarina, you're going to zip up into the city of Messiah to the north, which is 4 kilometers. And that's a big city, right? And so you've got all the shopping and stuff. There's a mall and, you know, just anything you want. It's one of the country's major cities. So you've got anything you want up there, from markets to, you know, computer stores to shopping malls, clothing, all that big fancy stuff. But there in Catarina, Niquinomo, Diriamba, Diria, Diriomo, out to Masatepe in the west. You've got a little zone there that's just packed full of interesting villages that are all 1 to 2 kilometers away from each other. So for a long time, I lived in Ithaca, New York, but I didn't live in Ithaca. I lived in Ithaca Heights. Now it's been quite a while. I'm on the east side of town, just at the top of the hill. And in Ithaca, there's a downtown, so like there's Catarina, but then spread out around it was one village after another. And so you'd go out of one little place, go through the woods for just a minute, and then pop into another little thing. And one would have a grocery store, one would have a fancy restaurant, one would have like a street food thing. And so you'd have to kind of wander through the woods and pop out in these little places. And it was amazing, but it's also less efficient. This feels like that. If you know Ithaca, New York, which what are the chances? But if you do, this area reminds me of that, and I absolutely love it. I think it's a beautiful area. Everything between Di Riomo in the south, Catarina in the north, and Masatepe in the west, that little triangle of stuff is just fantastically interesting. Great weather, beautiful villages, and there's never a spot without people. So even though there's these little villages and then kind of nothing, if you zoom in, you'll be like, oh, there's little tiny roads going all over and little tiny things all over. Whereas most of Nicaragua is more compact cities with then nothing around it. Like when you leave Leon, it's empty, and Leon is big. But when you're out there, it's like there's nothing big, but there's no real empty either. It's a completely different zoning thing, and you may find that it's really fantastic. Like it really is a popular area, and don't be tied to like it's got to be Catarina itself. It's just the Catarina area. Anyone who's telling you Catarina, what they really mean is Southern Messiah, and there's 3 zones that are kind of like this: Carazo, Southern Messiah, and Western Granada. All 3 of those kind of come together, and each one is a little bit different, but they all have this kind of similar vibe of lots of smaller places mashed together rather than big places surrounded by empty space. They're all relatively close to the big cities. So you've got Managua, Messiah, and Granada across the north. This is a band of small villages that are in reality quite dense below them. And then their southern extent is bordered by the Pan American Highway with Diriamba, Jinotepe, and Nandaime across the south. And so it's this region in between those 2 sets of cities. And if you and all of it is a decently high plateau. If you look at population maps, it's actually that Messiah is the most densely populated region of the country, not Managua. And you look at it and you're like, but there's no city really. Messiah itself is not that big of a city. But when you really look at it, you're like, oh, but every inch of Messiah is full of villages, whereas everyone else has empty space in big areas. Even Managua has just massive zones that are empty. Nicaragua 168 goes through a giant forest area. Santa Julia, big empty area. South of El Dorado, big empty area. Getting out Masatepe. If you're in Masatepe, you look straight south. That's an area without a single house in it larger than all of Messiah, right? Quite literally the entire, I don't mean the city of Messiah, I mean the departamento of Messiah can be fit into the houseless region southwest of Matare, right? So there's a reason why even with the city of Managua, Managua is not as densely populated as Messiah is. So interesting in that way. Traffic can be annoying out there, right? Because it's all these little villages and you're winding on tiny roads from place to place. If anything's going on, there's no way to get anywhere. That can be annoying. But there's something about having all these little villages to explore and just zipping from place to place. It's super pleasant and fun. And every time someone brings it up, I'm always like, I need to just go find like an Airbnb out there and go do a weekend getaway in the Pueblos Blancos, because I love the Pueblos Blancos. They're just fun. It's just a cool area to escape to. Plus, it's cooler weather, right? Like, sometimes we just want to break from the heat. This time of the year with the rain, we don't mind so much, but a lot of the years, it gets really warm. Let's go look. I feel like Masatepe would be perfect to go stay in, but lots of restaurants come up. I know there's some nice ones out there, and they're hidden places. I have the hiccups. That's the region that like all of our furniture comes from. A lot of crafts, a lot of artisan things come from that region. And it's a relatively affluent region. So you have a higher employment rate, salaries are higher, but it's mostly done through everybody's working, everyone's doing small businesses from home and stuff like that. And so it's a very different general vibe than other areas. It doesn't really get expensive. It's certainly more expensive, but that's because we're in the cheapest. Like everything's more expensive. But it's more like little communities that are building all their own stuff, and you just have craftsmen everywhere doing stuff. And Mark says, I plan on going there for a week or maybe during the winter in Ohio. I also want to go see El Salvador for a week, trying to figure out the planning, like a couple of days here, move on in country. Are you going to take the ferry between the countries? That's what I want to do. One of these days, I'm just going to go up and hop the ferry. My kids really want to hop the ferry. My wife can't do the ferry. Like, she gets motion sickness, just terrible. So she can't do it. But I really want to take the ferry to El Salvador because that's just cool. I'm looking at cute restaurants now in Masatepe, trying to see if there's... That's what happens late at night. People start mentioning different towns, and I start like looking for fun stuff to go do or Airbnbs to find, because that's, I live here, so it's fun to like find a cute Airbnb in a cute village that's very, very different than where I am, and just go hang out and be like, this is my weekend, hanging out in this place, and I can do it in the middle of the week or whatever when it's like super cheap, and just be like, hey, give me a deal. I'm gonna show up and hang out. And there are some... It gets pricey out there. Wow. Okay, most of those places are countryside, like, resorty places. And it's saying, oh, some of these places will only do 2 nights. Okay. I'm like, these prices are like double what they should be. Well, yeah, it's 2 nights. I don't know why it showed me 2 nights. I only asked for 1 night. That makes no sense. Okay, this one place is $137 for 1 night. That's insane. It doesn't even look that nice. Now here's $117 for 2 nights. These are cute. Not what I'd be looking for. It's an interesting area way north of Masatepe. Here we go. In town. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Those are reasonable. $46. Guest house. It shows an awful lot of green out the window, but the map says it's in the middle of the village. That view is not the place I'm looking at. And funny enough, if I go to another Airbnb across town, it has the exact same photographs. I don't think those are real. Wow, someone needs to put some affordable B&Bs out there. Like, these are all crazy. Like, they're neat, right? Here's our entire home with all kinds of stuff and a pool and a huge house and pool tables. And, yeah, if I got, like, a whole bunch of people and we're going to party and we want a whole house. Oh, yeah, there's, like, a room with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, like, it sleeps 6 in this one room alone. There's another room, sleeps another 4. Yeah, this is, like... big party, but that's not realistically what I'm looking for. This whole little region is perfect for great Airbnbs, and there aren't any. Not a single one. And then when you do find anything, it's like, oh yeah, there's a room. A room? I don't want a room. All right, what are some of these? Guest house bungalow. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure this bungalow is where I was. Nothing's loading. How's the internet? Are we good? Not choppy or anything? I don't see any issues. Maybe Airbnb is just having problems? Now, I stay in Catarina for free because I have friends there, so it's a weird area for me to go spend money on. Because I literally have a house that I can just go show up and be like, I'm staying. Should Americans register with the State Department before going there? No. That's very weird. I've always wondered what situation would be good for registering with the State Department. I actually don't know any scenario where that would be wise or useful, right? You're coming to a safe place. You should be registering with the State Department when you get to America, because that's where you have to worry. But being here, one, there's nothing to worry about, and two, if there was, there's nothing they can do for you because they have absolutely no pull here. Good so far. I bet they're having issues. Yeah, it feels like Airbnb is just having issues. There we go. Now it loaded. This? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is my friend's old house. Yep, that definitely looks like his house. That's pretty cool. Does it have a name? Because I knew its name once upon a time. It's the entire bungalow. He didn't have the whole thing. 5 guests, 2 bedrooms, 3 bath. How much is it? Oh, $69 a night. Okay. No, for an entire multi-unit structure with private pool, that's not bad. How many stays do they have? A lot of these places, you're like, oh, okay, this one has a bit. A lot of these places you end up at and you're like, there's zero reviews. I have to go to class in a minute too. I have to go to class in a minute too, but if you're still here afterwards, I'll be back. I don't know. I haven't even looked to see how many people are on. Are we busy? We are pretty busy. Not bad. Not too shabby. Still working on tickets because I have to pay the bills. I'm actually short-staffed. I need to hire for this shift. And actually, even when we do hire for this shift, we're planning on not hiring for the Thursday shift because I'm already here. Like, why not watch things? Not shabby is good then. See you later. Bye. Where's my new ticket? Oh, report an issue. But I'm disappointed by the lack of Airbnbs out there. Like, I feel like there's a huge opportunity lost to have a really awesome but reasonable Airbnb. If you're going to like Managua, Granada, Leon, they are few and far between, but you can find them, and there's some good deals and stuff. But it is something that we generally lack compared to other places. Like when I'm going to Guatemala or El Salvador or Mexico or whatever, finding like awesome Airbnbs. And it's like, this place is so cool. That place is so cool. Like the place you're staying is so cool. When I'm in Bolivia, right, there's just tons of really cool Airbnbs to pick from. And I love it. I'll be like, oh, this place is so much fun to just stay in. And it's so beautiful and has, neat furnishings, an awesome view. The Airbnb itself is part of the attraction. Right? Like, not only am I in the city, but this is I love if I lived here, this could be my apartment thing. And that gives me an opportunity to kind of explore the city in a whole new way, which I really enjoy. And so that's what really draws me to using Airbnb as much as I do If I'm going to be in a new town, I will often want to be in an Airbnb. Hotels are nice; they're convenient. If I'm stressed or anything, hotel, right? Just give me something where everything's handled, and I just show up, and I don't have to worry about anything. Yeah, totally. But if I am, oh, hold on. If I'm going to be staying somewhere for any length of time, I want to go grocery shopping. I want to do all those things. Osvaldo's still here. Bolivia. Osvaldo found me my Airbnb last time I was in Bolivia. So, like you get to experience it. Like, oh, this neighborhood, I could be here or nearby, and that's fun. That's an interesting aspect, and I mean, just these places don't do it that I'm finding. So that's an opportunity I feel that is missing there. Ozzy, it's 11 o'clock at night. You were in pajamas hours ago. I'm trying to upload like basic pictures to this site, and it's really struggling. Ozzy is the one that's going to Belize with me, but we don't have our flight plan yet. I don't know when we're going. When are we going? Ozzy gets to fly through the most exciting place ever, Cancun. Everyone wishes they could fly through Cancun. Obviously, being facetious, it's the worst. Hire me. What are the qualifications? I probably don't qualify. After the hurricane, where in Belize? Well, Ken, we go to the most exciting. Brace yourself for your jealousy, right? We work in Belize City and Belmopan. This trip will just be Belize City. Oh, you live there? Okay. Yeah. So we work pretty much downtown. Like, obviously, we don't work in just one little spot. We move around a little bit, but I'll tell you exactly where I hang out. It's not much of a... The hell's the name of it? Not Palm Grove. I know the name of it. I'll get it for you in a second. Okay, so it's right. I mean, we're basically, well, yeah, Balama, right? Do you know like the region around? So I stay at the Best Western, Biltmore, right? Does that give you? That's where I stay. How hot is it there this time of year? This time of year doesn't matter. It's always hot, very hot, all the time. I'm looking at floor plans for a hotel. Oh, Ken says I stayed at the Biltmore. I don't like Best Western in general, but I really like the Biltmore. That's a really nice place. I also stayed... I wrote the gaming laws for the government of Belize. Wait. Like the lotto gaming? I don't know what other gaming laws there would be. I mean, casinos, I guess. Lotto casinos. How long ago? Isn't it said to be haunted? What? It's a very... I don't know when it would be haunted from. It's a very modern place. 2012. Okay, so a little bit ago. Hey, living abroad with Eric. Hey, 4 hours deep. Ah, thank you. So 13 years ago. Okay, that's not that long ago. Is that when you first were there or when you were done? Oh yeah, Ozzy and Eric saw each other last week on the show, and then they got together and hung out this week and filmed together in Belize, in Bolivia. Sorry. When you started, so you were there in 2014. So we only barely didn't overlap. I mean, 4 or 5 years, but oh, the Biltmore in LA. No one wants to go there. LA's haunted. Worked for government for 5 months. Oh, neat. That's pretty cool. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, we're there on a regular basis. You may be surprised that we're there working with the laws that you wrote. That's what we're there for. Do you know Kareem Musa? You must. He's been around for a while. That's seriously weird. It's what a small world. Yeah, that's who we work with when we're there. Not directly too much, but that's Ozzy and I have done quite a bit of work for him over the years. And Ozzy has not been able to go up and be there, so this will be a cool trip for him because he's always working remotely, but I actually go up on a regular basis. I don't think on this trip we're going to Belmopan, so we're just going to be hanging out in Belize City. Always possible we'll run into him, but... It's Biltmore in Los Angeles, California, said to be haunted if you believe in that stuff. I don't believe in Biltmores in Los Angeles. Are you saying if we believe in being haunted or if we believe in Los Angeles? Because I don't believe in Los Angeles. Oh, wait, that's... Or is that L.A.? Is it Louisiana? Where is the Biltmore? Biltmore, Los Angeles. Okay. I don't spend much time in LA. That is a get me out of here kind of place. Not my vibe. I mean, if I have loads of money and, you know, gonna do cool things like stay at the Biltmore, it would be cool. But, I mean, that is a beautiful place. I don't think my room at the Biltmore Belize City quite lived up to it. So I'm a little bit, a little bit disappointed that we don't have that level of Biltmore. But I'd much rather be in Belize City than in, oh, they never do. No, that's that's not going to happen. Worked under Contreras. I have not worked with him. I don't know if he's still there. I don't know everyone in government for sure. But that's pretty cool. What was this? Hold on. Ticket I gotta check. Where did it go? Do I know Paul DeHaan? I don't think so. Oh, this website is completely hosed. The name sounds familiar, though. Oh, my camera died. Sorry, guys. Didn't even notice. Oh, I haven't stood up in a while. Hold on, getting the battery. My dog's looking at me like, are we still here? Are we doing this? Shouldn't we be playing video games? All right. Should have. Oh, is that a dead battery? The camera didn't come back on. I suppose I could have a dead battery sitting on my desk by accident. That's weird. We're gonna try another. There we go. Much better. Oh. Whew. Sorry about that. Camera difficulties. He was on the gaming commission. I've only been involved since 2019, maybe? Somewhere around there. And that's not actually what we're going up on for this trip, but we get to go up and hang out with people. It's more of a shaking hands, kissing babies kind of thing. But I haven't been up in a while, so it'll be nice. Nice to get back up. I do wish Belize City had a lot more food. There's a distinct. So, after you were done in Belmopan, did you stay in Belize City or did you move somewhere more interesting? All right, Ozzy, have a good night. Good night, world. Good night, moon. Good night, stars. Ah, Placencia. Okay. I haven't been out there, but I know a lot of people that go out there. Seems like a nice area. It's haunted, yeah. The Black Dahlia, Elizabeth Short, was last seen alive at the bar before her murder. Oh, am I working with casinos on this trip? No, I'm working with the banks. On December 2020, went to one of the Mayan pyramids and sat on top until midnight at Junantunik. Elizabeth Short. I'm just reading about I'd never heard about this murder. Dropped off at the hotel. Over sisters. So it's weird that the Biltmore would be considered haunted because sometime before she was murdered, she had a drink there, but it's not where she was murdered, nor even the last place she was. It's just a fancy place she went once. That was the day the Mayan calendar ran out and people thought the world would... Yeah. It's a funny time to have gone there. Do they make breakfast? The Biltmore? Brian says it's late, but the dog has not forgotten her walk. Signing off for the Insights Boys Noches. Thanks, Brian. Have a good night. In Nicaragua? Are you asking if Nicaragua has huevos rancheros? We do. It's decently common. Certainly not. It's not considered a local food, but it's kind of like well, it's probably kind of like huevos rancheros in the U.S., right? Like it's not exactly your hometown food, but it's that really common foreign food that everybody has. It's so easy with our local ingredients that it's just a little bit of extra. It's really just having a salsa for it. We also do eggs in a jalapeno cream here, which is really excellent. I like that a lot. Kind of like nachos can get anywhere. Not here. Nachos are all but non-existent here because we don't have the chips. They'll do something they call nachos, but they're actually chilaquiles that are not quite as soggy, and they just kind of refer to it as nachos. We have a million things from like Mexico that they keep the name but don't keep the food, and so it's very confusing. Like, can you order nachos here on any menu? Oh yeah, but can you get nachos? No. So it's very very funny. They have all food that they don't have. If there's one complaint about Nicaragua, it is the extensive lack of food. We cannot get Thai, Indian. There's some claim there's a new Indian place in Grenada. It's a stretch at best. Mediterranean is pretty hard to get if it's not Italian. Getting real Spanish. There's one really expensive chain that has kind of decent Spanish, but getting like traditional Spanish, very hard. Italian, pretty easy. Greek, pretty hard. Lebanese, North African, no, just no hope. Indian, essentially no hope. There's that one kind of, and it's not even a restaurant. You can't go there. You can't get Thai, Vietnamese, Indonesian, Filipino. You can get to some degree Chinese, but it's actually a little bit difficult. Japanese, quite easy. Mexican, harder than you think, but obviously it's available. Peruvian, we can get. I don't think we can get Brazilian. Argentinian is super rare. At one point, I owned the only Argentinian place in Western Nicaragua. Like it's surprising how much you can't get here. It's really shocking. That we can get Malaysian is absolutely unbelievable. Very little of the Chinese, you can't get American Chinese, and you can't get Tex-Mex. Like those kinds of things are all but unavailable. It's very, very specific what you're able to get, and a challenge. So the food quality is good, but variety, it's just missing. Ken says, do you build cloud stacks? Yeah, I actually built the first cloud system for human medical back in 1999. I built the first cloud. I was talking about this today. First cloud on Wall Street back in like 2005, 2006. So I've been building cloud systems since long before the words existed. And my company still makes software, so we're doing software engineering all the time. That's Ozzy is on the software engineering team. So yeah, it's been a fun career. Get to do a lot of interesting things. I came to do something. I forgot what it was. We need to talk outside. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I do a lot of interesting things. I've been around for a long time doing a lot of weird stuff, a lot of places. Whoa, what just happened here? Oh, easiest thing is shoot me an email and then I'll give you my WhatsApp, just because I don't want to publish my phone number on a public thing. Scott, I had to think of what's my name. Scott at LatinAmericanLiving.com. I'm terrible about checking my email. I check my business email all the time. My my community email, I'm always behind on. So I try to keep up. I do it in batches when I get a chance. Awesome. I'm 40. You think it's too late for IT learning? I'm also a nurse. I'm going to go with probably. So software engineering, it's definitely too late. If you want to do software engineering, you got to be young. There's no way around it because it changes how you look at the world. IT, in theory, you can do, but it's a terrible career to go into. And the reason is that first of all, it's not a career that rewards doing a good job. Right, most of the career is very disheartening. People hate you for being technical. They hate you for being because often your job, right? Companies don't want to put it this way, but so often we're called in not because we know something. We're called in because we're just considered to be the smart person in the room, and so often you'll be asked like, "Oh, can you do this thing?" Or we'll be like, "You mean do your job for you? Why are you asking me? None of this has anything to do with IT. That's literally your job." Well, I don't understand how to do it. And every single person in IT does, right? It's that kind of thing. So often, we're tasked with doing all the work, get none of the credit, and people resent us. And always have this like, oh, angry because you can help in anything. But that's what IT is. We touch every part of the business. We have to understand all the different things that everybody does. We have to know how they work together. We have to think broadly. And so often, to give an example, right? And this happens all throughout your career. If you work with end users, people will be like, "Oh, I need help using this thing." And you'll be like, "Okay, you understand that this is a tool that you use. I deliver you this tool. Let's say it's a hammer, and you're working with a carpenter, and you're a IT guy, right? And then the carpenter's like, "I need a good hammer." And you're like, "Okay." So I go to the store, I shop around, I research hammers, I figure out what vendors are good, I figure out what prices are good, I figure out what stores are good, and I manage to get a high quality hammer at a good price. And I bring it to you and I give you the hammer. And your job is to use that hammer every day that you come to work, not weekends. But the rest of the time you use a hammer every day. I've never used a hammer before. I've bought them, I've carried them around in boxes. I know what they should cost, I know how to select a good one, but I don't use one. And then after years, and you've been to school for hammering. I didn't go to school for any of this. They don't have training for any of this. You use this hammer every day. You have a master's degree in hammering. You have awards on your wall for your hammer knowledge, all these things. And you come to me and you go, "I'm not sure what this is used for. Can you help me?" And you have training. I have nothing. And I have to go on Google and say, "What's the best way to swing a hammer?" And then I have to show the union carpenter, you go like this, right? And I have to explain, I'm going to go for the head of the nail, and I'm going to try to drive it. And then they go, "I don't understand. Can you do more? Can I just have you do this?" And we have to be like, "You're trained, and this is your entire job. Why are you asking me how to do your job? You do this every single day. You are trained for it. You were hired for this. And you came to a person with no association with your career, no experience or knowledge, and you expect me to be not just good enough to do the job, but good enough to figure out how to do it really well and train you beyond the industry's training for your job." That is exactly what our lives are like. So we go in to you name it, and people will, and normally there's a computer involved, right? But that's where the hammer comes in. They'll sit down and be like, "Here's a piece of software for my industry." We don't know what the software does, right? We install it. We make sure the computer meets specs, right? That kind of stuff. We're handling the box that it comes in, right? It'll be like, "I gave you the room to work with your hammer, but you've got to use the hammer." And and so they'll sit you down at the computer and you'll look at something you've never seen before. You don't know what it does. And you're expected to be the expert over the person who selected the software, trained on it, and uses it every day. And quite often we're able to sit down and just do their jobs for them and teach them how to do their jobs without any training or knowledge or even nothing. It's wild, the gap between what IT is expected to do and what the people they support is often. And it is so depressing because you're like, I mean, why don't you just hire IT to do all the job positions? Because then you wouldn't have to train anyone. And you wouldn't have anyone calling someone else to do their jobs. You just have one person that's already doing the jobs. It's so depressing. So much of the time. And then very often, whether an employee or a consultant, companies often feel that IT professionals are subhuman and will just not pay them. And they'll come up with all kinds of ways to get around paying the people doing the work and then happily paying the people who were scamming them all along and getting the IT people to do their work for them. And not just fire you, but literally not pay you. Be like, oh, you're fired. We decided you weren't doing the job that we're happy with you. And now we're going to retroactively decide that the job we were happy with, we're not happy with now, so we don't have to pay you. Even though you did the job and we were happy and we accepted it and asked you to do more, and we're happy with that and asked you to do more. We're going to go retroactively and not pay you for everything that we were happy with. That is an everyday part of IT life. It is so tough. And so that's just depressing. So you have to get past that and love the job. So the thing that I find is that, so we started a much larger, we always had one, but we grew our software engineering house to make ourselves our own customers. So our IT staff could work for people who are nice instead of normal people. Which is that's one of the most depressing things. You find out what the world's really like, and there's no hiding it once you do it. It really is depressing, and everybody will just lie to you. The lies are just, it's unreal. People think they can say anything because you're in IT. The level of what they're willing to lie about just goes up so much. But so that's the starting point. That's how it was in the 90s. When I started my own firm, and even back then, right, the reason I started my firm wasn't to get rich, which didn't happen. I started my own firm because my at the time, my business partner and I were like, we love working in IT, and we hate the politics and the attitudes and the behavior of the people we work for. We need a separation from that. So we made our own firm so we would at least have the separation of being contractors and be our own bosses, where they hired our firm, and that gave us some amount of self-direction. And that worked out well, and it did do that. And that was successful, and it was very advantageous. But now in the modern world, people are using less IT. They need it more, but they're using it less, right? It used to be if you didn't have IT, you simply couldn't do the things you thought you needed to do. Now, if you don't have IT, it's really easy to do things badly and not have the benefits of what IT is there for, to save you money or to make you more capable. Instead, you're just changing where the bar is, but in such a way that most companies are confused about it. So they think they can get away without having IT, and in a way they can, but they could before too, and just not make as much money. And so the field is shrinking. And partially because software engineering is picking up some of the slack, and even I write systems that replace IT people. So it happens, and so the field is not really getting bigger, and the people that are needed in the field are the senior people, and less junior people. And so that means there's very little path into the industry, and you are constantly up against people with lots of experience. As the industry kind of shrinks, the people with loads and loads of experience get all the work. And people without experience have less and less ability to get the experience. So what that's going to do in the future, I think there's just going to be very few IT people. And this is what we're seeing, right? The real world view is that the quality of what you're able to get has tanked. And most companies just live with it. They're like, we don't understand. Our business people lack the training to evaluate management of technology. So rather than getting qualified business people, which is hard, we just, like all of our competitors, give up, and we all just don't do well in this area. We're all not making as much money as we could. We're all less efficient. We're all behind the 8 ball. but we're all doing it the same. So our relative profits are comparable. So we can compare to other companies, and nobody in our company is at fault. So no one else is doing it. So why should we? Right? Good enough. So that's kind of a direction that people go. So only companies that really want to be competitive will have will really be sorry, my daughter needs a video game code. Doing well in the field. It's just a very, very difficult thing to break into. In this day and age. And you have AI. So AI doesn't really help IT very much. Everyone likes to say that it does. Find me an IT task that AI is going to help with. I'm not saying that there's zero help. There are certainly things that I use AI for. There's a lot of it makes things a little bit more efficient, right? There's times that I'm like, oh, I've got to write this command and I can't remember the syntax. Okay, give me the command. I want to use this command to do this thing. Give me the syntax, right? Here's all the bits. Yeah, it speeds me up a little bit with that stuff. I'm totally AI when used right. First of all, it's not really AI, but when using LLMs correctly, they have real value, but the amount that they're able to do, extremely little. And so that's one of the areas that's really tough, is because AI is doing more and more, right? AI is reading tons of stuff from people who don't know how to do IT, presenting it as if it's IT, and so just lowering the bar farther, right? So it doesn't have any way to evaluate what is good or bad or real IT or a scam, and just repeats the scams and just says whatever people want to hear. And one of the things that the AI companies have said, OpenAI said this, we're not paid to give people correct answers. We're paid to tell people what they want to hear. That's what humans pay for. And so they openly admit that they have no goal to providing accurate results. And so it doesn't end up being an IT tool. It ends up being an anti-IT tool. It would be like, we came up with this medical software. Does it heal people? Oh, no, it totally kills them. Okay, but that's its goal? Yeah. Is it really medical software? No, it's murder software, obviously. But if that's what takes the market, well, that's what takes the market. It is what it is. So there's no market in an AI product that's going to actually do good IT, because just like all these business owners and managers and terrible CEOs and whatever pretend that they know what they're doing and end up having no way to evaluate their IT teams. Well, when you move to AI, they also can't evaluate if the AI is doing a good job or not. They don't know how to evaluate it. So the lack of knowledge to evaluate has always been the limitation. You're not moving that bar. If anything, you're making it more convoluted, because it's so much harder to do research as to what's actually good. So you're just getting farther and farther away from general capability. So going into it at 40 would be not just depressing. That's one side, but extremely hard. Extremely hard. There's so much, people like me have been doing it. So I'm 50. I've been doing it for so long. I was born when computers were just available at home. The year I was born, they track. So all these really deep knowledge things in IT, I learned them as they were going. I started learning to be a programmer when I was 9, right? I've had a deep interest in IT since I was 3. I have spent my entire life, 47 of 50 years, studying and being passionate about computers. I've watched the entire evolution of I was an adult when IT became a career. And I was in a position with a decade of experience almost when that happened. So I was at the forefront of this. I wasn't quite in my 20s, but I was an adult when this hit. And so you have people like me and a lot of us who bring not just a lot of experience, that's one thing, but we bring an incomparable thing that we have witnessed the entire industry, from how could we possibly put a cable into this box to building networks and all kinds of. TJ, it's not that late. We normally go till 11:30 or so. I'm actually planning on probably wrapping up on the early side tonight, but we're not there yet. Like, how do you, as a newcomer, and I have this problem with my staff who's in their 30s, right? I guess some of them might be in their 20s. Most of them, they're in their 30s, and they're trying to learn a field by jumping in the middle. Well, of course, that's how it works with like architecture but in a case like that, everybody's in the same boat. This field has been around for 1,000 years, 3,000 years. And after 3,000 years, nobody has more insight because of watching the evolution of the field. But right now, those of us who are my age or a little bit older, I did it really young, right? I was actually working by 13. I had my first crossover career move at 18, right? At 13, I was a software engineer. At 18, I got my first IT job and another really important software engineering job. While I'm answering that, just real quickly, DRG, what's your citizenship? So when you're thinking like, oh, I'm going to learn some networking, I'm going to learn some application stuff, I'm going to learn storage, I'm going to learn, great, you can go and do, and there's so many things to learn. We learned them incrementally as they developed. So we see not just what they do, but how we got there. And so we have all these building blocks that are gone now, right? It's kind of like if someone just takes an iPad and like plays with a few apps, and then you're like, okay, can you build a server? And they'll be like, I don't even know what a server is. Like, how do you get there from here? The gap is so big. But if you take people like us, who we had desktop computers, and then those desktop computers, some of them turned into more desktops, and some of them turned into servers. Like, this was an organic process. We watched every increment happen through decades. We understand how the terms are used. We understand how they interplay. We understand the technology divergences and similarities. And like, I remember vividly when Ethernet was not the only in-house connection. I remember when Internet Protocol, TCP/IP, was not the main networking protocol. I remember, like, I had worked in IT long before these things existed. I remember when the internet was first being introduced to the universities, right? So how do you learn all that stuff today? The industry is still struggling with how do you train new people to come into an industry like that when there's so many people with such deep knowledge, but we didn't have to learn it the way you have to learn it. We had to learn it organically, which was still a ton of work, but different and forced. It was a forced chronological learning because we're still at that point. And there's very few industries like this that exploded so much, and the knowledge is deep, right? The things that we know how to do, there's someone once asked me, right, what's the difference between two jobs that are doing the same thing? One's making 50,000, one's making 300,000, and on paper we can't tell the difference between them, and they're next door to each other. And there's certain things like, well, when you're supporting systems that can lose $1 million a minute, the person who doesn't have to go to the bathroom when a stressful situation happens can be worth $250,000 in seconds, right? At $1 million a minute, think about how much you'd be willing to pay just for the person who's going to hold it. If they solve the problem 2 minutes earlier, once every 4 years, you could pay them $250,000 extra compared to someone who had to use the bathroom just for a minute or two, and still be ahead by $250,000. Right? Like, it's wild. The differences in amount in value, right? In just what you can provide from those things. And then imagine when there's one person who's like, okay, I know a little bit about how disk storage technology works, and then you have other people who are like, I know every type of drive, I know every type of storage array, I know every type of thing, right? And so no matter what you walk into, you can instantly identify it, instantly figure out how to do. Like, there's just so many things that you're able to do, and a person who may have studied it and may understand the current technology, but has to deal with old ones is just like, I don't know. And to give you an example, the bathroom thing is real, right? I've been in places where the person had an outage, and they had a psychotic episode. They were so stressed that they had to be hospitalized. Now, luckily, that was not $1 million a minute type place, but it was a massive thing. Had it been, she would have cost them possibly into the billions, probably not, but hundreds of millions of dollars of losses, because every person who could have done the job had to take care of her medical condition instead of doing the job that she was supposed to be doing. So she didn't just take out her own, she caused the outage, she didn't do her job to repair it, and she knocked out all the backup resources to save them. It can be a very stressful job. So that's one example that definitely happened to me. Luckily, that was not, we were able to save that situation. I was at IBM, and of course, IBM should have some really deep resources. And in theory, they did. And a department came to me, found me in my office, like, hey, we need you to come look at something. We have a production line that's down, and here's the issue. And I'm like, well, that's okay. And I went down, and the issue was, as is common, the production line was running on some really old technology, and I was at, see if I can figure out my age at the time. This would have been, I was 24. I was the only person with old enough knowledge, because I had been working on this specific hardware for 6 years, and the stuff that I had worked on was at least a year older than when I started on it. It wasn't new when I got on it, so 7-8-year-old technology, easily. There was no one that they could find at IBM with the knowledge to just edit a file on the computer. Right? Now, maybe no one knew what to edit either. I don't know. They didn't get that far. They couldn't edit a text file. The computer was too confusing and too foreign to them. And this was a team of IT people, all older than me, all in their 30s and 40s, probably 50s. And they had to bring the one 24-year-old. I was everyone's boss. So, I mean, it was sensible that they escalated to me. I was the head of IT. But that IBM couldn't have the resources to be able to work on a desktop that was running their production lines. Had I not been there, I don't know what they would have done. Right? Like, what if they hadn't hired me? But that's IT is constantly tasked with working on old. We don't just build new systems. That's 5% of the time. 95% of the time, we're working on old ones, often very old. And how do you learn that stuff? And how do you know you're going to go into an environment where there's none of that, right? There's, even at my own company, which is incredibly young in its technology, we're always cutting edge. We still have some things that have been in there for 15 years, right? None of them are critical. We're very good about that. But some things linger on. And if you were just going to, oh, can you help out and go work on this thing? People would be like, I've never seen this stuff before. I have no idea how to work on this, how to do this, whatever. Those are things. I don't know how they're going to solve that in IT for a long time. Renee says, yo, any opinion on importing a metal building like buying one in the U.S.? I mean, I think that would be crazy. But, I don't know what the goal is. Why would you want to do that? General rules. If you're importing something especially from the U.S., that's probably never going to make sense. It depends if you're just doing it because you really want one. Now, if you're importing from China, obviously, potentially much better deals that could make sense. But a general rule is construction should always use local materials in the local way. If you're ever in a situation where, if it's for fun, right, anything goes. But if it's a business and you're like, hey, I think my business needs to have this particular building, I'm going to import it. It's 100% wrong 100% of the time. There's no way making something for a different market, making it in another market, and bringing it to a market perfectly capable of making appropriate stuff cheap locally will ever make sense, because you're going to pay American prices for materials, higher than Nicaragua, American prices for labor, higher than Nicaragua, the cost of shipping, unnecessary, the cost of import, unnecessary, and then you're going to have a building at super high price that isn't designed for this market. Most of Nicaragua has a lot of salt to deal with in the air. Most of the places you're going to be in the country, metal doesn't make sense as a material, right? So, and then you've got to assemble it and everything here in country where you don't have experts in whatever you're bringing in. That may not be a big deal, but it all adds up. Basically, you can always build something more appropriate for cheaper using local materials and local labor, and not have all those pieces of overhead. If metal buildings were in any way practical here, we would have them. They're not here, not because we can't get them. They're not here because they don't make sense in normal circumstances. DRG says, any advice for a job I could do to live in Nicaragua? I'm an American. The simple answer is, there's no job you can do in Nicaragua. You just have to do a job online. So the question is, what can you do online? It could be just about anything, but I mean, the sky's the limit. That's the challenge with those. Imagine, imagine if we weren't online and you just said, any advice on a job? No. Right? The world is your oyster. Pick something that is of interest to you, that you have skill in, that people are hiring for, and specialize in that. That's about as good as you're going to get in most cases. So the world of online work could be anything, right? Now, carpentry, bad choice. But it's amazing how many careers have a not in the office component. Just those are the parts that you would have to do. But pretty much every industry has some. And of course, remember, you can earn a lot less here and still do really well because of the tax differential and the cost of living differential and stuff. You don't need to earn as much. And so maybe you don't work as many hours. Maybe you take a lesser paying job, but there's other ways to make up the money. Mark says, do they use pinto beans there? All I see is black beans on dishes and food. No, they definitely use pinto beans, red beans. A lot. In fact, I almost never see black beans because so in the U.S. they tend to think of black beans as the expensive ones. So if you're like Taco Bell, you're getting the expensive menu with the black beans, and the pinto beans, the red beans, are the cheap ones. Here it's flipped, and so red beans, but like gallo pinto is made with red beans. It should be an interview about bathroom habits. DRG says, yeah, what you do is great. 13 years old, software, wow, impressive. It's not about money, it's about loving what you do and where you are. It looks like you have both. I don't know about having money, but definitely I love what I do. I love the career. I mean, I've been passionate about, it's not, like I said, since I was 3, since my father brought home a Commodore Super Pet that I got to play with in 1979. I was just like, I love this, like this machine that you can program. And I didn't like it for video games. I didn't have video games when I was a kid. When I was a kid, not when I was little, right? When I was older, like 7, right? My parents got me a video game machine, but it was unrelated to my love for computers, like completely unrelated. I loved programming and computers and using computers for business from the time I was tiny. My father did that, so I mean, obviously that's connected, right? It wasn't like I did it out of nowhere. It was, I got to witness my father working. Ramon says pinto beans are cow food. Black beans were only for the time when the red beans weren't available. They're not the best choice here. Yeah, I never see black beans here. Pinto and red beans are 2 different animals. It's red beans that we use all the time here. My job's online, but I have to be in California. My wife has a remote job, but she also has to live in California. Do you have to be in California or do you have to live in California? But in either way, the taxes are so high, it would make it not worth it. But for a lot of things, right? If some job says, well, I have to live in Texas, well, I do live in Texas, right? I may never go there, but I legally live there. So if they say I have to be in Texas, well, that's different. I'm not in. But if I have to live in, well, how do you know I don't? Right? Because I do. Like, define living in a place. All depends what the real requirements are. Chances are they mean you have to be present in and can only be present in, but can they not call you when you're on vacation? You can't be called in because you're outside the working zone? But if your job lets you work remotely, chances are there's a job just like yours or very similar that you can do online. Because clearly the only thing, there's no reason that you have to be there. It's some either political thing or someone's personal vendetta against you that they don't want you to be flexible, or some, maybe the money's coming from the California government or something, so they require it. But it has nothing to do with the job itself, right? If you're both able to work online, it's because there's some value that they're perceiving in you working that isn't the job that you do. So you're being paid for something other than doing the job, which is normal in the U.S., right? Very, very common. Yeah, I have to be in Texas. Did you just confuse Texas and California? Like I have to be in California. Yeah, so, I mean, that's tough because it means that the job pays you to be in California rather than paying you to do the job. To some degree, it's both, but which one's the priority? Obviously, the California, which, as we like to define in business, means it's not a job. Businesses pay people to do work, not to exist in a place. That's super weird. As a business consultant, some of the things that companies do is just like, does no one hear themselves saying this stuff? Like, holy cow. It's super weird, the expectations in many cases, but whatever job you're doing, find the company that's just looking for the job to get done. And that will probably be your best answer, right? Whatever skill set and experience you already have. And sure, maybe it pays less, almost certainly, right? Because you're getting paid specifically for being in California. So that has some price tag on it. But someone is going to happily pay less and really just want the job to get done and only care about performance. In which case, you're golden. Right. Jan says, my cat keeps doing things I have no idea how to do with my mouse. She made a clip that kept repeating somehow. Weird. If you wanted something the U.S., can you go there and not worry about the U.S. getting you? If you wanted to what the U.S.? Sorry, Mark, Renee says, to work as remote business, do you need a U.S. address to set up business? Virtual mailbox? Not legally, you don't have to do that, no. It can be convenient. There's reasons why you may want those things, but legally they're not required. I mean, some states may require it, but Delaware doesn't. Janet says, yes, it is weird. I had to close that clip, then advance the stream to catch up. Oh, weird. Oh, now I understand what you're saying. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, so getting a bank account in the U.S. is difficult without an address, but it can be done. Normally for that, you need an address. There's an amount of so the government has very few regulations, right? So this is the good thing about the U.S. Government has very few regulations, but many arms of the government are handled through private companies, and those private companies can come up with any thing that they want, right? And so, no, like an EIN number, that's government, so that doesn't require an address. You would need a business, but not an address. Realistically, right, from a convenience standpoint, if you are not an American and you have nothing for tax ID and whatever, chances are you will want to form a company in Wyoming. Chances are you will want to have an address. You will want to have an American bank account. All those are things that you will, for convenience reasons, almost certainly want to do. But none of them are legal requirements. Right? The U.S., basically, if you want to do business in the U.S. and you want to pay U.S. taxes, have at it. The U.S. is just go for it, right? The U.S. is a tax haven, so they make so much money by making it so easy to avoid taxes in other countries. So it really does work really well for that. They're very, very flexible when that's what you want to do. So that's not a problem. Now, even Americans will randomly have your banks and stuff just randomly give you excuses and they're going to close your account. But it's not always for a real reason. They always say, well, the government told us. And you look at it, they're like, no, they didn't. Complete lie, but what can you do, right? They're allowed to close your accounts for any reason that they want. So if they don't like you, they'll just close things. But it's not a requirement, and you're not required to have a bank. Just what are you going to do if you don't have a bank? Well, it's going to be complicated, right? But yeah, just incorporate and go. If you wanted by the U.S. Oh, if you are wanted by the U.S., can they go there and not worried about them coming and getting you? Well, I mean, Interpol would get you. It depends. Like Bryce is here; he's wanted by the U.S. and they don't come and get him. It depends what you're wanted for. Same as anywhere. Everyone participates in Interpol, but. Like the U.S. has demonstrated, they let all kinds of people wanted by Interpol into the U.S. on a regular basis, and they don't let people come and get them. So just because you participate in Interpol doesn't mean that you actually arrest wanted criminals. So it's still discretionary. If you're wanted by the U.S. for tax evasion, no, they can't come here and get you. If you're wanted by the U.S. for murder, there's every chance that they can come here and get you. It really depends if Nicaragua believes that the situation warrants doing something about it. The U.S. isn't going to come here and get you, right? But Nicaragua may go, we don't like this situation, and ship you to the U.S. to be had. So it's a case by case basis. The simple rule of thumb is don't be a criminal, and it'll all be okay. But some people who are just ripping off the U.S. do flee to Nicaragua. That is something that we see. The really big issue, though, is that where are you going to go when your border run comes up, right? So if you're just like, I have to get 90 days, and I don't know, just live 90 days longer, then Nicaragua is going to be a really good choice. But as soon as you have to do a border run, you either got to get on an international flight, which is going to be very difficult, or you're going to have to, and you're going to pray that it doesn't get rerouted to the U.S. And if the U.S. really wants you, they'll reroute any plane anywhere, right? They'll find a way to reroute a plane. And if you cross into Costa Rica, they're going to extradite to the U.S. You can't stay in Nicaragua unless you're prepared to claim asylum. Which is a pretty dramatic move, and not guaranteed to work, but is guaranteed to cause you problems back home. So, claiming asylum, if you're really here as a political refugee, right, you're fine. But if you're a criminal, and that crime is anything but political in nature, basically is going to rule out the possibility of claiming asylum. And it'll also rule out the possibility of a clean Interpol record, which will basically rule out residency. So that border run is going to be really critical, and you're going to have to choose Belize, who will happily send you back to the U.S., no questions asked, Mexico, 50-50, or Costa Rica, definitely going to send you back to the U.S. Renee says, so really, incorporate with bank requiring U.S. address, how to collect your money. Well, that's, where's your money coming from? Where are you having it go? Right? That's the... not all banks require U.S. addresses, but a lot do. Right? But now you're getting from what you're required to do into what's convenient. That's why I said everyone's going to actually go get an address, but you don't actually need one. But it says I'm wanted by a lot of places, but not in a bad way. We're at 10 o'clock. We've been on for 5.5 hours. Not too bad. So then the question, Renee, is why do you want to incorporate in the U.S. specifically? It can be a great place to incorporate. But these days, a lot of reasons not to as well. I do know that if you're foreign and not an American and incorporate in the U.S., there are some pretty big tax advantages. There are some times that you can pass money through and not pay anything. So it's a pretty major tax shelter depending on the kind of business you are. DRG, can I open a restaurant in Nicaragua and make good money? Have you never watched my channel? No, you cannot. No. Remember, if Nicaraguans can't make good money, whatever you're doing will make less, right? General rule, this is business anywhere in the world. If you're coming into a market that you're not knowledgeable about, if you're not the expert, you're up against people who are, right? Doesn't matter where you're going. I'm going to Iowa. Whoever lives in Des Moines today knows more about the Des Moines market than I do. Now, I have a lot of knowledge of the American market. I may be able to leverage the amount of knowledge I have against someone in Des Moines, and maybe I could pull it off. But chances are they're going to know the right intersections, the right streets, have the right connections, know who to talk to. They're going to get papers faster because they know how to get around town faster. They're going to be more efficient than me at doing things. They're going to have family in the area. They're going to have friends that want to work for them. They're always going to have a benefit, right? Now, take an average restaurant in Iowa and say, can they make decent money? And then say, do you want to go into that? Definitely making some amount less, right? So if you think about, and this is, for some reason, when people come to Nicaragua, this is universal. Every single person does this, is they think, okay, so Nicaraguans make minimum wage of $200 a month, more or less, and 50% of them are unemployed, so there's no excess work, right? There's no excess money in the system. Average salaries are somewhere around $400 a month. Someone working in a restaurant, definitely going to make $200. Restaurant owners mostly go out of business, mostly, right? The number that survive is very low. So if the average business is not able to stay open, meaning it's losing money, and those are Nicaraguans who know the market, who have connections to all the right people, know exactly how to do everything, have connections with the government, and like can go directly to the right office, talk to the right person, skip the line, all that stuff. We're not talking like like getting favors. I'm just talking about like knowing how to get to the right place at the right time. You're going to shave 50% of the time off of. You're going to know how to file. You're going to have the right accountant. You're going to have the right lawyer. Things that other people spend weeks or months or years tracking down, you're going to have on day one, or they're going to have on day one, right? You're up against that. Those people are going out of business on an unbelievable pace. If they're losing money, imagine how much you're likely to lose money. And their success rate is they only have to bring in $300 to $400 a month salary and break even as profit, or bring in $400 of profit and not pay themselves. Either way, or some combination thereof, right? Those are just different ways to do the same thing. And they're just considering it a job. Because if they don't own that business, they've got to hopefully get a job and make that much working somewhere. And if they're not if they're still closing on a relatively frequent basis, that means they're not routinely bringing in $400 a month. So if you're not, if you don't have something to really, really, really compete with that, how could you possibly, right? It's just the rule of doing business in other markets. There's a reason that people go to the United States and open business, right? Because they're coming from a poor market going into a big market with lots of money, and they don't need to make all that much. And having a job is a benefit. So their measurement of success is very different. They're coming from very likely unemployed and trying to find a way to get employed, and going from a place that employed is very low pay to a place that's very high pay. And so the jump, like they can earn half as much as an American would be happy to make and still be like, well, at least I have a job. And there's jobs to be had, right? There isn't enough workers in the US. So going the opposite direction is wild as an attempt, right? It's an uphill battle where the grand prize isn't worth showing up to play. Renee says, charging customers have usable friend address for bank. How do you get paid U.S. work online? Well, if you have a bank in the U.S. And money goes into it, you just send the money to Nicaragua. Assuming you're in Nicaragua and you're not American, you just transfer the money. Take it out of an ATM or wire it or whatever you like. It's one big banking system. Like, everything's so straightforward and simple. If you've got money in the U.S. bank, you're all good to go. DRG says, my family's Nicaraguan, if that helps. I mean, it all depends what your goals are. Is your goal to work really hard to try to make $400 a month, leveraging your family's resources? I mean, it's okay to try to do, and somebody somewhere has made money, but it's so hard. Renee says, basically set up business legally here. Oh, wait. Renee, are you in the U.S. and work online from Nicaragua? How to get tax break? What's your citizenship? That always matters. In all these questions, I have to know your citizenship. But it says, I have family friends that own restaurants in Leon, and I would not open one here. Yeah. As someone who's owned multiple restaurants, I can tell you, as someone who's owned the busiest restaurant in the area, it's not worth it, right? There's a reason why the biggest restaurants in the biggest markets like San Juan del Sur are closing. The rare restaurants that are successful in any way are generally offshoots of other businesses in wealthy parts of Managua where Nicaraguans have deep connections, deep market knowledge. Like, some of those people are opening places and they seem to be successful, right? Amazonia Resto Bar, Brutal, Mugs, right? Cajun, right? How are they doing it? One, I don't know. But things I do know, they are opening businesses I would never have thought of because they're going for the Nicaraguan market. They've figured out what people actually want. They are 100% owned and staffed by Nicaraguans. They're 100% using Nicaraguan products and such. And they're doing everything in ways that I just wouldn't have access to. I could not replicate their success because I just don't have the knowledge and resources. Somebody in theory could, but a handful of people in the world could possibly have that, and they'd still be at an uphill battle. They still wouldn't have all the connections, but in theory, someone could do pretty well. Okay, so if you're in the U.S., you don't need to do all the extra stuff, and you can't do the same pass-through. So it's really, really easy for you. You just need to do normal business. Set up a business, and like El Timon, about how much money they lose. Is that what you mean? Like, that place definitely feels like it's not doing well. And it's always empty. They pay huge rents. No one's ever there. Completely Nicaraguan owned, I think. Or at least it was. Like all those places, that is not a kind of business you want. They are hoping you want to rent that business from them. So you just want to have a normal legal business, and you're just an employee. That's all. It is as straightforward as it could possibly be. Because if you are an employee of an American company and you pay yourself in Nicaragua, you're tax-free up to the first $130K. Period. Done. Just do everything normal. Open a business, almost always in Delaware. Get a bank account in the U.S. Wherever is handy that will let you open a bank account. Get paid by your customers into your bank account. Pay a payroll company to make sure nothing goes wrong. Get paid a salary into your personal bank account. You already live in the U.S. You already have bank accounts, I'm sure, right? Like, you need them to live in the U.S., even though legally you don't have to have one. You do have to have one. You're not functional as an American without one. So just pay your account, and then here, just take money out of the ATM. Like, the most straightforward situation you could imagine, that's what you do. There's no tricks, no special thing, no nothing. Other than knowing you don't need to know anything special, that's the one special thing you need to know. Right? So set yourself up to work remotely in the U.S. now for your own company. And whenever you move to Nicaragua, you're tax-free. Unless you're just baller and making tons of money. Eventually you'll pay taxes. But if you're like the normal people, us grunts down here, you won't have to pay taxes. But yeah, any place that's focused on expats, losing money. Any place that's focused on the tourist areas, losing money. Any place that's on the beaches, losing money. There's always, always, always another sucker who comes along and pours money into it and keeps things open, losing money until they realize that they're never going to turn it around, that they're not a special case, and then they sell to someone else or they go out of business, and it's just a never-ending cycle of that happening. Oh, where'd my water bottle go? Oh, it's right there. It's white. I lost it. And so you're always going to see businesses and get this perception, because people say it all the time. Oh, this person's so successful. That person's so successful. And sometimes they say it about faraway people, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe they are. But then anytime they say it about local people, they'll say it about people I know are losing money, like people whose businesses I know intimately. And sometimes they'll say it about my businesses. Like, and people say it to me all the time. What do you mean you had a restaurant with 600 people in it and you were losing money? Like, volume doesn't just make magic money. Like, that people ask these questions in an incredulous way, right? Like, not like, I'm learning business. If you have 600 people, how can you make money, right? It's, it's you. There's so much more to it, right? There's all this overhead. Like, it's not magic, right? You have to somehow figure out how to make money per person that comes in, and that's hard when people don't have a lot of money to spend. Ray says, how do you declare you're working out of country? So you may have noticed when you check into Nicaragua, they stamp your passport. That's it. You don't really have to declare much because the U.S. knows where you are. Like, you know, officially the U.S. only knows you left the U.S., but let's all be honest, they know exactly where you are at all times. They may, if you really wanted to hide from the U.S., could you potentially fall off the radar? Yeah, it's physically possible. but you're really pushing your luck. Like, you can't go across any border. You got to like take a boat from some friend of yours and have them like pass by somewhere on the African coast and let you go on by rowboat and never check in at their customs. Because if you go into Cameroon and flash your passport, the U.S. got you, right? Not that they're going to catch you, just they know where you are. So if you're in Nicaragua, the U.S. definitely knows that you as a U.S. citizen are in Nicaragua. So it's one of the handy things. Like, who's got the records of where we are? The IRS, they know where we are. If you want to know where you've been at different times, ask the IRS. They know where you are every day. So it's the easiest thing. You just say, this is the date I left the U.S. Here's the dates I'm back, right? And that's it. When you don't live in the U.S., you don't live in the U.S. The U.S. makes that the easiest system in the world. We can complain all we want about the U.S. and all the problems it has. We could go on all day. But when it comes to making the tax-free work abroad mechanism the easiest, most straightforward thing you could possibly imagine, kudos to them. They nailed it. It's ridiculously easy, and it is crystal clear that they want you to do this. This is what they want you to do because they put all their effort into making giant benefits doing this as easy as possible. So what you set up an LLC in the U.S. and pay yourself in Nicaragua. That's correct. That's what you do. And that's what nearly everyone does, right? Anyone who isn't working for someone else, all the people who are like, I'm going to work online, I'm going to do blah, 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 you always do that, right? And everything in every system, that's what it's designed for. Right? Why does the U.S. make incorporation so easy? Why do they push it as this is how you do business, right? Like, they're not trying to trick you. There's a lot of things in life where the U.S. is trying to trick you. I get it, but not in business. They want you to incorporate. They want you to pass things through the system. They want to ensure you're not laundering money. They want to ensure you're not funding illegal activities. They want to have an eye on things, so they make everything as easy as possible so that you get paid in the U.S. It goes through U.S. banks. It rests in U.S. banks. And as much as you may think you're not paying any taxes, that money resting in U.S. banks powers the U.S. economy as well as other things. They are getting use out of it. But that's what you do, right? You're not in some big penalty. You've got all your money resting in U.S. institutions as it moves through. They are willing to take some losses or lack of gains on some tax stuff so that they have deep visibility, deep control. If you ever do become that criminal that Mark's worried about, they want to be able to freeze your assets, track your assets, all that stuff. Yeah. But if you're not a criminal, then all these things work for you. If you are a criminal, then all these things make it really hard to get away with stuff. Right, so just withdraw in Nicaragua, good. Yep, that's what we all do. If it's a small amount of money you need, say under $10,000, just use the ATMs. And if it's going to be big and you need to make declarations, then you just go to your bank and do a wire transfer. If you're going to do that, then you want to have a bank here. That'll just be convenient. Right, because you can't take out giant amounts of money from the ATM, just from a practical standpoint. So having a bank here that you can do a wire transfer to, and then go take out, right? Then you can have them hand you bank rolls. That's practical. But sorry, people, can you hear my hospitality manager yelling outside the wall? I drifted off there. If you need to go above 10,000, because above 10,000 you have to do money laundering declarations, like you have to explain things and certify things, and it takes more checks and balances from their side. Not a big deal. We all do it all the time, right? Every time we buy a car, buy a house, do construction, anything like that, we're moving giant amounts of money around. You do it. It's just normal paperwork, but it takes a few more days. It's a little bit more inconvenient, but that's what makes having a bank here worth it. If you're gonna do that stuff, but if you're just living day to day, most expats have no need for a local bank account. Keep a certain amount of cash on hand here, right? Common thing, keep it safe in your house. Keep several $100s, maybe a couple thousand, in cash in a safe, well protected, hidden, that you never touch, just so you have cash reserves in case you ever need something last second. Other than that, make sure you have, 2 ATM cards or whatever. And you just make regular runs to the ATM. But unless you're living some crazy lifestyle, and mostly when you're living a crazy lifestyle, you're putting a lot of it on credit card, not on cash. For normal life, going and dealing with cash, right? Just hit the ATM, take out $400 or whatever, 18,000 cord, and for most of us, you're good for quite some time. That's a lot of going out to eat. That's a lot of doing stuff that isn't shopping. Because if you're going shopping, chances are you're using a credit card. If you're going to fancy dinner, chances are you're using a credit card. And of course, your credit cards just pay in the U.S. You don't even have to move the money into Nicaragua. So, Janet says, yes, I could hear it. Tony says, what is the limit on ATMs if you want USD? So first of all, you don't want USD. Why would you take out USD? But if you were taking out USD, the limits are your bank's limits. Or I know BanPro is $800 at a transaction. But why would you take out USD here, realistically? There are situations like you're here and you need a bunch of USD because you're going to go party in Panama over the weekend, and you don't want to use but you would just use the ATMs there. I'm sure you can come up with a scenario for using USD, but in general, one of the secrets of living in Nicaragua, don't use USD, and most things get easier. Once in a while you need it, for some weird reason, but especially with the new laws where no one can require you to use it. It used to be once in a while someone would want USD, and they would refuse to do business with you without it, but they can't do that now. Just like in the U.S., really, someone can't really be like, I won't take USD. No, it's our currency. You kind of have to take it. But some people may be like, hey, I'd like it if you gave me USD. Like, that's fine. But normally it's just because people are going somewhere to spend it. But you really do get, like, general better treatment. Everything is better when you use Cordoba. Oh, thank you. And everybody remember to give a thumbs up while we're here. We still got a lot of people on, so hit that thumbs up. I don't even know how many thumbs up we have. Quite a few, I think. Good number. I should watch to make sure I'm not missing tickets. I'm not. We're good. Okay. There's that. There's that. Forgot what I was going to look at. I came over to find something. Oh, my wife's texting me. Do you know of any banks that don't require U.S. address? Mine does. I don't know of which ones. I know people have found them. I just can't remember the names of them because I have a U.S. address, so I don't have to worry about it. Because I don't have like a half-assed kind of company. So when people are making like these kind of shell companies, they're completely legal. It's just they're not so much a company like you think of. I have a company. Right, with lots of employees and lots of customers and been around forever. And so we have staff in the U.S. who process mail and stuff like and so it's really easy for us. And so we've never had a problem with the banks not accepting our addresses and stuff. But we know people who are here and they do different behavior. Like they move their addresses a lot and it create some problems with the banks. So as an American who lives there, do you really have no one who's, I mean, this sounds terrible, but do you really have no one that'll let you use their address? Most people have a sibling or a parent or kids or a friend or something that that you can, because you're not looking, it's not like you're doing anything there, right? It's an address where they can serve you legal documents should you decide to become a criminal, is basically what it comes down to. And the banks use it, not even for that, right? Because it's not a legal requirement. The banks literally use it as a way to weed out people from countries they don't like without having to use an excuse. So it's kind of like the airlines requiring the fake return tickets. It's just paperwork, right? It's not a government thing. So there's no like liability to like your friend using it, and there's no liability to it not being where you really live or anything like that. No, there's no legal requirement to it. So as long as you can come up with an address that will make people happy, right? I can use my dad, I can use my sister-in-law, I can use my brother-in-law, I can use any number of friends in the US. I don't, because my company gets a lot of mail and it needs to be processed, so we have staff do it. But if I was just doing this, I just have my cousin do it probably, right? Or I've got plenty of people that'd be like, hey, can I have this address where nothing ever happens, but just put it on some records? Sure. Do I have to do anything? No, not a thing. Okay, right. Videos on the house hunting. So we were only able to see one house and take videos of it. I'm hoping when Norman moves in, I need to talk to him, that he'll let us film the house he's moving into, so we can show you guys what he ended up with, because I think he got a really cool, place. So it'll be neat to see that. In video, right, and get a feel for like, and I really like the place that he got, because it's a cool modernish apartment, 2 bedrooms, both en suite, very rare here, modern finishings, very modern kitchen. This is not the one we have the videos of currently, and it's a little bit more expensive, but they still weren't done with the completely modern everything. And it's in a cute little neighborhood in a decent area that's really interesting. I thought that was really cool. So I'd like to show it, because it's such a unexpected find. And he was like, what? I have to get this place, right? Once he stepped into it, he was like, this is, I've never seen it. I was not expecting this to exist. I have to get this. So that was, man, my hiccups tonight. We got a good number of people. The criminal thing was a joke. Oh, sure. Now he thought better of it and is like, maybe I should not say that I'm a criminal. But yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about the addresses. Finding an address of someone you can use really will make, because you don't need it. Having a house is address is nice, because so often the banks will try to come up with, oh, we don't like the address you gave us. Like, they come up with some serious BS things sometimes, and you're kind of powerless, right? You can be like, but it's my home, and it's like, I don't care, we're not going to do it. Renee says, thanks, it's clear to me now. I'll set things up so it's an option later if I want to work. Yeah, and the sooner you do it, obviously, if you never use it, that's a waste. But otherwise, the sooner you set it up, the more you learn how to do everything. Like the experience of setting up a business and all that is often valuable. And it's one of those things that, so I live a very different life than most people. I think everybody knows that. I started my first company at 19. It also went out of business when I was still 19, right? It was not a success in any way, shape, or form. But I learned a ton about how to incorporate a business and, right, like there's all these things that I learned how to do. And that was, it was a great learning experience. And then when I was a little bit older in my early 20s, 22, when I decided to start the company that I work for now, I had learned a bunch of these things and I was really ready, and I had a bunch of like good decisions already ready to go. I had already learned some valuable lessons, and it took the pressure off, and we successfully built a company. And years later, our lawyers would be like, "Oh, you made great choices, and these things really worked out in your favor, and has been very good for you," and all these like really positive things, like this little bit of experience went a long way. And helped us over the years. And then having a business, essentially my whole life, right? I'm 50. I've had this specific business since I was 22. Think about that from a life perspective. My entire adult life and the majority of my life, including my childhood, I have had a business. And the number of things that has allowed me to do throughout my life is unbelievable. I cannot imagine people functioning without having their own business. It's such a useful thing. And it feels like the United States is built around the need for having this. It isn't, but it feels that way sometimes. Like I just can't figure out how people function when, and there's all these things that my friends who don't do this stuff have been throughout their careers. They would be easily in a situation where they'd be like, "Oh, I'm out of work, and now my resume shows a gap." Right? This is just one aspect, right? We're talking about tax handling and how to get paid out of the country. Like now, we're talking about some real extreme money management stuff, right? But even before that, when I was young, when I was, let's say, 24, I would have someone that's my friend be like, "Okay, I'm struggling with my career, or I'm struggling with finding the right job, and my resume is not strong enough." And there's two things that we would always do. One is we're like, "Well, if you're out of work, go to work for yourself," right? Like build a business and go sell that. Like make your free time into something valuable, into something really valuable, and make what your business does whatever makes sense for your resume. And so we did this early on. Now, of course, we were really working the whole time. We were never without work, but because I worked every job I could take always, right? I worked 7 days a week, often double shifts, any job I could take. I wasn't dating at the time. This is before I met my wife. My business partner and I were both workaholics. We both owned the company. It wasn't like we had investors that we were earning the money for. It wasn't like someone else was getting the benefits of our labor. And so we just poured our lives into work for several years, and all of it amassed on our resume, and all of it we had the references for, and all of it we had this stuff. And we would look at what was going on in the industry. Now, this is IT, so it's a lot easier than some other things. And obviously, if you're like a doctor, you can't just go do this to start your career. There's exceptions. But we would look at like, oh, all the cool new kids are using, and I'll use a more modern example, Active Directory, right? Active Directory is the hot new thing, and we need to accommodate all these companies that want this, but no one has done it yet. How can anyone get experience? Well, we would, long before the technologies came out, we would go get the books and get certified. We would get early certifications and everything. We would get the software and start using it in beta before it went public, or before it was production available. And then we would implement it at our own company. Sometimes at clients, but almost always at our own company. And we would implement it, right? Really implement it. Not fooling around, not playing, not pretend, really do it. And sometimes we would volunteer after the company was probably 5 years old, 4 years old, and we went and volunteered to like take over a school district. Oh, this is a small, poor district. We'll take care of it. We'll do everything. They're like, seriously? Okay. So we did that. And later, when I was working in, years later, I was working in extremely high-end jobs, right? I would go to interviews and people would be like, I wish I could remember off the top of my head who said this to me, but someone really important, they're like, the experience that you have is so extreme. It's, it's a really big deal that so many things that people we've worked with do, they only learned in books, they only did part of it, they only got experience at work, and you've done soup to nuts and cradle to grave on so many technologies, so many things. You understand life cycles and the interplay of technologies in ways that, $250,000 a year senior engineers with doctorate degrees and loads of certifications who are quite good at what they did. That was our 6-hour blip. Who saw it? I just saw it roll as it did the restart of the video. They'd be like, these people are brilliant and they can do all these things, but they never have seen the whole process ever of anything. And so their ability to scope things out and visualize what they're doing is so different than yours. And I was interviewing, and this is my first chance on Wall Street. This was my catapult, right? Like one day I was a well-seasoned IT pro struggling like everyone else with, I had had some really big wins. I had done some really cool stuff, but I was still at that, like, I'm unsure, I'm unstable. It's life's still a struggle, but things are getting better point. And I saw my own monitor do the restart. And then I went to this interview, and it was the leap. It was I never had to justify anything I ever did again. I could walk into any job anywhere after this. And it was, I went to Wall Street, to the world's largest bank, and we were in the interview, and it was going well. And it wasn't even a job interview for me. For them, they'd been looking for someone for 6 months and couldn't find anyone. For me, I'd been asked to do the job as a favor for a consulting firm, because they were like, look, we know you can at least do well in this interview. You don't have to get the job. Just go and show up and show them we can produce people. Right. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I had time. It was a favor. I'd done a lot of work with this company. They had been good to me over the years. So I did them this favor, and I went down there, and ended up, this interview went fantastic. I really loved the people. But one of the questions I remember very clearly, and this is, oh my gosh, 20 years ago. And they said, okay, so if you're working with the ILO on an HP DL145, what would you do for something? It was a very general question, and it's not the kind of thing that anyone was like, if I'd have gotten it wrong or been like, I've never worked with that ILO, they'd be like, cool, no, who has, right? But they wanted to see what I knew, and I got really lucky. They asked this question, and I go, well, that would depend if you have the G2 or the G3. What I do at home on the G2 is I do this, and then the G3 is different, and I explain the difference, and when I'm at home, I do this. So that's how I would do it, because that's what I'm used to. And the guy just looked at me, and he goes, so first of all, that I knew the difference between the G2 and the G3, the two that they could have been talking about realistically. No one used the G1. He's like, wait. So, like, I got the question right to a degree, he didn't know how to ask it, right? He didn't know what the answer was for which one. He didn't know they were different, right? So I had answered that it made it really clear that I knew way more than he did. But he was like, you at home? I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, this happens to be the model, but it's a very popular model. It's very useful, so it's perfect for what I do at home. So in my own systems I run, these are the models that I pick because I think they're really good. So I've got both a G2 and then I've bought a G3 since then. And he's just like, oh my gosh. He's like, this is a team of 80 engineers that you're going on to. Not one of them has ever put eyes on this equipment before. We know it from pictures and diagrams. And you have both models that we use in production at home. And to be clear, they had 10,000 of them, right? So I'm going into an environment with 10,000 of these devices. I was the only person on the team to have seen them in person, and I had opened them up and worked on them all the time. And every day I would go home and there they would be in my home, right? They were running in my home every day. My own workloads at home were running off of them. So I didn't know them casually. I knew them incredibly intimately. And it was just one random, now that was one unbelievably lucky coincidence that they happened to ask that and not about a Dell or a Lenovo or a different model or whatever. I did have several, they could have asked about 10 different things, would have been okay, but there's a couple hundred things they could have asked about. And so certainly I got lucky in some ways, but those are things, because I had my own business, I was in that position. And because I'd done stuff, that gave them the knowledge that when I said, oh, I deploy Red Hat Linux and I do this, they are doing it where someone else is providing them the image and providing them the hookup and hooking up the server, doing all these things. I'm putting things in the rack and putting the screws in. I'm plugging the wire in. I'm watching the lights come on. I'm listening to the sound of the fans. I know how it behaves under load. I know when it gets hot. I know when it needs to cool down. I know what that operating system install looks like under many different conditions. I have tried many different things. I currently use multiple things. And so there was so many things that they're like, the scope is just so big. And all of that, yes, some of it comes because I just go out and, take an interest in my field and go above and beyond and have been around for a while and do things. But a ton of it is because I had a real, actual business that took what it did seriously as a business. And in doing so, naturally had equipment like a business would have, software like a business would have. And because I wasn't handing it off to someone else, I was project managing, I was buying, I was doing the shopping. I knew why this server was the right purchase, right? They are like, I don't know, it's what they bought for us. I could go have the conversations about buying them. And I did from then on, right? I was part of that. I was part of the approvers for all that stuff. I was choosing the operating systems. They're not. They're just managing the one that they're given. I became part of that. Just each of these pieces, I knew exactly which drives would fit in there. I knew how much, I knew how everything fit. These are the kinds of things that owning your own business naturally do for you if you take it seriously. Over time, they will create these opportunities. I just can't imagine that so many people go through life without having these things. And so because of that, I've had these really great things. I've never had a gap on my resume. I probably never would have regardless, but I've never had a gap. I have a completely solid resume. Not quite since I was 13, but definitely since I was 16. Right? Started at 13, didn't work continuously. Probably had some gaps between 16 and 17 as I switched jobs, and it wasn't like one day directly to the next. But I essentially have not been out of work since I was 16, and I've been working and acting like I've been working since I was 12. Worked on the farm when I was 12. That's just, manual labor, and started in the Fortune 20 at 13. But the what the heck was I going to say? Oh, my wife had a similar thing. She was a forensic biochemist. And you may think, well, you can't get into that kind of stuff. You can't break into pharmaceutical like that. Well, she had a degree. Not that that mattered. You don't need that. And one day, this is one of my favorite stories because I got a lot of this because my mother was like, "Why are you thinking all these rules? You just made up a bunch of rules and they're just crippling your life. Stop." And so my wife wanted to get into this very specific part of forensic bioscience. It wasn't as broad as what she was doing in her normal daily life. It was a slight change and very hard to break into if you didn't have a master's degree where they gave you a chance to get this experience. Like a lot of people would go for a master's and hope and pick a university based on having this specific hardware, and then spend outrageous amounts of time and outrageous amounts of money, get a degree, and hope that during the time of doing that degree, they would get several hours on this equipment, which they could put on their resume, and then a forensic bio shop or something similar, pharmaceutical research shop would be the similar, that they would let you work on this gear based on that experience, because they don't trust you if you haven't done it. And everyone wants to do it. It's kind of it's certainly not, you're not like the manager, you're not the senior person. It's just like, this is a nice bit of the job. And she was talking about going back for her master's and how it would take her 2 to 3 years probably, because she wasn't going to do it full time. And the hope was that she would be able to get this upgrade at work after 2 to 3 years. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, 2 to 3 years. Like at that point, I'd only been running my own company for, boy, 4 years, probably. So I was, boy, it's funny for me now at this age to imagine only having the company for a couple of years. Like, that's crazy. But the company was only a few years old, but we were already having these kinds of wins. We were already doing this stuff all the time, and had moved in our careers like you wouldn't believe, right? I was 22 when I started the firm, 23 when I did the first cloud work for Human Medical, like not my first, the first. So I was probably 25. We'd probably just been dating for like 6 months. We may not actually been dating yet. We may have just been like going out occasionally. And she was talking about like all this work, and my business partner and I were like, hold on, this makes absolutely no sense. You're going to spend all this time. You should be moving up in your career much faster. This is not a career timeline type discussion. This amount of money you're looking at paying for this master's degree, this makes no sense. This is not a sensible use of your money. Like, that makes no sense. And you're taking a risk that they may not let you be on this machine. Are you kidding? All of this, and it doesn't even guarantee you anything, or not even has a promise of anything. Like, this does not make any sense. Let's go. What does it take to buy one of these machines? Well, it turns out about 1/6 what it takes to get a degree where you might get to touch one. And this was before, right? This is before my experience with the servers on Wall Street. This is when I had been at IBM, right? So this is post IBM. I met my wife I guess it was actually 48 hours. I always feel like it's the day before, but on a Thursday is when I gave up my job at IBM. It's a long story. I'll tell it sometime. On Friday, I had to go to a wedding rehearsal. That Thursday, we left the office, my business partner and I, who happened to work for me at IBM, and we went to a martini lounge and had martinis and celebrated leaving IBM to focus full-time on our own company. And the next day, I had to go to a wedding rehearsal. And then the next day, I was best man at the wedding and met my future wife. And she was mistaken for my wife on the day we met, funny enough. And so she met me immediately following. I had this amazing career with a couple companies, Oil Navigator, online newspaper basically, and media outlet, and IBM. They had been back to back and two really fantastic jobs during a big upheaval time in the industry. I'd been so lucky. So coming off of IBM, and I could have stayed with IBM, I just had to relocate and didn't want to. Same with my roommate and business partner. We're like, nah, we're doing what we like. We're good. And so we just decided that we were in a position where we didn't have to answer to anybody anymore. And we would just do whatever little stuff came up because we had our own company and we had a goal and stuff. And so So my wife always knew me as like this struggling entrepreneur. Like, does he really work? Like, he does a lot of stuff, but no one knows what he does. He answers to no one. Like, he's constantly off in different states. But it was like this weird thing, and no one ever like really believed that I had a career. And so this is in that period. But like, we had figured things out. We had already built powerful resumes. We were high in demand. We were already brand names in the industry at that time, and so he and I are like, look, why don't we start a company and buy this equipment, and we'll just make a competitor to your current job, and you will, one, own the equipment. So go into that interview, and instead of saying, oh, I've worked on that for a few hours, go, well, with the one I have in my basement, this is what I do, right? You've got the job. The moment you say that, the job's yours, right? That promotion is a guarantee. And then, once you have weeks of experience on it rather than hours, you can go do that job anywhere in the world. Nobody's able to get entry-level people with that much experience. And then let's run our own lab and do outsource work of this. There won't be a ton, but I guarantee over the course of 2 years, it'll pay for the equipment and it'll all go on your resume. You'll have this outstanding resume that will catapult you in the industry. The machine will pay for itself. And if anything goes wrong or you ever decide this isn't what you want to do, we'll sell the machine. Since we'll buy a used one to start with, we'll probably be able to get at least 90% of our money back at any point by selling it, because it's not like they depreciate. At any rate, it's very long-term, forensic lab gear. And it was this just mind-blowing thing to her. Oh my gosh. I could fly past everyone at work. I could do anything I want. And then it occurred to her that she really didn't want that job, and it wasn't worth the investment to buy the gear. And it was like, so you were about to put in a 2 to 3 year commitment and $30,000 to $40,000, and you were considering that. But the moment we made it an immediate, here's one on eBay, we could order it right now, and for $5,000 have it tomorrow kind of thing, suddenly it hit you that that's not worth it. How did you miss that evaluation of the much worse scenario, right? The maybe career advancement with and that was a come to Jesus moment for her, where she's like, oh, I got to get out of this field, right? Because those things, if you were interested in your field, would have been the most amazing thing. Oh my gosh, I don't have to work for anyone. I could do it at home. I could make more money. I could advance. I have all this protection. There's essentially no risk. This is basically making money to make money. Holy cow. Oh, wait, I don't want to do that. So it was a important learning moment for a lot of reasons. She ended up going into IT, did really well in IT, leveraged her forensic chemical and pharmaceutical background, and worked in that branch of IT, doing pharma IT for a Swiss firm and a Japanese firm. And stayed in IT up until we had our first child, and then she switched to being home. But all of those things, right, are all just examples of owning your own company gives you so much power to build your resume. You want to be you name it, name the thing you want to do. You want to be an online consulting, I don't know, right? Let me think of something that is not completely generic. You want to provide interior design consulting. You're really into interior design. You play House Flipper a lot. The Sims, it's your jam. You love picking out wallpapers and, carpets and furniture and plants and decorative things. And that's just what you want to do. You think that would be fun. You're not worried about being rich. This just seems like fun, and maybe you could pay the bills. Well, go set up a firm. Get yourself out there. Start offering your services. No one's going to hire you. Got it. Now, build a website. Really nice website. Figure out how to run your own business, right? There's going to be, I'm not saying you have to learn how to do everything, but figure out some basics, some really simple stuff. Get a website made. Get web hosting made. hint, hint, do some work yourself. This can be free. For real, right? Enterprise web hosting. This is one of those things that, you know, people just don't realize. Like, you can make a website that's halfway decent, better than most, for basically for free, on your own. Sure, you may put in a few days. Yeah, put in a little bit of effort. And I understand if you're a busy professional and you have a million, hire someone to do it, of course. But it shouldn't be expensive because someone who knows what they're doing can do it really fast. Don't look for perfection. Look for good enough. Get it done cheap. Get it up. But do it yourself. Learn how these things work. Do a proper website. Web hosting is free. Go use GitLab or someone like that. I think Amazon does free. I think Google does free. GitLab definitely does free. There's loads of places that give you really good free web hosting. Cloudflare gives you completely free, unbelievably good enterprise front-end proxying and caching. The entire infrastructure for a completely commercial class website, 100% free, from the best players. And yeah, a little bit of work, not much, not hard. And you're all done. You've got this stuff. Now you've got a nice website. Start showing off some interior design. Come up with, I don't know anything about interior design, but maybe come up with some rooms that you have pictures of, and then do design ideas. Like do 3D mock-ups with all your design stuff. Make a portfolio online. Start advertising places or mention it to people. Send people links to your website. Have it on Facebook. Have it on the X. Put it on LinkedIn. Whatever. Make sure you have all these things. All of them are free. Free and free and free and free and free and free and free. And then, you know, you don't have to get full-time clients, right? That's a different level of success. You're looking for a couple. You start doing some online stuff. You figure out what pricing makes sense. You build that resume. And if you can, depending on your state and different things, maybe you can keep the money in the company and just bank it for the future. And you can't always do that, but you might be able to do that. You know, that's where you need an accountant. If once money's coming in, there's a lot of things you can do to potentially keep money where it needs to be, right? And make good, healthy investments or changes or whatever. And if you need to, right, you can always have your company invest money in something, right? Always talk to an accountant. Make sure you know what you're allowed to do, able to do, whatever. But you put all these things together, and in so many situations, you end up with this ability to build out a business, start a revenue stream, maybe do some hedging ahead of time. And then when you're ready to move abroad, if that's what you decide to do, you will have an existing firm that doesn't look like you're working remotely. It's going to, you know, you're going to have clients who have seen you in person sometimes. You're going to have done the hard stuff when you could. And now when you really need to work and get customers, you're able to, right? It changes everything. And the last thing you want to do is be like, okay, I'm moving to Nicaragua. I'm going to go start a business. Okay, I don't know how to start a business. Now, instead of starting a business nice and easy because it's local, now you're trying to start a business when you're remote. That's still not hard, but it's a lot more hoops to jump through. You can't just pop into, right? When I incorporated some stuff, I literally just walked into my county office. I was like, hey, I need to do this. So like, oh, papers right here, boom, done. I just said, okay, boom, boom, we're done. Okay, we're done here, right? That was so easy. Where can I pay for this? Oh, just go right over there to that window. Pay that. Oh, okay, that's because everybody wants you to be successful, right? They're all on your team. They want you to be successful so you can pay taxes to them. Those aren't things you want to be learning when you're abroad and not being paid. They're not things you want to be doing the extra work of being abroad. You want to get your bank stuff all lined up, your incorporation stuff all lined up, all those things. You want a fluid company that has all the tools, everything figured out. And when there's a hiccup, oh my gosh, I need accounting software. I don't want to spend a lot of money. How do I do that for cheap? Take a little bit of time and figure that out while you're still working a U.S. job. And then you can be in a better position when you go to move. And of course, there's people you can ask and stuff and resources out there. When do you think AGI will be here? Well, we have to start researching on it first. I don't even know if anyone's researching that yet. Everybody likes to mention it, but I'm sure somebody somewhere is trying to think about it, but that's one of those things where none of the companies that are doing AI today are even going down that path. That's not their business. So it seems like a really long way off. It's something that we've been considering since I was a kid, and probably long before that. And the reality is I'm unaware if a single bit of progress has actually happened for AGI at all. Like, is anyone even moving in that direction? We may be moving away from it because they, like so many things before, they basically gave up and decided to apply a intentionally confusing term, artificial intelligence, to something that is completely not artificial intelligence, and just be like, good enough. We gave so that's how it feels at this point. It feels like the people with the $1 trillion deep pockets said, that's out of reach. We are never getting there. So instead, it's time to apply the terminology to things that are really clearly not it at all, and just give up. I feel like we'll probably see some pretty big advancements in non-AGI, but even that, a lot of experts are unclear if that's really reasonable. I think they'll figure it out, but they have some big obstacles between where they are and improving what we have today. But AGI is so far away. Like, someone may just come up with a breakthrough. Someone may come up with a neural network breakthrough that's going to really, really, really change the game. But that's going to have to be a complete breakthrough. That's like, I don't know, discovering the atom. Like, one day we didn't have it. We weren't closer. And then one day they discovered it. And it was just one day we didn't have it, one day we did. When we were going to discover it was kind of at random. That may be it. Now, if you mean digital, if you mean analog, and you're talking about like mushrooms, and we're starting to edge there. We're figuring out how to make fungal AGI. That's potentially real. They're seeing some really interesting stuff there. I recently saw mushrooms driving a car, which is really interesting. They aren't good at it, but they can do it. So, that's kind of cool. But I cannot imagine that AGI will be realized within my lifetime, for sure. Like, the horizon for it is so far out. If it's even possible. That's where it's really tough, is like understanding how humans kickstart intelligence is an unknown thing. And I say this as my AI toolset is running in the background. So I'm actually, speaking of AI, I'm working on a video game that is highly powered by AI, which should be interesting when it's out. I have a lot of challenges yet, but I'm pretty sure I've got a sponsor that's going to help us, because the game is actually going to, I realized this recently, that it's going to require its own dedicated AI processing. Not using, like, we can't use ChatGPT or anything. We certainly can for testing, but to actually run the game, it kind of needs its own full-time thing that just gives it non-stop AI processing all the time. So if anyone who's been around in computers, we're already talking about the game having, and this is for, right, AI just generates text. It's not like, we're not talking about generating images or anything like that. We're talking about just putting game logic into the game via AI. We're talking about potentially implementing 150 teraflops. I remember as a kid, teraflop was the measurement of a supercomputer. This would be 150 supercomputers. I understand that, you know, the world has changed and a teraflop is not a insurmountable number anymore. But it's still pretty crazy. Like, when did we hit? I'm going to look at some of these. Oh, geez. AI mode in Google. You got to be kidding me. All right, the Cray 1 vector processor. Some really interesting things. They don't know how fast it was. The Cray 2 1985 hit 1.9 gigaflops. So they were considering supercomputers at the gigaflop number. In the 90s, it's hard to believe. The Cray 2 only had 8 processors. The 90s were wild. '87. Oh, they proposed that by 92 they could have a teraflop. Apparently they call them teraops now. And then point out that they're flops, which is just like, okay. I wish it was easier to see. ASCII Red was the first system ever to break the 1 teraflop barrier on the MP Linpack 1996, and they eventually reached 2 teraflops. 1996 is the 1 teraflop basis. We're talking about a game with 150 of those just for the game. 2004, the Earth Simulator supercomputer by NEC at the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology. I remember that one. That was 36 teraflops 21 years ago. And that was 640 computers put together to make that supercomputer. Anybody remember IBM Blue Gene? That was such a huge deal. It was the first to hit petaflops. But it took 60,000 processors. At 2,000 processors per rack, it was 30 racks to produce that. Right, these are just insane numbers, so we're hoping, if everything goes the way that we're hoping for, that we are going to we're going to start off with the equivalent of the world's fastest computer in 2005, beating it handsomely. At the one used by the IBM Blue Gene used by the Department of Energy U.S. Nuclear at Lawrence Livermore. And then if we get the one that we're hoping for our second tier of testing, we will be the equivalent of the fastest supercomputer in the world in 2010, which is when they broke 2 petaflops, because we're already looking at a 2 petaflop device. For it, which is really, really interesting. So we're talking about the fastest computer in the world 15 years ago, and we're talking about using it as one piece of the brain capacity of the running game, of a live running game. So that's pretty wild. All right, guys, it is getting late. We're just we're coming up on 11:30. It's about a quarter after 11. I have to cook dinner for my kids yet. I have to work, obviously. Hopefully, play video games with my kids. We just finished playing Duck Detective 2, Ghost of Glamping, which is pretty good. Those are fun games. And I've got to take my puppies out. She's over there coughing. I have to see my wife. I haven't seen her all day. And I have to do my Duolingo. I have a lot to do yet. So yeah, we're going to call it a night here. But thanks so much, everyone, for being on. Really appreciate everyone, all the participation, the donation, the just the time of. I know it's a big thing for everybody to be on all night. Really appreciate how many people are still on. I haven't looked in the last few minutes. Let's see just what our final end of the night count is. We are at. I got distracted and looked away. We actually have not lost people in a while. Everybody's just really quiet. Hey, Renee, thanks for being here. Glad it was a good night. We are at, just in case you're wondering, we still have 20 people on. 21 quiet people. We've had 384 views for the night, which is pretty good. We have it's a very overall well-watched night, which is fantastic. And we didn't get to start as early as I'd hoped due to a lot of stuff at work, but we did start at a good time, so I'm happy with that. Anyway, thanks everybody. Have a good night, and I'll see all of you tomorrow.